Chapter 201 The People with exclamation marks. On the last island leading to the Gate of Justice, Zoro and his friends got a message from the owl and CP9, that is, each CP9 has a key in his hand, and one of them can unlock the sea stone baked in Robin's hand, so the Straw Hat Pirates acted separately. At this time, in a place in the building where Robin was, Chopper was fighting with CP9's Cutery. Cutery has mastered the 6 styles and a special skill Life Return, which allows him to put his consciousness on his hair and fight. Of course, Chopper himself is not his opponent and was abused miserably. Yo-yo. Yudori said, Life Returns, hair binding technique. I saw Yudori's hair suddenly become very long and rushed towards Chopper. Chopper quickly changed into a reindeer and jumped to a place, but the hair was completely against common sense and chased Chopper directly. Chopper, who jumped to a place, said with cold sweat, if I get entangled by it, it will be difficult to deal with it. Shave. Yudori. For a moment, he lost his vision and Chopper hurriedly looked for the place where Yudori was. Yudori had already appeared above and behind Chopper, in the blind spot of Chopper's vision, finger grab, Q. Chopper jumped away quickly due to animal instinct. The battle between the two was one-sided, and Chopper looked at the banned drugs in his hand. He had already taken 2 pills. If he took another one. Just when Chopper was about to take it, his hand was stopped by someone. Chopper looked up and said excitedly, Woo-oh, Lin Hai, where have you been? Are you here to save me? Lin Hai gently stroked Chopper's dog head. No, it was a deer head, don't worry, I'm here. Yo-yo-yi. Weik held his metal staff horizontally and said, Pirates, are you too arrogant? You actually treat me as if I don't exist. Turn all of you into skewers for me, shishi walking. As he spoke, a ball of fire appeared on the top of Weik's metal staff. Lin Hai patted Chopper, wait for me on the side. Chopper quickly reminded, hey Lin Hai, that guy will have a very strange move, style. Swish. Before Chopper finished speaking, Lin Hai had used Shave to appear on the right side of Weik. Stop making so much noise, go Pikachu. Boom. Chopper stared blankly at his side, and there were holes in the wall. What was going on? When Lin Hai walked to Chopper, Chopper was still in a daze. Lin Hai said speechlessly, don't stand there, let's go find them, Robin is still waiting for us. Chopper asked in a daze, where is that guy just now? Lin Hai pointed to the hole in the wall and replied, I kicked him there. What made Lin Hai speechless was Sanji, chivalry? Don't you kick women? Tisk. Lin Hai was disgusted by that point of him. What did everyone come here for? Isn't it just to save people? Just because the opponent is a woman, he won't attack? It's fine if he doesn't attack, but he doesn't know how to run away? As a result, Nami has to fight Khalifa. Looking at Sanji sitting on the bottom floor, Lin Hai wanted to kick him away directly. Fortunately, Nami is not a weak woman. When she was very young, Nami had been on the sea. With the previously strengthened weapons and Nami's knowledge, it is still no problem to defeat Khalifa. According to the information from the observation Haki, Nami used a special skill Sea City Shenlu, set a trap in the room, and then defeated Khalifa with a thunderbolt. In the middle floor of the building, because Keiku ate the animal-type devil fruit giraffe form, when he turned into a giraffe, his whole face became a long nose shape, and the top of the nose was square. This funny look made Usopp on the side miss and lock the sea stone in Zoro's hand. This is not a big deal. In order to avoid the attacks from Keiku and Jabra, Zoro and Usopp were accidentally roasted together. So, Zoro let Usopp hold the sword, and Usopp was directly regarded as a sword. Ha ha ha. Usopp, who was carried by Zoro, said, you guys should surrender quickly. I have 8,000 subordinates. This island has been surrounded by us. Don't make any more futile resistance. Haha. Gabra in werewolf form turned to Keiku in giraffe form and laughed, with 8,000 people, it would be fun to kill them. Call them here. Keiku, idiot, this is obviously bullshit. It's really embarrassing for CP9 to fall for it so easily. Gabra, who is the idiot? Of course I know it's bullshit. I was just teasing him. I just don't like your serious personality. Keiku, what's wrong with being serious? Gabra, I mean your stupidity and foolishness. You can't understand what people say. As the two talked, they even started to argue. Pa. Lin Hai, who arrived at this time, clapped his hands and said, is CP9 a zoo? Yo Zoro, Usopp, are you two performing acrobatics? Zoro said unhappily, what are you saying, you bastard? Did you get the key? Space field. Dang dang. The handcuffs on Zoro's hand fell directly to the ground. After the Straw Hat Pirates looked at each other for a few times, Chopper burst into tears. Who asked him to get the key in the first place? You bastard, it can be opened so easily, but you asked us to grab the key in the first place. That's right, because of you, we have suffered so much in vain. Why didn't you say earlier that your ability is so useful? The angry Straw Hat Pirates directly punched and kicked Lin Hai. Keiku and Jabera looked at each other. Keiku asked, what are they doing? Infighting. Jabera, maybe, what should we do? Now there are so many prey, how do we distribute them? At this time, Lin Hai, covering his head, said, stop. You bastards, I almost forgot that I didn't come with you at that time, okay. Sanji lit a cigarette and said, stop playing, get rid of these opponents as soon as possible, and then rescue Robin. Tisk. Lin Hai stood up and said, give me that wolf. Sanji said, you go save Robin, I'll take that wolf. Lin Hai said, are you bragging again? You let Nami go against such a powerful person. If anything happens to her, I'll be the first to beat you to death. You bastard. Sanji said angrily. At this time, Lin Hai took out a piece of meat from the system space, which was collected when he passed by the place where Chopper and Kyudari fought. Hey! Lin Hai greeted Gabra, and then threw the piece of meat with bones in his hand to one place. Gabra instinctively pounced on the piece of meat and ate it with drooling mouth. Zoro. Sanji. Keiku. The rest of the people. And Gabra, who reacted. Chapter 202 Sanji vs Gabra. Seeing everyone staring at him in amazement, Gabra was extremely embarrassed. It was just an instinctive reaction just now. However, after eating the dog fruit, Gabra in wolf form also continued the wolf's cunning, that is, teasing his prey. In a flash, Gabra thought of resolving the embarrassing situation. Gabra threw the meat in his hand to one place, scratched his head and smiled, actually, I was just teasing them, Keiku. Keiku said speechlessly, it's been exposed a long time ago, right? I didn't expect you to think of yourself as a dog. Sanji sighed, the world is really full of wonders. Today I have seen it. Gabra did not blame Sanji for his sarcastic words, but was very angry with his colleague Keiku, who was so ruthless and didn't give him face. Gabra said angrily, Keiku, this is what I am very unhappy about you. Keiku replied, it doesn't matter what happens. The Demon Slayer order has been launched. Let's quickly solve the problem in front of us. Zoro showed 3 swords again and stepped forward and said, solve? A good opportunity to defeat me like just now will not come again. Lin Hai, you and Nami go first, leave this to me. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, okay, Nami, Chopper, we'll go first. Want to leave? Although the attack by Lin Hai just now did not hurt Gabra, it was extremely insulting. 10 fingers grab. Gabra launched an attack on Lin Hai, but when he rushed to the middle, he was stopped by Sanji, bang. Gabra's face was kicked away by Sanji, and Lin Hai and the others continued to move forward without paying attention. At this time, Usopp stopped because he was very curious about something. So, Usopp said, wait for me. As he said that, Usopp ran to break off a few branches with fresh leaves on them, and then Usopp threw the branches to Keiku. Keiku. Damn it! Keiku was so angry that he supported one hand on the ground and attacked with his feet. Storm kick, line. Clang. Keiku's slash was blocked by Zoro, and Usopp immediately exclaimed, it's terrible. Nami said speechlessly, I said what are you doing? Zoro, Sanji, I'll leave this to you. Who the hell is that? At this time, Gabra, who was wiping his cheeks and stood up and asked. Sanji lit a cigarette again and posed and replied, Hunter. Destroy Hehe. Gabra asked, exchange opponents? I don't care, woohoo. Shave. Gabra disappeared instantly, iron block fist, wolf bullet. Sanji jumped up and kicked Gabra's hands, and Sanji was bounced into the building, just passing by Lin Hai. Lin Hai asked in confusion, Sanji, you are so handsome. Gabra on the side also laughed, you are not an ordinary hunter, you are good at talking. As he said, Gabra walked into the building, where Sanji was. Usopp asked, "Are you okay, Sanji?" Nami rolled her eyes and said, "Sanji is fine, let's go and save Robin." Lin Hai nodded and said, "I still have to send some meat to Luffy, that guy is fighting a leopard." Jabera licked his lips, "You guys are so leisurely, Iron Fist." He showed his moves again, ready to attack Lin Hai, but when he was in the air again, he was kicked in the face by Sanji, who stood up. Jabera felt like vomiting blood. It was really irritating. Lin Hai felt a little pity as he continued to move forward, and Nami couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Lin Hai scratched his head and said, "That wolf looks interesting. I wanted to kick him, but Sanji, that bastard." For a while, Sanji dueled with Jabera, while Zoro dueled with Keiku. Ah! Jabera, who came down from the wall, touched his face and said, "You are brave, grab it with 10 fingers." Sanji jumped away quickly and appeared behind Jabera, level 3 minced meat. Jabera, who was kicked, supported himself on the ground with one hand and turned back to say, "Useless idiot." Sanji said calmly, "You guys' moves that can turn into iron are really troublesome." After the two of them exchanged a few moves, Gabu, who was kicked to one side, suddenly said, "A man like you is so admirable. I have been waiting for your arrival." Sanji couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "I saw Gabra throwing a key on the ground and said, 'Can you help me rescue Robin?'" Sanji asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Gabra replied seriously, "I have never said that Robin is my biological sister who was separated from me before." Sanji exclaimed, "What are you talking about? Is it true? I don't know at all. She never mentioned such a thing." Gabra replied, "It's not your fault, but this is the fact. It happened 20 years ago. I can't forget that on an island in the West Sea, on a sunny summer day, Robin and I went to play on the beach. We are a pair of brothers and sisters with a good relationship. We have always played together and were very happy. Before those bad guys appeared, just when I was not careful, the pirates kidnapped Robin. After that, I could no longer see her. When I learned that she had escaped from the clutches of the pirates, she had become a wanted criminal. Everything was my fault. Although I tried every way to rescue her, I was helpless in my current position, so I would like to entrust everything to you. Please rescue Robin." Sanji, who was on the side, was speechless. Just the words of this guy in front of him were the same as those of a bastard. "Okay." Sanji walked to the key and replied, "I understand, give it to me. I'll take the key and I will definitely rescue Miss Robin." Although that's what he said, there is no need for the key to rescue Robin, right? But since this wolf wants to act, how can he, Sanji, not cooperate? Although this wolf's acting skills are too bad. Just when Sanji's hand was about to touch the key, Gabra had already made a move, but when he jumped up, Sanji directly kicked Gabra on the chin, kicking his head through the upper floor. Looking at Gabra with his head stuck in the ceiling, Sanji said with a smile, "Miss Robin is your sister? Big idiot, don't brag if you don't have the ability. Compared with that bastard, you are far behind." After a while, Gabra came down from the ceiling and touched his head again. He was speechless. Did he not check the almanac before going out today? At this time, Sanji threw the key in his hand and said, "Does it hurt now, Mr. Wolf?" Jabra, who reacted, exclaimed, "You bastard, you actually gave the key to." Sanji said playfully, "Didn't you give it to me, asshole?" Jabra said angrily, "Iron block." The two looked at each other, and Sanji quickly turned around and ran, saying, "Bye." "Stop, stop." Gabera said anxiously, "Cheating is my secret weapon, how dare you underestimate me?" Shave. Just when Gabera caught up with Sanji, Sanji did a high back kick and kicked Gabera's nose again, but Sanji didn't give Gabera time to react. Banquet table. Iron block boxing. Hey! It turned out to be a feint. Sanji appeared behind Gabera, leg kick. Skewer kick. When Gabera fell, Sanji jumped up, turned around, and kicked Gabera's belly hard. But this heavy blow was avoided by Gabera. "Damn, I'm so angry." Gabera said angrily, "If you want to fight so much, I'll let you see the real power of the iron block boxing, hey." Sanji was seen choosing his clothes on the spot. Gabra said, "I really don't understand why you are spinning so excitedly, hey? What's going on? Your foot turned red." At this time, Sanji raised his fiery right foot, devil wind foot, a foot with high heat, because the speed of attack will be faster. Hey! Gabra saw a light coming, it's hot. Ugh! Its attack power is like a devil. After saying that, Gabra was kicked out by Sanji. It's hot, so hot Gabra rolled on the ground, it's burnt. Even the bones are burned, and they are about to break. What's wrong with this kicking skill? Even the iron block is useless, damn it. CP9 is CP9 after all, and its endurance is still okay. When seeing Sanji coming from a distance, Gabra stood up and said, the opponent is a 6-style user, and he dares to face each other in the air. As he said, Gabra also jumped up. Devil's Wind Kick, Level 1 Minced Meat. Moon Step. Sanji's move was dodged by Gabra, who came above Sanji. Gabra laughed, you are so stupid, too arrogant, do you want to decide the winner? I will definitely win, Moonlight 10-finger grab. Just when Gabra was about to attack Sanji, one of his hands was kicked away by Sanji, and only one hand attacked Sanji. Ahaha! Gabra laughed, did you bounce one of my hands away? What a pity, if the other foot could also kick out all the fingers, I wouldn't be able to hit it. No. Sanji replied, this is a last resort, because the other foot has to be kept to deal with you, Devil's Wind Kick. Ah! Gabra said anxiously, wait. The finishing touch kick. This time, Gabra was kicked in the face again, but this kick was different from the previous one. Gabra was kicked directly with a high-temperature kick and was seriously injured. Sanji won this battle. Chapter 203 Zoro vs Keiku. While Sanji was fighting with Gabra, Zoro and Keiku also faced each other. After the two fought for dozens of rounds, Zoro took off the black headscarf tied on his arm and tied it on his head. Zoro, wearing a headscarf, half-squatted, holding two swords, looking horizontally in front of his eyes, 2 swords, 2 cuts. Keiku laughed, will you become stronger if you tie a headscarf? What do you think? Zoro also laughed. After speaking, Zoro instantly appeared below Keiku, waving his 2 swords upwards, climb the stairs. However, this move was dodged by Keiku, and Zoro, who jumped into the air, continued his combo, Ying Denglu. This time the slash was from top to bottom, but it was still dodged by Keiku. Sand pattern. Zoro's diagonal slash was dodged again. There is a blind spot when jumping up. At this time, Keiku said, Kama giraffe. Keiku used his long neck as a weapon and threw it directly at Zoro in the air. Bang! Zoro was hit directly and smashed a large stone. The battle with Keiku really made Zoro speechless. If he hit him, it would be ineffective. If he chopped hard, he would be dodged by him. How could he beat him? Iron block, no blind spot. Without waiting for Zoro to continue thinking, Keiku changed his body shape and began to counterattack. He used the characteristics of a giraffe to launch a storm kick with 4 legs, swinging the slashes towards the ceiling where Zoro was, and those slashes would actually bounce back. The dense rain-like slashes made it impossible for Zoro to avoid them, and he was cut in many places. After those rain-like slashes were completed, Keiku launched another attack, nose gun. Zoro quickly held his 2 swords in an X shape to block Keiku's attack. Due to the excessive force, Zoro was directly knocked out by Keiku's nose. Asshole! Zoro stood up with a dark face and stared at Keiku. What a tenacious man, admirable. Keiku smiled. Zoro replied, I have been tempered by thousands of hammers, old giraffe. As he said that, Zoro put the 2 swords in his hands back into the scabbard, took out the famous sword Wado Ikimonji, and said, let me break your iron block first. Humph. Keiku replied, what you said is really interesting. You want to break the iron block? Can you do it? Of course, do you want to try? Zoro stared at Keiku and said. Ichitoryu iai. Zoro placed Wado Ikimonji vertically in the crook of his right arm, and made a sword drawing and slashing gesture with his left hand. Swish! Lion song song. Ray kick, dragon cut. Clang! The two passed by each other. Keiku turned around and smiled, if it was iron, it would be cut off, right? Whether to use the iron block to deal with it, let me judge with my eyes. I see, it seems difficult to deal with. After saying that, Zoro turned around, took a deep breath, and launched his special move again, 1 Gorikiro, 2 Gorikiro, come on, 3 swords. Keiku asked curiously, do you want to compete in strength this time? It's really interesting, nose grab. Zoro turned his back to Keiku, made a bodybuilder's posture, and jumped up, two swords Gorikiro. Clang. For a moment, Keiku's nose collided with the two swords that Zoro chopped over, and flashes of sword energy flashed. Clang. Keiku was directly chopped and flew away by Zoro's moves. In terms of strength, Zoro won this time. Looking at Keiku sitting on the ground, Zoro couldn't help saying, you have a high and mighty attitude, you haven't even imagined yourself being defeated, right? Don't be arrogant. Keiku replied angrily, you are the same, I haven't let you see the wild potential of giraffes yet. Zoro said, stop showing off, let me see it. Keiku stood up and said, even if you don't say it, I will do it. Let's see the power of the giraffe. Keiku got on all fours and retracted his long neck, giraffe turret. Ultimate nose gun, giraffe arrow platform. Nanny. Zoro jumped away quickly. He didn't expect that this guy's neck could stretch so long. Didn't I say it? Zoro made a chopping gesture and said, your long neck better not become your weakness. That may not be the case. Keiku performed a combo move and pulled his body back to the head attack, storm kick, screw white blade. Circles of slashes, Zoro quickly raised his knife to block. Keiku jumped to a place and said, you are the one with so many flaws. Zoro was speechless and said, what kind of creature are you? Ignoring Zoro's words, Keiku continued his attack, you can't escape the next move, giraffe turret. Zoro. Isn't this just a matter of talking about it or not? Three swords flow, tornado. Facing Keiku's neck, Zoro wanted to use this move to directly cut his neck a few times. Iron block. Shave, moon step. Faced with this move, Keiku suddenly jumped into the hole cut by Zoro on the ceiling. When he came out again, he had two long swords in his hands. Dang! Keiku jumped down and slashed down with a powerful sword, but was blocked by Zoro. After the two separated, Keiku jumped up with two swords and launched a fierce attack on Zoro. Keiku said, I can control the length of my hands, feet and neck freely, and I can swing the sword as much as I want. I am a four-sword flow. In this way, the power of the giraffe can be used. You have no chance of winning. Zoro kept resisting the crazy attack from Keiku and replied, no matter how strong the power of the giraffe is, it's still your neck or something, or what four-sword flow. Clang. Zoro bounced Keiku's attack and said, none of them is a reason to defeat me. Don't be stubborn. Keiku said, if you have the guts, let me see your so-called reason. Three swords style, leopard. Zoro made a leopard pose, Chin, play. Paper painting, hee hee. Puff. Keiku thought he had dodged it, but he was still chopped. What's so surprising? Zoro turned around and said, you haven't been chopped by anyone until now, have you? Humph. Keiku replied, I see, it seems that I'm not just talking, I underestimated you a little, but that's it, Stormy Foot Shuriken. Just as Zoro was resisting Keiku's numerous slashes, Keiku saw a flaw, giraffe turret. Zoro was temporarily caught in Keiku's fierce attack, whip bamboo forest. Zoro, who was attacked dozens of times, couldn't help but gasp. At this time, Keiku said, the four swords that never stop, die, N-I-Lin. Zoro quickly stood up and inserted two pieces into the ground to block Keiku's sword energy. I'm going to attack. Keiku raised the corner of his mouth and launched the four-sword style again, launching a fierce attack on Zoro. What's wrong with you? Just defending is enough for you, right? Keiku said proudly, don't think about defeating me, you are just some pirates, and you dare to go against the world government. It's a big mistake. Zoro slashed several times, and Keiku continued to attack, and continued to taunt, you act recklessly, which shows that you are not a righteous person, just like that woman. Zoro was stimulated, and then he remembered what he came here for. However, hearing Keiku insulting Robin, Zoro couldn't help but be angry. Instantly, a black gas emerged from Zoro's feet and surrounded Zoro's whole body. Damn it! Zoro pointed a sword at Keiku, and Keiku was affected by Zoro's momentum just now and stopped attacking, because Keiku seemed to see Zoro turned into a three-faced six-armed ghost. At this time, Zoro turned his head and said, you are too proud and talk too much. It seems that you don't understand. Keiku said, then let me use the strongest storm kick that split this tower Joduan, to split you in half. Ghost Chi, 9 swords style, Ashura. Zoro also released the ultimate move he had just realized. In an instant, Zoro turned into a 3-headed, 6-armed figure, and a 6-armed phantom appeared behind him. Each arm of the phantom was spread out, with the palm facing up, which looked so weird. Faced with such an incredible phenomenon, Keiku was shocked. Could his spirit allow him to see such an illusion? However, Keiku still had confidence in himself and used his ultimate move, Joduan. Clang! Zoro bounced off Keiku's slash and then jumped up, to endure all kinds of suffering without getting tired of it. This is the way of Ashura, Yuwuyan. Plop! Keiku was hit by this move, and after turning back to human form, he fell down. Zoro won this battle. Chapter 204 Have you eaten? When Sanji, Zoro and CP9 were fighting, Luffy was fighting with Lucci in a large room in the underground passage leading to the Gate of Justice. The two fought for a long time, and Frankie also arrived. Boom! Luffy was kicked into the box by Lucci, and a corner of the wall was also broken. Seeing Luffy stand up, Frankie asked, "Are you entangled by him? Where is Nico Robin? I brought 2 keys. Do you want my help?" "No need." Luffy stared at Lucci and said, "I would like to ask you to stop Robin. The door behind the guy who raises pigeons can lead to the Gate of Justice. Robin has been taken there. I will suppress this guy." Frankie laughed and said, "Just leave it to me, idiot." Hee. Lucci looked at the two of them with amusement. Guess. Luffy ran, machine gun. Facing the rain of punches, Lucci dodged easily, paper painting. Bang! Lucci dodged and approached Luffy, then kicked him, but Lucci's kick was blocked by Luffy's right hand, and Luffy's left hand that attacked was also blocked by Lucci. The two of them stopped at the same time, and Luffy attacked again with a punch. Shave! Lucci appeared behind Luffy. Luffy reacted and quickly blocked Lucci's kick with both hands, but Lucci turned around and kicked Luffy in the stomach again. Luffy was kicked directly and hit in front of Frankie. The huge impact force made Frankie somersault on the ground. Straw Hat Boy. Frankie continued to run and handed Lucci to Luffy. Storm kick. Lucci fired several slashes at Frankie who was running, but Frankie dodged them. Left-handed weapon. Frankie chose to counterattack. Shave. Guess, rocket launcher. Just when Lucci's fist was about to hit Frankie, Luffy on the side launched his own attack. Instantly, the collision of the two fists caused a strong air wave around, causing the three to retreat to the back. What is this? Frankie was shocked, because he had never seen such a fighting style before. Speed and power, are they so exaggerated? Bazooka. Luffy chose to attack again, and collided with Lucci, and the two were stalemate. Seeing this, Frankie used his left-hand weapon, aimed at Lucci and said, "Okay, don't move." "Wait." Luffy replied, "Don't do unnecessary things, go quickly, didn't I say that I will suppress this guy?" Frankie said speechlessly, "What do you mean by suppressing him? Aren't you in a tough battle? We must work together." Frankie. Luffy said, "This guy is my opponent, I must suppress him. I say again, you hurry to Robin and stop her. Otherwise Robin will leave. In that case, we can never save her again." For a moment, Frankie understood Luffy's mood, just like at that time, he wanted to save his mentor Tom. Humph, wishful thinking. Lucci kneeled up, Luffy was hit hard, and Lucci went towards Frankie, but was locked by Luffy's outstretched arm. "Straw Hat Boy, you. Go, hurry up." "Got it." Frankie chose to save Robin. "I said, don't try to escape." Lucci jumped up, taking Luffy with him, moonstep. Boom. Luffy, who was on Lucci's back, was smashed directly into the ground, leaving a dent on the ground, and Luffy's hand loosened. Shave. Finger gun. Lucci appeared in front of Frankie and used his own moves on Frankie, but his hand in the air was stopped by Luffy's outstretched arm. Luffy looked up and said, "Didn't I say that? Your opponent is me." Shave. Finger gun. Luffy was hit by the finger gun, but he still looked up and said, "Didn't I say that this trick is useless to me?" Huanglian. Boom. Luffy was blasted into the box again, and Lucci appeared in front of Frankie. "It's useless, don't even think about passing through here." Stop talking nonsense. Frankie took off the glove on his right hand and showed the metal on his arm, super warmer. Iron block. Lucci was fine, but Frankie was stunned, it didn't move at all. Cha Ba was shaken far away. Lucci replied, so that's it, you defeated Owl and came here? But unfortunately, my power is 5 times his. As he said that, Lucci launched a finger grab at Frankie, and Frankie vomited blood instantly. Lucci said, you are awesome for defeating the Owl, and you are in the realm of Superman, but die. Crackle. A blue arc flashed on Lucci's right side. Hey, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Hey? Who is it? Lucci was about to look to the right, bang. Lucci didn't know why, and was kicked into the box next to him, hitting the wall, causing a huge spider web to appear on the wall. Frankie said confusedly, what happened? Why? As he said that, Frankie turned around and looked, who else could it be if not Lin Hai, that idiot? Because it would take too long to come with Nami and the others, so Lin Hai left first. Seeing Frankie asking him, Lin Hai waved his hand and said, Frankie, okay, have you eaten? Baka. Frankie said anxiously, who the hell are you? What happened just now? No, is this the time to talk about this? Let's go and save Robin. Oh. Luffy, who was preparing to attack, saw Lin Hai coming and was immediately surprised and said, you are here, Lin Hai, go and save Robin. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, don't worry, I will definitely save her, don't worry. Luffy reacted and said, then go quickly, I will be his opponent, you won't. Before he finished speaking, Lin Hai threw a big fragrant lamb leg to Luffy. I'm so sorry for complaining to you just now. Luffy hurriedly started eating. Frankie was speechless and said, I say, Straw Hat Boy, you were so anxious just now, but now you are eating so leisurely. Swaying. There was a strange movement at the wooden box. Luffy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, licked it, and his eyes suddenly became fierce. At this time, Lin Hai threw another bottle of Coke to Luffy and said, you eat first, I'll fight him, leave Robin to me. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Luffy replied while eating. Damn it. Lucci turned into a leopard, and his body suddenly became several times larger. Frankie exclaimed in a cold sweat, so you are also a capable person. Lucci said, you disappear first, Frankie, shave. Swish. In an instant, Lin Hai appeared above Lucci, inverted high volley kick. Boom. Lucci was kicked into the box by Lin Hai again, hitting the solid wall, making the wall appear in a spider web shape that was larger than before. Ah, I'm done eating. At this time, Luffy stood up and sucked his fingers and said, although I'm not full, it's enough, so next, let me be your opponent, the guy who raises pigeons. Chapter 205 Lin Hai's smile. Lucci, who was kicked for the second time, was speechless. That guy was too fast. I haven't felt this kind of pain for a long time. Because of the stimulation of this pain and blood, Lucci immediately became violent. Shave. Boom. Lucci, who appeared next to Lin Hai, was kicked away by Lin Hai again. Frankie said in confusion, what kind of monster are you? Luffy complained, Lin Hai, I said I would be his opponent, don't do anything. Lin Hai spread his hands and said speechlessly, he wanted to find me, but he feels pretty good when he kicks. Forget it, I'll leave it to you, Frankie, let's go. Frankie, who reacted, asked quickly, you haven't told me yet, what kind of monster are you? Lin Hai said speechlessly, you are the monster, your whole family is. At this time, Luffy half crouched, one hand on his thigh, and the other hand vertically supported on the ground, second gear. Lucci stood up again and said, have you forgotten? Straw Hat Boy Luffy, in the mansion of Carrera Company, was penetrated by this form of me. Luffy stood up and replied, it was that time, I ate meat and it was fine. Shave. Lucci appeared in front of Luffy in an instant, using the moves he used in the mansion, finger gun. But Luffy had disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Luffy's head in the distance, guess, jet rocket. Iron block. Lucci, who had reacted, turned around and used his own defensive moves. Boom. Lucci was pushed into the wall again. Outside the Gate of Justice, on a long suspension bridge, Spondum was dragging Robin, who was unwilling to walk with the sea stone on his hand, with a rope. Haha, look. Spondum turned back and laughed, the preparations for sailing are complete, and no one can stop me. By the way, Nicole Robin, let me tell you something interesting. I activated the mines in the front section of this bridge. If, by any chance, someone comes here and steps on the device, he will be blown away along with the steps. How about it? Very interesting, right? Seeing Robin silent there, Spondam continued, but you don't have to worry about this. No one can reach the steps, ahaha. Robin said at this time, I will definitely not go through the door, because they said they would come to save me. Ah? Spondam turned around and said angrily, no one will come, stupid woman, they will all be burned to death by the hellfire of the Demon Slayer order. The sacred flag was pierced by the pirates, and this scandal will be wiped out by the Demon Slayer order. Just like the giant navy that betrayed O'Hara 20 years ago. Robin looked up in shock. Spondam said proudly, you think I don't know anything? The former Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters Haguera de Salon's misdeeds, your mother's affairs, and what happened in O'Hara at that time, I know everything. Robin on the side couldn't help but grit his teeth. Spondam continued, do you know why? Because someone told me that the one who stepped into O'Hara, the land where demons live, and launched the Demon Slayer order to punish them for their crimes was the then CP9 leader, my father Spandine. Robin looked up at Spondam in horror, and Spondam said with a grim face, I heard that everyone who stayed in O'Hara at that time died, because they knew too much. But one child escaped, what about it? How many times did an 8-year-old child almost get killed by adults for money? There was no one to trust around him, no place to sleep peacefully, and no food to fill his stomach. I don't even want to think about such a shitty 20 years. Hehe, it's so unfortunate, you cry so miserably, let me tell you one more thing, 20 years ago, the one who put a bounty on you was my dad, haha, for world peace. Seeing Robin crying there, Spondam continued, 20 years later, as a son, I caught the only escaped prisoner and drew the curtain for the Battle of O'Hara. Crackle. At this time, blue lightning flashed beside Spondam, and Lin Hai knew that he was the one who made his debut, because Robin finally understood the whole story. At this time, Spondam looked at his right side from Robin and showed a look of surprise, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look over. Wow! Spondam sat on the ground in fear, away from Lin Hai, and shouted, you are a pirate. How did you get here? At this time, Lin Hai smiled, the world government is rotten. Space field. Bang! The handcuffs in Robin's hand fell off, and Spondam was lifted up by Lin Hai with one hand. Looking at Spondam, Lin Hai smiled and said, for the peace of the world, you are so great. Puff! A knife was directly inserted into Spondam's thigh. Ignoring Spondam's wailing, Lin Hai said slowly, this knife is for you to hit Robin, this knife is for insulting Robin, this knife is for you to intimidate Robin, this knife. Spondam said in horror, enough, enough, stop stabbing, woo. No. Lin Hai chuckled again, you are so good to Robin, how can I not repay you? But let me do this kind of thing. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 or 4 knives. Frankie, who arrived, saw Lin Hai doing this and couldn't help sweating on his forehead. How could he be more cruel than Frankie, the gangster leader of the Water City? Drip, drip, drip. The sound of running water did not affect Lin Hai's mood to stab. At this time, Lin Hai turned his head to look at Robin and asked, Robin, now that you know the whole story and the process, do you have any ideas? How about stabbing a few times? Hey, pirates, let go of our leader. That's right, if you don't let go, we will shoot. Everyone, pay attention, the pirate in the distance is the sleepy god Lin Hai, who has a bounty of 300 million Baileys, and the son of the devil, Nico Robin, who has a bounty of 79 million. According to the order, Nico Robin needs to be captured alive. Listening to the words of the Navy who came to pick him up, Frankie stepped forward and said, don't get in the way, I'm dealing with things, left-hand weapon. At this time, Robin adjusted her wrist, stood up and said, 60 rounds of flowers. The bound Spondam howled and begged for mercy, but Robin ignored him. The past scenes flashed through her mind, and Robin opened her eyes, hook claw. Kaka. Spondam went to see his father. Chapter 206 Luffy vs Lucci. Captain Spondam. Damn it, these pirates are so bold that they took the commander of CP9. This can't be true. The mission of escorting Nico Robin Lin Hai, who was standing aside, kicked Spondam in disgust towards the navy who came to pick him up. Frankie rubbed his fingers and fists with interest when confronting the Marines, and said, "There is an escort ship on the other side of the bridge. Don't you think that is the key for us to escape from here?" After a while, seeing no response and the Marines staring at their backs with wide eyes, Frankie couldn't help but wonder and followed their gaze. Robin had already pounced on Lin Hai at this time, and the two of them started to bite passionately. Frankie. Seeing the two of them so unscrupulous, they seemed to have forgotten what the situation was now. Frankie couldn't help but annoyed and said, "I say you two bastards, no matter how much you love each other, it's not at this time." Lin Hai, who was reminded, reacted and immediately waved his hand and said, "Thank you, Frankie." Frankie said speechlessly, "Isn't this the time to apologize? Let's go over there and rob the ship and run away." Lin Hai smiled and said, "We are in a hurry. Let Robin eat something first. Can you bear to let a beautiful woman go hungry? Damn it, pirates." That's right. Not only did they kill the leader of CP9, but they also talked about love in front of us without restraint. Yet, no matter what, we can't let these cruel pirates go. Everyone is ready. Hey, hey. Frankie stretched out his left hand, opened the joint of his palm, and said, "Do you think I don't exist? Left hand weapon." Boom. On the high-rise building behind the suspension bridge, Zoro and Sanji, who had solved Robula and Keiku, had already met up, and Usopp also came to that place. Nanny. Oh, I envy Lin Hai, that bastard. Usopp took the telescope that he had found from nowhere and looked at Lin Hai and Robin hugging each other. Sanji took the telescope from Usopp curiously and looked over. He suddenly felt unbalanced. He saw Sanji lying on the ground with his right hand hanging on the floor. Damn it, why didn't I save Robin at the beginning? If I had gone, Miss Robin would have kissed me now, woo. Zoro took the telescope in a daze and saw that it was like this. He glanced at Sanji and said contemptuously, "Robin doesn't like your curly eyebrows." "What did you say?" Sanji got angry and started fighting with Zoro. Usopp held his head with both hands and shouted, "I say, you two, is it time to fight now? Robin has been rescued, let's quickly meet up with Luffy and Nami, and then run away." In a large room leading to the underground passage of the Gate of Justice, Luffy and Lucci were fighting fiercely at this time. What Luffy didn't expect was that Lucci's ability to withstand beatings was extraordinary. He was hit by his rocket launcher several times, but he was like nothing happened. Second gear. Luffy put one hand on his thigh and supported the ground with the other hand, and used his special move again. Lucci stared at Luffy for a while. "Shave. Asshole." Luffy also started to move at high speed. For a while, the shadows of the two were everywhere in this large room. After changing positions for a while, Luffy jumped to a place, half crouched with his legs, stretched out his left hand straight, with the palm facing forward, aiming at the constantly moving Lucci. Jet pistol. Bang. Lucci was hit on the right shoulder, but he did not fly backwards, but continued to use shaving to appear behind Luffy, and Luffy also disappeared on the spot, but appeared behind Luffy. Jet whip. Lucci, who reacted, was kicked away by Luffy when he turned his head. For a while, the two of them gasped for breath. Luffy had never used the second gear for so long, and Luffy was speechless. What was wrong with Luffy? No matter how he was beaten, he didn't look seriously injured. Shave. The two looked at each other for a while, and Lucci took the lead. He used high-speed movement to appear in front of Luffy, finger gun, Huanglian. Luffy began to dodge left and right. Swoosh. Lucci was stunned because the target had disappeared. When he reacted, he looked up and saw that Luffy had appeared above his head and behind him. Jet seal. Lucci jumped away quickly, and due to inertia, he fell into the pile of boxes. After a while, Lucci kicked all the boxes away. He became more and more interested in Luffy's physical ability that could rival the 6-style user. Lucci's interest in killing was revealed again. Suddenly, the two jumped up and banged their fists again. The huge recoil made the two jump to different places. Razor. Lucci suddenly rushed to Luffy's location in a geometric route, and Luffy, with the characteristics of his body's second gear, dodged in the air and punched Luffy in the chest, sending the two flying backwards. At this time, the two squatted and looked at each other for a while. Luffy released the second gear state because it took too long. Especially in such a high-intensity battle. Lucci stood up and said, I see, so it's like a stimulant? Let your feet act like an air pump, speeding up the blood flow in the body, and raising the blood pressure that can cause an ordinary person's heart to burst. Because the internal organs and blood vessels are made of rubber, they can endure it. This is the unique trick of the rubber man. In this way, physical ability can indeed exceed the limit, but your physical strength has to withstand this kind of enhancement. It's not a smart way, it will shorten your life. Luffy looked up and smiled, but it's much better than the partner I lost in front of me. If Lin Hai came, he could solve you, but I'm the captain, I must beat you. I will do everything I can. Lucci said, you expect everything too much. Did you feel the explosion just now? That must be a trial shooting by the warships of the Navy headquarters. In a few minutes, a wave of attacks will begin. You and your companions in the Tower of Justice will die. Luffy smiled and said, no, no matter what the situation, they will survive, and you, let me defeat you. Really? Lucci stared at Luffy with interest. Shave. Guess, rocket launcher. Luffy and Lucci fought again. Chapter 207, One Sword Style, Extreme Slash. While Luffy and Lucci were fighting, on the suspension bridge, where Lin Hai and Robin were, Frankie was running after a group of marines in his centaur form. Lin Hai said speechlessly, I really don't know who is playing there. Boom. At this time, an explosion occurred at the defense fence outside the Judicial Island. It turned out that the warship of the Demon Slayer Order had arrived. A marine on a warship coming from the Navy headquarters reported, Your Highness, the bombardment just now hit the defense fence at the 4 o'clock direction in front of the main island. The Vice Admiral was wearing a red Navy cloak with the word Justice written on the back. He replied without turning his head, So what? Marine, ah. The Vice Admiral, I ask you, so what? Marine, this is no problem. The Vice Admiral had multiple X scars on his face. He was the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters Doberman. Doberman explained, this is an indiscriminate attack. It doesn't matter where it hits. Our mission is to burn everything. When Judicial Island enters the shooting range, we will immediately launch a joint bombardment. Instead of making a report, why not make the next preparation as soon as possible? Yes. The Marine ran away quickly. On the suspension bridge, Robin was so scared when she saw the arrival of the Demon Slayer Order's warship. She sat on the ground. Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, Are you okay? Unable to stop shaking. Destroying everything, like the fire of hell, that tragedy, again. Robin hugged her arms and muttered to herself. Frankie also noticed Robin's state. Feeling Frankie's doubts, Lin Hai was helpless. Robin, you are not afraid of death, why are you afraid of the Demon Slayer Order? Everyone is waiting for us to go back. Hey! Robin's attention was suddenly shifted to the Straw Hat Pirates, and she remembered everything just now. After adapting for a while, Robin stood up and said, I'll join the battle too, I'm fine. Boom! In the large room not far away, a big explosion occurred. It turned out that Lucci was blasted out by Luffy's third gear. And Lucci, who was blasted out, fell directly onto the Demon Slayer Order's warship that came to Judicial Island. At this time, on another warship, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider of the Navy headquarters walked up from a distance and asked the soldiers who were observing, What happened? Report quickly. The Marine standing at the railing replied, Yes, Vice Admiral, the No. 4 warship was destroyed because of the fierce fight between the Straw Hat Boy and CP9 Rob Lucci. Ghost Spider said, Rob Lucci will not die. After speaking, Ghost Spider ordered the Den Den Mushi, all ship gunners, aim at the No. 4 warship, and fire together in 5 seconds. A Marine next to Ghost Spider hurriedly said, Wait, Vice Admiral, there are 1,000 of our soldiers on it. Ghost Spider did not speak, but took out a pistol and aimed directly at the soldier, bang. The shot without hesitation made all the Navy on the ship sweat. At this time, Ghost Spider said, Can you take the responsibility for letting such a criminal go because of a moment of hesitation? Fire. Another place. Wow. Lin Hai laughed, Frankie, we seem to be surrounded, it's really exciting. Eager to try. Frankie couldn't help but retorted, Do you know what the situation is now? Let's quickly seize a warship. Hee. Seeing Lin Hai's behavior, he really had a fight with Luffy. He didn't know what nervousness was, which made Robin cover her mouth and chuckle. Faced with so many warships, Lin Hai naturally released his observation haki. After all, he had to observe the surrounding situation. Who knew that after hearing Ghost Spider's remarks just now, he knew that it was from Akainu's faction. Responsibility? This is whether it is an enemy or a friend, as long as the evil can be eliminated, you can ignore your own losses. Then, who is responsible for the 1,000 Marines and the Marine who was killed? Besides, to determine whether it is evil or not, shouldn't we first confirm what the person has done, and then have someone special to judge? He, Ghost Spider, is at best just a soldier, but he dares to brag. Lin Hai was already unhappy with this Ghost Spider's morbid philosophy before he crossed over, and he is even more unhappy now. Since he is unhappy, then what's wrong? Frankie and Robin turned to look at Lin Hai. Lin Hai said, "You two go on the escort warship first. There are no Marines there. I will go to meet the so-called Vice Admiral." Vice Admiral? Frankie exclaimed, "You are not right, shouldn't we run away first?" Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Zoro and the others haven't arrived yet, and Luffy and Lucci's battle is not over yet, go quickly." "Okay." Frankie said, "Then be careful." Robin said worriedly, "Lin Hai." Lin Hai smiled and said, "It's just a Vice Admiral, don't worry." Soon, Lin Hai took out his sword from the space backpack Gao Feng. Frankie turned around and asked in confusion, "Robin, what is he doing?" Robin chuckled and didn't answer. At this moment, Lin Hai took off the cloak from an unconscious Marine on the ground, and then made an X on the two big words justice. After putting on the cloak, Lin Hai inserted the saber into his back, lowered his head and slowly stood in front of the Ghost Spider warship. The Marines on the Ghost Spider warship were immediately confused. That Marine? Baga, look carefully, that is the sleeping god Lin Hai with a bounty of 300 million berries. Ah! It's him, what is he doing? Why is he wearing a navy uniform? At this time, Lin Hai slowly raised his head and said, "Marine soldiers, give me some face and go back." "What a joke, pirates, we are here to destroy this island." "Sleeping god Lin Hai, put down your weapons quickly and surrender obediently, otherwise we will open fire." "Baga, we are here to execute the demon killing order, not to arrest pirates, okay?" As the Marines were talking, Ghost Spider couldn't help but step forward again. What happened again? A Marine pointed at Lin Hai standing at the suspension bridge and said, "Your Highness, Lieutenant General, there is a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries ahead, sleeping god Lin Hai." Ghost Spider said expressionlessly, "Aim the gun at him." At this time, Lin Hai said, "Don't you give me face." As he said that, Lin Hai took out the saber on his back, pointed at Ghost Spider and said, "Old dog, come and die." The Marines immediately broke out in cold sweat and gasped for breath. There was actually a pirate who dared to draw his sword against the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Everyone couldn't help but look at Ghost Spider in fear. Ghost Spider then looked up at Lin Hai and said, "You are so arrogant. Facing the Vice Admiral of the Navy, you dare to draw your sword against him." After that, Ghost Spider glared at the Marines next to him and said, "What are you doing? Fire at me, in the name of absolute justice, eradicate evil." Bang bang bang. After a burst of smoke dissipated, Lin Hai, who had nothing to do, said contemptuously, "Old dog, your face is so dark and your lips are so thick, it's really ugly. It's not enough that he's ugly, but he also farts all over the world, which is disgusting." Just when the shell hit him, Lin Hai jumped directly into the space backpack. After all, it's useless if he doesn't use it, right? After the afterglow of the shell faded, Lin Hai came out again. At this time, Lin Hai's words successfully angered Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider muttered gloomily, "Sleepy god Lin Hai." Lin Hai replied, "I'm here, old dog, do you know me? I didn't expect that I'm so handsome that even you, an old dog, know me." Shave. Swish. Two swords flow, two cuts. Ghost Spider appeared in front of Lin Hai in an instant, pulling out the two swords at his waist and slashing at Lin Hai. Swish. Lin Hai had disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Ghost Spider's head, armament color hardening, one sword flow, extreme. Slash. Knowing that his opponent was very strong, Lin Hai attacked with all his strength, slashing from left to lower right. However, since Ghost Spider could become a Vice Admiral, he naturally had his own extraordinary strength. His observation haki had already captured Lin Hai's movements. He quickly turned around and used his two swords to block a fierce slash from Lin Hai. Clang! Ghost Spider didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. His strength was really great, and he actually knew armament haki. Ghost Spider, who underestimated his opponent, underestimated the enemy, so Lin Ha's knife went straight into his shoulder, and blood immediately flowed from there. Ghost Spider hurriedly resisted, but the bridge under his feet could not bear the force, and a huge web spider shape appeared where he stood, and then broke apart, causing Ghost Spider to fall under the bridge. Boom! Your Highness the Vice Admiral! No way! Your Highness the Vice Admiral was defeated by the pirates? What a joke, the Vice Admiral must have underestimated his enemy. How could the sleeping god Lin Hai be the opponent of the Vice Admiral? Chapter 208 Ghost Spider's Kill. When Luffy and Lucci were dueling in a large room at the passage leading to the Gate of Justice, Lucci used his storm kicks to cut open one side of the building, allowing seawater to flow into the underground passage, trying to drown the Straw Hat pirates who were rushing to the Gate of Justice. But fortunately, everyone was saved by Granny Kokoro, because Granny Kokoro was actually a mermaid. She took off her coat and fished everyone out, and then used her extremely good swimming skills to save everyone. Frankie and Robin robbed a warship. When they were watching Lin Hai, they suddenly saw a scene that they would never forget. Granny Kokoro's terrifyingly beautiful figure appeared in front of Frankie. After a while, Zoro, who woke up, asked curiously, "Why did Lin Hai fight with the Vice Admiral of the Navy? That Vice Admiral looks very strong." Seeing Zoro eager to try, Usopp quickly stopped him and said, "Zoro, you have to stay and protect us. Luffy and Lin Hai are fighting. If you go out again." Chopper echoed, "Aren't you going to fight those Vice Admirals, bastard?" "Really?" Nami rolled her eyes and said, "Robin has been taken back now. When Luffy and Lin Hai come back, we will run away directly." Zoro said, "But before that, we have to stop those Navy first." Listening to the Navy's broadcast, Usopp was shocked and said, "The lowest level of the Navy who came to arrest us is the Colonel? Isn't that the same level as the smoker in Rogue Town? The opponent is too strong." Frankie moved his arm and smiled, "Just what I want." Elsewhere, Lin Hai chopped the Ghost Spider off the bridge with a knife, but this did not cause much impact on the Ghost Spider. Moon Step. Shave. Clang. Ghost Spider used the Moon Step to take a few steps in the air, and then used the method of high-speed movement to directly chop Lin Hai with two swords. Suddenly, a wave of air spread out from the two people, and the collision between the blades made a harsh sound and sparks, which shocked the Marines watching nearby. "I didn't expect that the sleeping god Lin Hai is so strong." He blocked the attack of His Highness the Vice Admiral. The Vice Admiral is the top combat force besides the Admiral. I didn't expect that the pirates also have such strength. Is it time to admire now? Let's move the ship back quickly to avoid being affected by their battle. On another warship, a Marine reported said, "Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, over the bridge, the sleeping god Lin Hai and Vice Admiral Ghost Spider are fighting. Do we need to go over to support them?" Flying Squirrel shook his head and said, "No, we are here to execute the demon killing order. Give the order and do your job well." "Yes, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. I'll do it right away." The Marine took the order and left. The Vice Admirals on other warships also issued the same order. The mission was the first priority. Besides, how could a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters not be able to deal with a pirate? In the air. At this time, Ghost Spider stared at Lin Hai with a gloomy face and growled, "Pirates." Lin Hai held the knife with both hands to block Ghost Spider's double knives, and replied, "Old dog, is this all your strength?" "Humph." Ghost Spider's eyes were like a man-eating look, staring at Lin Hai with anger and said, "A villain like you, I will kill you here today." The sparks from the colliding swords did not affect the tit-for-tat between the two. At this time, Lin Hai pushed forward and replied, "What else can you do besides farting?" Moon Step. The pushed-out Ghost Spider returned to the suspension bridge not far away, adjusted his posture, and attacked, two-sword style, Spider Web. In a short period of time, Ghost Spider swung dozens of moves, and a web-like slash rushed towards Lin Hai at a high speed. Lin Hai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. There was no time for him to think about how it was done, because the slash was too wide and too fast. Seeing this, Lin Hai held the knife down, accumulated power, and swung it from bottom to top. A crescent-shaped slash broke the web-like slash and went straight to Ghost Spider's face. Ghost Spider raised his two knives to block Lin Hai's slash, and then let it above his head, exploding in the air. The two men confronted each other again. In the third move, Lin Hai was at a disadvantage. The main reason was that Lin Hai was inexperienced. He missed a spot in the dense slashing, so that Lin Hai's left arm was cut. However, this did not prevent Lin Hai from wanting to cut Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider on the bridge was thinking about why this pirate could stay in the air and what kind of ability this pirate had. Swish! The two men stared at each other for a while, and Lin Hai took the lead. He instantly appeared on the side of Ghost Spider and chopped him mercilessly. Block! For a while, Lin Hai launched a fierce attack, and Ghost Spider countered his moves. Lin Hai kept rushing forward, while Ghost Spider kept retreating. This scene shocked everyone. They really didn't expect that with Ghost Spider's strength, he was actually at a disadvantage. How could those Marines know that at this time, Lin Hai and Ghost Spider were competing in strength, speed, moves, and comprehensive strength such as observation haki? If anyone misses a step, the opponent will attack fiercely. If he can't take it, he will be defeated. Pirate! Ghost Spider can be said to be an extremist. Facing Lin Hai's fierce attack, he was furious. He swung his two swords hard, causing Lin Hai's sword to be bounced off. Ghost Spider seized this advantage and started his own fierce attack. Dang dang dang! The situation changed. It was Ghost Spider's turn to launch a fierce attack, and Lin Hai kept resisting. Following the route of observation haki, Lin Hai accurately took Ghost Spider's moves one by one. Fortunately, Lin Hai was self-aware. He knew that in actual combat, Ghost Spider had much more experience than himself, especially Ghost Spider's swordsmanship. To be honest, every move was fatal. The two of them fought back and forth, each standing in a place, and confronted each other again. At this time, Lin Hai raised his knife and pointed at Ghost Spider and said, "Ugly thing, come on." Ghost Spider stared at Lin Hai like a ghost, and said in a low voice, "Let's see how long you can hold on." Shave! Clang! In a short moment, Lin Hai raised his knife to block Ghost Spider's fatal move. Just when Lin Hai wanted to fight back, he suddenly found something restraining him. Ghost Spider sneered, "Do you realize something is wrong now? I have seen many new pirates like you. Just because you know a little swordsmanship and physical skills, you think you are invincible? In fact, I am a devil fruit user, animal type, spider form. I am not afraid to tell you, pirate, I not only mastered the 6 styles, but also mastered the special skill, life return. Not only that, I also combined the 6 styles with the devil fruit." At this time, Lin Hai found that his feet and hands were bound by the spider hand that suddenly stretched out from behind Ghost Spider. It didn't matter. What made Lin Hai speechless was that a hand appeared behind Ghost Spider again, holding a gun and pointing at Lin Hai's head. Lin Hai. Chapter 209 Thunder Kick. Oh, you are worthy of being the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. How can a mere pirate be our opponent? Vice Admiral, kill him, kill him. No wonder the sleeping god Lin Hai failed. Our Vice Admiral is invincible. He not only has extraordinary swordsmanship, but also physical skills and the devil fruit ability that is hard to defend against. Be aware, pirates. On the bridge, Lin Hai was tied up by the Ghost Spider and could not move. This result as long as Ghost Spider pulls the trigger, then Lin Hai. At this time, Ghost Spider pointed the gun at Lin Hai's head and said, "You can invade here and fight with me for so long, which shows that your strength is still very good, but sin is sin, you stop here, hey? What are you laughing at?" Lin Hai smiled evilly, "Old ghost, you have so many hands, isn't it disgusting? And, do you really think you can eat me?" Swish! The sudden change made everyone who was paying attention stunned. Where is the person? Of course, he jumped into the space backpack. Unexpected, right? The space backpack can not only hold things, but also escape and fight. It can be said to have endless uses. Thanks to the Feng Shao system, thank you for the space backpack. At this time, Ghost Spider quickly released the observation haki to find where Lin Hai was. However, the space backpack belongs to a space of different time and space. Even if Whitebeard's fist comes to hit, he can't hit Lin Hai who hides in the space backpack. Of course, the space backpack also has its weaknesses. Lin Hai can only jump out from the place where he jumped in. The space backpack is given by the system, not an additional ability of the space fruit. At this time, Ghost Spider lost Lin Hai's breath. He couldn't help turning his head to look around. He was called Ghost Spider, but today he really saw a ghost. Where is the person? Just when Ghost Spider withdrew his hand and turned around, he suddenly caught Lin Ha's breath. When he wanted to turn around, it was too late. Because Lin Ha used the thunder fruit at this time, he didn't give Ghost Spider much physical reaction. The contest between masters is only a matter of thought. Armament color hardening, thunder kick. Lin Ha, who turned sideways, kicked Ghost Spider in the face when he was halfway through turning. That kick not only came with the armed color domineering, but also came with extremely high and concentrated thunder power. Boom! Crackle! A concentrated lightning bolt exploded on Ghost Spider's face, and the shape formed in it looked like space shattering from a distance. Boom! A huge thunderous sound resounded above the bridge. Your Highness, Vice Admiral. No way? Why? What happened? Is this the power of thunder? Is Sleeping God Lin Ha a devil fruit user with thunder power? Stop shouting there, go see if your Highness, Vice Admiral, is okay. Another place. At this time, Luffy was fighting with Lucci. Before, Luffy's mental strength gradually weakened due to a long fight, and he was hit by Lucci's killer move, Six Kings Grab. However, with Luffy's willpower, he survived, and then the two entered a deadly fight again. At this time, he launched the strongest move in the second gear, Jet Machine Gun. Lucci's eyes turned white after this move. Just when everyone was amazed that Straw Hat Luffy beat Lucci, a figure flew over from a distance. Who else could it be but Ghost Spider? Ghost Spider was kicked hard by Lin Ha and still retained a little consciousness. It was a coincidence. At this time, Ghost Spider collided with the unconscious Lucci. A ghost-like face collided with a cat face. Marines. Vice Admiral. Luffy. Crackle. Hey. Luffy just released the second gear and found that something was happening on his side. Lin Ha? Why are you here? No, where's Robin? Where's everyone? Luffy asked a series of questions. Lin Ha rolled his eyes and said, they are being surrounded by Marines. Let's run away. Lin Ha looked up at the sky. It was clear and clear. It was speechless. Otherwise, he, Lin Ha, would also like to make a divine judgment. Why not use the space fruit? Because there are so many vice admirals here, who knows if they will come to trouble him later, so he has to save his energy. Although Lin Ha at this time feels that he can beat 10, he must not be arrogant, right? Ding, the Fengxiao system is optimized. Does the host need to browse? No. Where is the time now? Hehe, what are you looking at? Run away. Let's go back together, ouch. Luffy just took a few steps and found that he couldn't stand steadily. Lin Ha rolled his eyes and said, let me carry you. Hey, hey. At this time, a marine holding a den mushi around the number 1 pillar said, report to all ships, CP9's Rob Lucci was just defeated by the pirate Straw Hat Boy Luffy, and Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, he was also defeated by the pirate Sleeping God Lin Ha. How is this possible? In the history of CP9, the current leader of CP9, who is known as the strongest, was actually defeated by pirates. Not only that, our Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, who is known as a monster, was also this can't be true. At this time, a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters said, what are you doing? Hurry up and carry out the mission. Don't forget what we are here for. Sorry, Vice Admiral, we will carry out the mission immediately. In the melee of the Straw Hat Pirates, Lin Ha came in the air carrying Luffy on his back. Luffy on Lin Ha's back exclaimed, oh, this so awesome, hey Zoro, oh Robin. Lin Ha said speechlessly, asshole Straw Hat, can you stop being so excited? Do you want to strangle me? And, don't move. The sight of Lin Ha walking in the air made the navy below stop their actions and wonder, why? Why can humans walk in the air? Is it time to wonder now? They are the evil Straw Hat Luffy and the god of sleep Lin Ha. Straw Hat Luffy, Sleeping God Lin Ha, you have been surrounded, come down quickly to be arrested. When the Straw Hat Pirates saw Lin Ha and Luffy coming back, everyone was in high spirits. Zoro took off his handkerchief and wrapped it on his head, and said with a smile, Marine, don't look around, 3 swords flow, 3,000 troubles wind. Looking at the sword picked up from the ground in his hand, Zoro couldn't help but frown, because one of his sabers Suezu, was rusted by a capable person, and now he is really not used to using someone else's sword. Usopp on the side saw Lin Hai and Luffy coming down, but Luffy was lying on Lin Hai's back. He couldn't help but worry, what happened to Luffy? Hee. Luffy smiled and said, the second gear took a little longer, and it will be fine after a rest. Lin Hai said, now is not the time to chat, right? Let's run quickly. I didn't expect that Ghost Spider to wake up so soon. Ghost Spider? Didn't you defeat him? Lin Hai said speechlessly, don't worry about that, run away. What made Lin Hai depressed was that the physique of people in this world was very wrong, just like the iron block in CP9, or the domineering. For example, a sword that could split a mountain could not break the body of a physical master, and the body was harder than iron? Damn it! What the hell? Hey! Lin Hai stopped and asked, did you hear any strange sounds? Strange sounds? Nami responded, I heard it. Usopp said with wide eyes, it seems to be calling. Luffy said, the voice seemed to say, jump down. Chopper exclaimed, there's the sea below, Jumpa, that's Mary, how did it get here? Lin Hai angrily lifted Frankie's collar and asked, Frankie, did you throw Mary into the sea? Who asked it to save us? Frankie rolled his eyes and said, brother, can we be considered partners now? It was Keiku, that bastard, who pushed the Mary into the sea. By the way, who drove the Mary here? It was really messy. Keiku. Lin Hai said angrily, where is he? I'm going to chop him. Duan. Nami hit Lin Hai, is it time to get angry now? We're running away. Luffy, who was on Lin Hai's back, said, Mary came to save us, aren't you happy? Lin Hai wanted to confront him, but Zoro said, the warship has been targeted by the Navy's cannons, and now we have no choice but to jump into the sea. Then jump together. Wait for me not far away. Sanji carried Kokoro Granny and Kimoni with Quinby. Jump into the sea. Everyone shouted. Chapter 210 Who are you? The pirates actually jumped into the sea, idiots, there is no rescue if you jump into the sea. Are you crazy, pirates? The pirate flag looks like the ship of the Straw Hat Boys. How did it sneak into this fleet? Adjust the warships and stop them. At this time, when the Straw Hats were about to fall into the sea, Lin Hai used his ability to transfer everyone to the Mary. Sanji lit a cigarette and said, I don't know who drove it here, but it really helped a lot. Zoro said, did someone drive it here? Why is there no one else on the ship except us? Chopper was immediately moved and said, Mary, it's the Mary. I really like the Mary. Usopp held the main pole of the boat with one hand, and said with tears in his eyes, Mary, Mary, my Mary is still alive, why are you on Sky Island? Chopper also cried, I already woohoo. Frankie said, it's unbelievable, the boat had been thrown into the sea at that time. Lin Hai said with disgust, are you disgusting? Don't be sentimental there damn, let me go. Chopper turned into a human form directly, threw Lin Hai onto the board, let Lin Hai lie on the board, and Chopper pressed his legs up, angrily said, you bastard, apologize quickly. Luffy, lying on the side of Lin Hai, echoed, apologize quickly, stupid space. Lin Hai slapped the board and said, a bunch of idiots, asking me to apologize, no way. Damn it. Tisk Zoro rolled his eyes at Lin Hai and the others and said, stop playing tricks here. We are still surrounded by the Navy, Nami give the instructions. Yes. Nami hurriedly ordered. At this time, Luffy, who was lying on the deck, said, it's so dangerous, I thought I was going to be killed by the warship. By the way, Robin. Robin used her ability to seal Luffy's mouth, then turned around and smiled, everyone, thank you. Everyone couldn't help but smile for a while. Let's talk about these boring words after we leave here. Zoro interrupted the warm atmosphere on the ship seriously. Dang dang dang. Sanji kicked Zoro and said, what do you mean by boring, green algae head? Chopper changed his target and threw Zoro to the ground. Just like he pressed Lin Hai's legs just now, he lifted Zoro's legs up, what do you mean, green algae head? Zoro replied, I'm so annoyed. If I die here, there will be no meaning. Chopper said, apologize to Robin quickly. No. Nami, who walked to the second floor of the ship, said, okay, everyone, get ready to run away. Woohoo! In another place, how could the Navy let the Straw Hat Pirates escape? especially the spider ghost who woke up and returned to his warship. At this time, he looked more like a ghost than before. He ordered, "All fleets are ready to aim at the Straw Hat Pirates and fire. Everyone quickly loads the shells. Such evil must not be allowed to exist in the world. Let us engrave the power of justice and fear on the pirates. Whoa, engrave the power of justice and fear on the pirates." On the merry, everyone naturally heard these words. Usopp covered his head with his hands and said, "What should I do? I'm going to die. Is the muzzle of the warship facing us?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "I say, Usopp, can you stop being so startled? Didn't you notice that the current has changed? Sea current." Usopp. "Change. Chopper." Lin Hai replied, "They can't hit us for now, but there's a good show to watch. Ahem, you all should learn from me. Everyone." Lin Hai took out the cloak he had just picked up from his space backpack and put it on again, then walked to the bow and pointed at the warship not far away. "Hey, Navy, give me some face and turn back quickly." Usopp and others on the side slapped their foreheads. "Is this possible?" Sure enough, a Navy Vice Admiral at the warship said with a den mushi, "Pirates, you can't escape." Yahoo! Lin Hai was surprised. "It turned out to be you, old dog. How about that kick just now? No need to thank me, you look more like a ghost now." Usopp hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Lin Hai. "Stop talking, please, don't irritate him anymore." Chopper also burst into tears and said, "He is the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters." "Ha ha ha." Kokoro laughed and said, "You pirates are really interesting. You actually beat the Vice Admiral of the Navy like that." Frankie laughed and said, "I didn't expect that you, Lin Hai, are really a brave guy." The spider ghost on the opposite warship looked at the side with a gloomy face and asked, "Isn't it filled yet?" "It will be ready soon, Your Highness the Vice Admiral." A Marine replied in fear. "Your Highness?" Ha ha ha. Lin Hai covered his stomach and laughed. "I said old dog, you look like a ghost." Duan. Nami said speechlessly, "Don't say any more, Zoro, Sanji and you hurry up to work." Lin Hai hurriedly said, "I'm responsible for safety, you guys hurry up." At this time, Lin Hai looked at the spider ghost again. "Hey? Where was I just now?" At the warship, Ghost Spider found himself about to explode. Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed, "Neither human nor ghost." "Yes, yes, yes." Lin Hai said, "Old dog, by the way, what did I want to say just now? It's all Nami's fault. I feel like she beat me silly." Frankie said angrily, "Can you be more serious, you bastard?" Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed, "Lin Hai, you guy." Bang bang bang. The cannonballs at the warship were fired. The result was just as Lin Hai expected. Because of the deviation of the ocean current, the place where the warship was aiming just now also shifted. Self-explosion. Usopp asked in confusion. All other artillery fire missed. An angry voice came from the broadcasting of the warship. "You bunch of pigs, where are you aiming?" The Marine quickly took the den mushi and replied, "It's strange. The cannonballs automatically deviated from the track." Boom. Suddenly, the two warships collided. Chopper and Usopp, who were hiding in a place, saw this scene and couldn't help looking at Lin Hai. They saw that Lin Hai left them with an unfathomable and unmatched back, especially the cloak Lin Hai was wearing, whistling in the wind. Those two big justices made a big X. Si Gao Yi. Not only Usopp and Chopper looked at Lin Hai with shining eyes, but also Luffy on the side. "Hey Lin Hai, are you a god? You can predict such things." Frankie on the side said with sweat on his head, "Lin Hai, who the hell are you?" Chapter 211. Lin Hai blushed. "Get out of the way. What's going on? It's coming this way. I can't do it, We're going to collide." Boom. At this moment, several warships surrounding the Straw Hat Pirates collided inexplicably, causing the panic of the Marines to continue to come from the warships. Some Marines on the warships were even thrown into the sea by inertia due to the violent collision. One of the generals asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" A Marine pointed at the Gate of Justice. At some point, the Gate of Justice was closed. The vortex generated by the current blocked by the gate affected the control of the ship, and the shells automatically deviated from the trajectory, which was also caused by the vortex. Boom. The influence of the vortex is still continuing, and the chaos on the warship continues. "No, Everyone, run! Ghost Spider looked at the colliding ships and couldn't help saying, "Idiot, why did you close the door? Damn, what are you doing?" A marine quickly explained, "The control mechanism of the door is on the third pillar of the bridge of hesitation. We didn't do anything." On the Mary, Lin Hai naturally discovered the formation of the vortex, but he really didn't know it would cause such an exaggerated effect. But Luffy and the others, although I don't know the reason, this one has to pretend. So, hearing Frankie's questions, especially their fanboy expressions, Lin Hai had to look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said slowly, "Me? Who am I? I've been in the world for too long, and I've long forgotten who I am. Just now, I asked them to give me some face, but they didn't. Now they're getting their comeuppance, right? Sije. Idiots from the Navy, how dare you not give Lin Hai face, hee. Chopper took out a small notebook from somewhere and immediately handed it to Lin Hai with shining eyes and asked, "Lin Hai, can you sign for me?" "Lin Hai, Lin Hai." Frankie and Usopp shouted on the side. "This feels really good." But at this time, Sanji, who had adjusted the sail, came up and said, "This is more powerful than I thought." As he said that, Sanji looked at Lin Hai with his fish eyes and said, "The gate of justice was just closed by me, so it caused the current vortex, BAGA. Is that so?" Lin Hai's face suddenly turned red. "What?" It turned out to be Sanji's credit. Luffy said first. Sanji turned around and smiled, "We are not facing an enemy that can escape by willpower alone." Usopp's eyes bulged out and he said in surprise, "Good, so smart Sanji." Luffy was also surprised and said, "You are really a genius." Chopper quickly snatched the paper from Lin Hai's hand and ran to Sanji, "Oh, Sanji, give me an autograph, you are really amazing." Frankie, "So that's the case, some people are really shameless, tisk, I really thought there was a god, it's really embarrassing." The situation changed too quickly, right? Lin Hai hid in a place with a dark face and drew circles, cursing Sanji's eyebrows to be like that forever. At this time, Zoro said on the side, "Don't be happy too early, the whirlpool is also a problem for us." Usopp was shocked and said, "That's right, it's bad. Shut up and listen." Nami, who was observing the surrounding situation on the second floor, said, "The Mary we are on has never had an insurmountable sea. As long as we face the wind and the sea, there will be no problem. Remember, who is the navigator of this ship?" Nami started to fart as usual. "Oh, Miss Nami is so cool. Please, Miss Navigator. Ha ha ha, what a reassuring little girl. Ah, it's super." At this time, Nami said, "Lin Hai, how long are you going to be gloomy? Keep an eye on the safety behind me and stop the shells they are firing." Zoro said in front of the mountain, "Leave this to me, Ichisu, 36 winds of trouble." Boom! Bombs! It exploded in the air, and Zoro jumped back and said depressedly, "Damn, two swords can't use the 108 trouble wind." Sanji stepped forward and said, "It doesn't matter, you go and rest." Zoro said angrily, "What did you say?" Hey, hey. Usopp said in surprise, "Stop arguing, it's here again, Lin Hai, stop drawing circles." Ah! Lin Hai looked up and asked, "What's wrong? Cannonball? Fuck. Head meat kick." Sanji jumped up and kicked the flying cannonball back. 100 flowers. Robin used his flower fruit to lay a huge net on the ship to block the cannonballs that leaked, and Frankie caught the cannonballs and jumped up, "Give it back to you. Triple gunpowder star." Boom boom. For a while, a series of explosions occurred between the Mary and the Navy warship. It's really endless. At this time, Lin Hai stood up and said, "This devil spider will not stop until he kills us." At that moment, Hawkeye drew his sword and the background music of Red Hair's appearance sounded. Zoro asked in confusion, "Lin Hai, what are you going to do?" Lin Hai did not answer, but slowly stepped into the air, ride the righteousness of heaven and earth, control the debate of the 6 Chi, and travel infinity, I free and unrestrained, the god of sleep, Lin Hai. Swoosh! Lin Hai suddenly disappeared. Then there was a scene that almost scared everyone silly, Bayou. A lightning fast slash suddenly split the warship where Ghost Spider was in two. What is this? Zoro shed a drop of cold sweat. Usopp exclaimed, "I have seen this scene. Isn't this the scene where Hawkeye split Crick's giant ship in the restaurant on the sea?" But this warship is much bigger than Crick's ship. How strong is Lin Hai? Sanji said speechlessly, can Stinky Lin Hai do this kind of thing? He didn't use space ability to slash just now, right? Kaka Frankie asked with a frightened face, what kind of monster is he? He. Luffy laughed, Lin Hai is so powerful, but I can do it in the future. Ha ha ha. Lin Hai, who appeared on the Mary again, asked in confusion, what's with your expression? Be serious. Sanji, who reacted, couldn't help but lift Lin Hai's collar and said, can you explain it before you do it? Look for yourself, because the huge warship was split by you, the current has become more chaotic. Lin Hai replied, what are you afraid of? We have Nami, right, Nami? Nami. Chapter 212 Curse you to have diarrhea tonight. Okay, it's almost done. Nami, who was on the side, said after observing for a while, Frankie, please use that trick. That trick. Without waiting for Lin Hai to be confused, Frankie jumped to the stern, everyone, be prepared to withstand the impact. The hull may not be able to withstand it. Sorry, Fenglay cannon. The Mary was hit by the recoil of the Fenglay cannon and flew into the air. Hi, the pirate ship flew away? There is such a thing, escaping from the sea where the fleet is located. At this time, Usopp flew into the air and took out his weapon, then aimed at the best spot, must kill, Super Smoke Star. The special bomb shot by Usopp exploded in one place, and immediately produced a huge smoke, covering the Navy's warships in it. Smoke bomb? Damn it, we will not lose to them in speed. That's right, the crime will not be tolerated, let's catch up. Impossible, we are caught in a whirlpool, it's already a stretch that we didn't sink. Just when the Navy was about to chase again, they were confused and met Aokiji who came here and were stopped by him. Because they have already used such combat power, and the result is like this, why chase? Elsewhere, while the Straw Hat Pirates and Frankie breathed a sigh of relief after escaping, Frankie couldn't help but feel a little sad. Zoro stepped forward and said, Frankie, they. Frankie said, they should be fine, those bastards are not so easy to die. Although he said so, Frankie's expression had betrayed himself. Usopp said, the Navy's broadcast just now said that Judicial Island was. Lin Hai reacted and said, you are talking about Frankie's family and the employees of Carrera Company. Zoro asked quickly, you know? Lin Hai took out the Den Mushi and perpetual pointer that he almost forgot about, and nodded, when the Demon Slayer order just started, I told them to leave first. Frankie was immediately excited and said, you mean? Lin Hai turned on the Den Mushi, and the noisy voices of Frankie's family were immediately heard, finally connected, hello, is it Straw Hat Boy? All of you be quiet, Big Brother should be on their ship, right? Brother Frankie, he wouldn't. Shut up your crow mouth, how could Big Brother be eliminated by the Navy? Lin Hai directly threw the Den Mushi to Frankie, letting them chat about family matters, while Lin Hai came to a place and quickly browsed the optimized Feng Shao system. Feng Shao system. Host, Lin Hai. Evaluation, S+, the evaluation function is only for reference, including the situation of leapfrogging, that is, a character rated as B may defeat an opponent rated as A. From high to low, SSS, SS+, SS, S, A, B and so on. Physique, 8th level, 5/10, the value on the left must reach the value on the right before it can be upgraded. The current physique of the host, regardless of recovery, strength, physical function, etc., have entered the advanced ranks. Observation Haki, Level 3, 7/10, Enhanced Perception of Surrounding Aura, Enhanced Mental Strength. Armament Haki, Level 3, 6/10, Excellent Attack and Defense. Overlord Haki, Level 3, 5/10, Free Control of Shock Target, Significant Effect, mainly determined by the host's spirit. Space Fruit, Skill 1. 1. Establishing Space Field. Main Skills, Space Exchange, Space Cutting, Dimensional Space, Void World. 2. One Sword Style. One Sword Style. XXXXX, not only cool and can also chop down opponents. Skill 2. 1. Space Slash, an advanced use of the Space Fruit, which can only be used in summoned form. 2. Space Barrier, unlimited, depends on the host's proficiency. 3. Air Step, ignores gravity. Thunder Fruit, skills. 1 Flash. Transform into thunder and fight at high speed, a combination of physical skills and thunder fruit, thunder finger, thunder kick. 2. Thunder sword. A combination of physical skills, thunder fruit, and swordsmanship. 3. Thunderbird. Transform lightning into a high-speed thunderbird to cause damage to the target, which is similar to Aokichi's moves, with ice bursting into the pheasant's mouth. 4. God's punishment. Transform your hand into thunder, and then summon a huge thunder and lightning from the air to bombard the target. 5. 10,000 thunders. Use thunderclouds to attack a large area. 6. Thunder welcome. Secret, transform into thunder god, summon ball lightning to throw at the enemy. Existing items. 1. Space backpack. Only the host can enter and exit freely, can put items, can be used for escape, infinite uses. 2. Broadcaster. Existing songs, Chasing the Wind, One Piece World Specific BGM, Dear Friend accompaniment. 3. Items, TT, ham sausage, wig, cloak, hair dryer, comb, mirror, table lamp. System store, opened. Feng Sao coin, 15,600. Special note, the host gets a chance to revive. After the host is resurrected, everything is formatted, and the state of body function, strength, age, etc. returns to the time when the host received the reward on the same day. Rogue Town. After browsing, Linhai found that the biggest change was the upgrade of domineering and the addition of the evaluation function of character strength. Looking at Luffy and the others, Linhai hurriedly observed. Luffy, AA. Zoro, A+. Sanji, A. Usopp? People who don't know Haki won't be rated S. Linhai asked in confusion, flirtatious system, what does this evaluation mean? Flirtatious system. Linhai. Sure enough, even Usopp can be rated this way by the system, which is really speechless. But if you think about it, you will understand that Usopp is really not good among decent opponents, but sometimes, forget it, I'm too lazy to pay attention to him. Linhai is currently unable to reach SS, mainly because his physical skills have not reached the 9th level. Physical skills are the basis for judging the pirate world and determine the upper limit of the person, while Haki and Devil Fruit abilities play an amplifying role. At this time, Luffy was able to move, and he immediately sat on the bow of the Mary, and everyone stood behind him. Thank you, Mary. Luffy sighed, thanks to you, we escaped. I didn't expect Mary to come to save us. It turns out that we have been protected by you all the time. It's great to have a partner like you. I'm talking to you. Frankie, who was sitting on the railing with his arms folded, said, this is amazing. Breaking through the flag of the world government, that's what. Luffy replied, it's nothing amazing. We just rescued our robbed partner. But thank you for saving Robin, Frankie. Hey. Frankie scratched his head and replied embarrassedly, for me, it's no big deal. Luffy smiled and said, anyway, we won this battle. Tisk. There is something that Linhai still feels bad about, so he stepped forward and asked, Luffy, when we were on Rocket Man, you acted alone. Did you go to disrupt and attract the deployment in Judicial Island? Luffy replied cutely, what are you talking about? I'm anxious. Don't say it. Linhai squatted in a circle, I curse you to have diarrhea tonight. Luffy asked in confusion, what happened to Linhai? Everyone. Chapter 213, Mary's Farewell. Chopper was shocked and said, so, Mary really drove it by herself. Frankie on the side explained, now this is the only explanation. It should be your ship that gave birth to the ship spirit. The ship spirit is a saying passed down from generation to generation by the crew. It is because you cherish the ship that the ship will thank the crew. This ship wants to carry you to another coast no matter what, and appear as a human to meet the crew it wants to carry. This ship is really lucky. Tisk. Zoro said speechlessly, the more you talk, the more outrageous it is. What are you talking about, green showerhead? Sanji immediately started fighting with Zoro. Chopper also joined the fight, while Linhai rubbed Zoro's face and said, you bastard, can you stop pretending that others owe you money all day long? Smile for me, yes, that's it, be kind. Stop it. Zoro was furious. At this time, a large ship was coming from a distance, and shouts were heard from a distance, it's the Straw Hat Pirates, they are still alive. Oh, I'm so glad you're all okay. So amazing, I can't believe they dared to challenge such a big storm, those lunatics are back from Judicial Island. Sanji on the Mary said, it's the ship of the Carrera Company. Lin Hai said speechlessly, everyone saw the big words on it. Luffy waved and smiled, Uncle Iceberg. Lin Hai frowned and looked back. Sanji asked, what happened? Crack, boom. The Mary was broken in the middle, and the broken part was exactly where Lin Hai often lay. Although I had been prepared for it, it was really sad to see the scene. The great man would not stay in the empty mulberry for 3 nights, and he was most afraid of showing mercy. What's more, after such a long time of getting along, how could a mortal like me avoid the word of love? Zoro was surprised and said, what happened? What happened suddenly? Sanji bit his cigarette and replied, nothing sudden, this is also natural, Mary has been identified as a ship that can no longer sail. Mary. Whether it was Nami, Usopp, Chopper and the others, they all stared at the broken part in a daze. Luffy hurried to the front and knelt down to beg, Uncle, it's bad, Melee is in trouble, think of a way. You are all ship repairers, right? Please, help. Melee is our partner who has always been with us on adventures, and she just saved our lives, please, Uncle. The people on the ship of Carrera Company were silent, and after Iceberg and Luffy looked at each other for a while, Iceberg said, in that case, let it sleep well. Tick, tick. As soon as Iceberg finished speaking, Lin Hai couldn't help but shed tears. It's not so easy to say goodbye forever. At this time, seeing Luffy still looking at him with hope, Iceberg couldn't help but say, I have done everything I can. It turned out that after the Mary was thrown out of the warehouse by Keiku, it was swept to ashore by the waves. Mary summoned the passing iceberg in the form of a human call. The iceberg understood Mary's intention, so it repaired it and completed the last voyage. After the iceberg's narration, everyone finally understood. The last voyage. The Straw Hat Pirates were silent. At this time, the iceberg said, I am now facing a miracle of a ship that has already exceeded the limit. I have been a ship repairer for so many years, and I have never seen such a powerful pirate ship. Its life is really wonderful. Luffy, with his eyes closed, was silent for a while, and replied, I understand. The captain has made a decision, so everyone said goodbye to Mary here. After a while, Luffy stood on the side of the Mary in a small wooden boat, while the Straw Hat Pirates stood behind in another small wooden boat. After a while, Luffy said, Are you ready? Everyone. Well. Everyone replied. Luffy raised the torch and said, Mary, the seabed is dark and lonely. We will see you off. As he said that, Luffy lit up the broken Mary. The fire spread to the entire ship. Luffy said, Thank you for carrying us for so long. Suddenly, it snowed. Snow. Everyone was puzzled. At this time, the accompaniment of the theme song sounded, Dear friend, dear friend. The sad and beautiful back music sounded. It was Lin Hai who took out the radio as a farewell to Melee. As the saying goes, there is no banquet that will not end. Men cannot shed a tear when saying goodbye to each other. However, looking at the burning Melee, the past scenes can't help but emerge, how can I not cry? The railings at the fishing place, the sleeping room, the rolling deck, the storm, the panic expressions of everyone on the boat. From Zilabia village to the sea restaurant, from Gaia Island to the Sky Island with the upwash current, and then from the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Everyone didn't cry, but Frankie on the side cried first, Turn off the music, bastard, I'm not crying, bastard, oh. The snowflakes gradually became bigger, and tears naturally fell from the corners of everyone's eyes. Crack, crack. The Melee began to disintegrate due to the fire. I'm sorry. Suddenly, a very pleasant voice sounded, whether it was the Straw Hat Pirates or the people of Carrera Company, they were all shocked. I wanted to take you to a farther place, I'm sorry. I really want to adventure with you forever. Mary's voice sounded in the sky above the Mary, and everyone could no longer hold back their emotions. Mary. Chopper cried with tears streaming down his face. Nami squatted down, covered her mouth, and burst into tears. Luffy replied with tears streaming down his face, We are the ones who should say sorry, Mary. Hey. Lin Hai looked up at the sky above Mary burning, and the information from the sight color came, Spirit. Luffy in front said excitedly, I don't know how to steer, I just hit you on the iceberg and broke the sail. Zoro, Sanji, and others are also rough people. At this time, Lin Hai, who was behind, hurriedly communicated with the Feng Shao system. Feng Shao system, spirits are allowed to be put into the space backpack, right? Feng Shao system, as long as it is not a living thing, but if the spirit has no storage, it will still dissipate. Lin Hai, understood. Space field. Instantly, a huge circular film wrapped the speaking spirit. Zoro and Sanji looked at Lin Hai curiously. Nami also asked, what happened? Lin Hai did not answer, but jumped into the air and took out his sword, clang. Lin Hai cut off the top of the main pole of the Carrera Company's ship. Asshole, what are you doing? Your own ship is gone, you are not going to take it out on our ship, are you? Are you going crazy because you are too sad? Lin Hai ignored the nagging of the Carrera Company employees. Space exchange. Meili, you want to say goodbye to us? No way, hide in it. In an instant, Meili's voice, who was talking to Luffy, suddenly disappeared. Lin Hai, who returned to the small wooden boat in the air, quickly put the chopped main pole into the space backpack. Ignoring everyone's confused expressions, Lin Hai communicated with the system. Feng Shao system, is this okay? If there is a new ship, I will put this energy into the new ship. Feng Shao system, no problem. Bullshit again. Because the space field was closed, Lin Hai didn't pay attention to the force when he flipped upwards, causing all the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates except Luffy, including Granny Kokoro and Frankie, to fall into the sea. Woo! Lin Hai, what the hell are you crazy about? Lin Hai, who was happy, didn't care about that at all. He quickly jumped to Luffy's small wooden boat and said, Luffy, Mary is not dead, she is in my space backpack. Really? Luffy asked in disbelief. Lin Hai nodded and said, do I dare to joke about this kind of thing? Another nonsense. Luffy also did dozens of backflips in surprise. But the small wooden boat only had so much space, so Luffy fell into the water. Woo, woo woo woo. The employees of Carrera Company looked at all this in amazement. Are the Straw Hat Pirates crazy? There is no need to do this after losing the ship. Jump into the sea? Hey? What is this? Swoosh. The Straw Hat Pirates and Frankie and others suddenly appeared on the ship of Carrera Company. Don't hit me, listen to my explanation. I'm wrong, don't hit me in the face. Finally, Lin Hai, who pulled everyone on the ship, was beaten up by everyone. Don't criticize me if you don't like this arrangement. After all, this is a comedy, not a tragedy. Hee. Chapter 214 It's You. 2 days later. The sea train drove into the blue station of Water City as usual, and brought a large number of supplies. Due to the previous storm, Water City was severely damaged. Barry brought employees of Carrera Company and some young and strong citizens. Ah! That's Barry from dock number 1. What is he doing in the back street? Mr. Barry. A group of young women, children, and beautiful women all screamed when they saw the majestic and masculine Barry and the people behind him. Get out of the way! Barry said angrily to them, get out of the way. You're in the way. Aha! Barry's indifference did not reduce the enthusiasm of the women, and they shouted even more enthusiastically. At this time, Barry told the employees, this area is handed over to you, Dock No. 3. Yes. The area next to the wreck island, starting from the houses, is under the responsibility of Dock No. 5. Yes. We still have our duties to do. During the break, we will completely repair the back street within a month. Woohoo! After hearing the words of Barry and his employees, the citizens are now all fascinated by Barry. Awesome! So reliable! It's worthy of Carrera Company. Not only do they have a good impression of Barry, but Lin Hai is the same, otherwise they would not have invited him in the first place, but this guy is unwilling to go to sea. If he is not willing, Lin Hai naturally dare not force him to go to sea. In another place, that is, where the Straw Hat Pirates are, Zoro is not there. He is on a coast of the Water City and cannot get out of this area no matter how he walks. Since Mary is not dead, but is deposited on a piece of wood in Lin Hai's backpack space, everyone's mood becomes happier. At this time, Luffy is sleeping and eating constantly, and Lin Hai is also eating on the side. Chopper, don't you have it over there, you bastard? Why do you always like to rob me? Lin Hai is really speechless. Chopper, Luffy said that the things he robbed from you are especially delicious. Lin Hai. Oh, are you all happy? Frankie came in without knocking and started his unique dance. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, what a joke, Sanji, if you don't serve the food, I'll kill you. Chopper echoed, that's right, if you don't serve the food, we'll kill you. Sanji replied with a fishy look, you bastard, you've been eating for 2 days, aren't you full yet? By the way, Frankie, what are you doing here? Hey! Frankie said, is there anyone away? Forget it, I have something important to say. On a certain island where war is constantly raging, even if the people on this island launched a war of artillery fire and the entire city was reduced to ashes, there is a huge tree that stands there forever, known as the world's strongest tree, treasure tree Atom. Tree? You're not going to tell us about science, are you? Sanji was puzzled. Frankie explained, this kind of tree will be cut down and traded on the black market very occasionally. I took your money and bought that. Sanji said angrily, you kid, you didn't use our money to buy this kind of bullshit, did you? Lin Hai said with a smile, what are you bragging about? Since you are the strongest, will you be cut down and traded? Frankie said speechlessly, listen to me first. I once made up my mind not to build ships anymore, but I still want to catch up with the man who has always been my role model. Unconsciously, I have already drawn the design of the ship. My dream is to use the treasure tree to build another dream ship that can cross any sea. After a pause, Frankie continued, the treasure tree is in hand, and the design is also available. Next, I plan to build this ship. So, when it is built, can you go out to sea on this ship I built? Chopper immediately exclaimed, Lin Hai, so we don't have to rob at that time? Woo woo woo. Baga. Lin Hai covered Chopper's mouth and said angrily, how can you say such a thing? Frankie asked in confusion, what are you two talking about there? Sanji quickly changed the subject and asked, are you going to give this ship to us? That's right. Frankie smiled and said, as long as the person I like can ride it, there is no happier thing than this. Besides, the money is also taken from you. The only ship in the world that sailed a week on the Grand Line, Gold Roger, was made of this tree. I will definitely use it to build a good ship. Tisk. Lin Hai said disdainfully, what's so great about the Pirate King? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with us, right? Anyway, we are going on a trip, and a ship is enough. Nanny! Frankie exclaimed, you don't even look down on the Pirate King. Silk cake! Chopper looked at Lin Hai with shining eyes. Lin Hai replied, it's his business if he is great, and I have nothing to do with him anyway. By the way, Sanji, if you don't bring the food, I will really collapse. Boom boom. Suddenly, one side of the house exploded, and it didn't seem to be blown up by a cannonball or something like that. What's wrong? Who is it? Before the smoke and dust had dispersed, a tall figure walked in from there, are you the Straw Hat Boys? A few men want to meet Monkey D. Luffy. Lin Hai, who was eating, suddenly felt a shudder. This breath, the evil star is coming. Lin Hai quickly hid under the table and pulled the tablecloth down, hoping that the evil star would not see him. At this time, after the smoke and dust dissipated, a strong old man was revealed. He wore a dog head hat on his head. Who else could it be but Monkey D. Garp? Marine. Sanji and Frankie immediately made a fighting gesture. Garp saw Luffy sleeping on the chair and muttered, really, a guy who can't change his old habits. Swish. Before Sanji and Frankie could react, Garp had already appeared where Luffy was sleeping. He directly raised his fist and hammered Luffy's head, shouting, get up. Boom. Nanny. It's over. The two who reacted immediately exclaimed. Chopper, Luffy. Ah, it hurts so much. Luffy covered his head and screamed. It hurts? Aren't you rubber? Hacky. Sanji asked in surprise. Chopper, Lin Hai, what are you doing hiding under the table? Come out quickly, the navy is coming, aren't you very powerful? Lin Hai, who was hiding under the table, wanted to strangle Chopper to death. He was trying to eliminate his presence, but was called out by Chopper. Garp was taking off his hat and found that this guy was that guy. It had been a long time since they last met, and his aura was completely different from before. Without saying much, Garp raised his fist again, it turned out to be you. Boom. Fuck. Chapter 215. Is it shameful? Boom. Ah. Lin Hai covered his head and took a breath of cold air. It was still the original formula and the same taste. What kind of monster is this old man Garp? It still hurts the same when he hits people with this fist. Grandpa! Luffy exclaimed when he woke up. Grandpa! Everyone shouted. Nami was shocked and said, could he be the legendary Navy hero Garp? Pfft! Lin Hai covered his head and stood up and said, Hero, this stinky old man has a bad temper. Not only is he not serious, but he is also shameless. He beats at every turn. Boom! Garp punched Lin Hai again. Do you have any objection? Everyone turned their heads mechanically and looked at him, their eyebrows jumping. No way? Lin Hai was directly beaten away. Sanji asked. Grandpa. Luffy, who was sitting on the ground, covered his head and looked at Garp in horror. Luffy. Garp stared at Luffy and said, you really made a mess, shouldn't you apologize to me? When the Navy heard Garp's acquiescence, they couldn't help but whisper, grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. This is the first time I've heard of this. At this time, Robin asked, Luffy, is he really your grandfather? Luffy replied, yes, don't do anything to him. I was almost killed by him countless times. Everyone couldn't help but sweat. Hey, hey. Garp said, if you say that, others will misunderstand. I threw you into a 1,000-foot abyss, exiled you to the rainforest at night, and tied you to a balloon and flew you into the air, all to make you a strong man. Sanji sighed with fish eyes, now I finally know the source of Luffy's tenacious vitality. Garp continued, finally, I asked my friends to let you practice with Ace, but in the end, hey. Also, Ace secretly went to be a pirate, thinking you were alone, so I took Lin Hai with you. You became like this without paying attention. I want to train you into a strong Navy soldier. Luffy stood up and said, didn't I always say that I wanted to be a pirate? Garp said angrily, you were taught badly by Red Hair, boring. Luffy, Shanks is my savior, stop farting. Garp directly grabbed Luffy's collar and said, how dare you tell Grandpa to stop farting? Ah, sorry. Luffy replied immediately. Ah, what should I do now? Usopp held his head with both hands. It's bad, Luffy was caught by the Navy. Lin Hai, don't leave, save Luffy quickly. Chopper shouted. At this time, Lin Hai was walking out cautiously like a thief, but Chopper mentioned his name again. Lin Hai turned his head mechanically and looked at Garp with cold sweat on his head. Garp asked, where are you going? Lin Hai said quickly, aren't you here? I'm going to buy you some food and treat you well. What are you doing? Let me go, you old man. Ah. What should I do? Chopper said in surprise. Sanji said speechlessly, what's going on? The two of them completely lost their resistance in front of that old man. Garp was holding one in each hand, and then the three of them fell asleep. Lin Hai didn't know about Luffy and Garp, he only knew that he hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. Nanny! Asleep! Everyone shouted. Pop! Suddenly, the big bubble on Garp's nose burst. No, he actually fell asleep. Garp woke up and found that the 2 guys in front of him were sleeping so soundly. You two get up, how can you fall asleep after being scolded? Ah! Old man, try to hit me again? Don't think I can't beat you, I just see that you are old. Ah! Old man, are you in menopause? Try to touch me again? Ah! After a while, Luffy sat with his head covered, while Lin Hai was picking his nose like nothing happened. Looking at Lin Hai like that, Garp got angry. Lin Hai, who reacted, quickly took his hand away and said, Mr. Garp, what are you doing here? Garp said speechlessly, what did you tell me at the beginning, you bastard, didn't you say you wouldn't be a pirate? In the end, you went to be a pirate with Luffy. I heard that Vice Admiral Ghost Spider of the Navy headquarters was beaten badly by you. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, I beat him up, and you dare to object. Don't fight, I'll go make you a cup of tea. Lin Fan didn't dare to see Garp. After all, Garp saved his life. Going out to sea with Luffy as a pirate was very sorry for Garp. But now seeing Garp's attitude, Lin Hai couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Don't think that Garp beats Luffy at every turn, but he is actually full of care. At this time, Garp and Luffy were the only 2 left in the field chatting about family matters. Garp took the lead and said, "Do you know how terrible Red Hair is as a pirate?" "Shanks?" Luffy asked, "Are Shanks and the others okay? Where are they?" Garp said speechlessly, "What's good or bad? Among the pirates as numerous as stars now, he is one of the 4 pirates of the same level as Whitebeard. They are like emperors who dominate the second half of the Grand Line. People call them the 4 emperors. The only ones who can contend with these 4 are the Navy headquarters and the 7 warlords of the sea. Once these 3 forces lose balance, the huge power generated is enough to cause the world's balance to collapse." "Ah!" Luffy said confusedly, "It makes me confused. As long as they are fine, it's okay. It's really unforgettable." Looking at Luffy holding the hat, Robin asked, "Does he know that red-haired guy?" Nami replied, "Luffy's straw hat seems to be given by that person. It turns out that he is such a famous person." Linhai on the side rolled his eyes and said, "Are you saying that red-haired is powerful? He is analyzing the current situation in the world for Luffy, so that Luffy will not be destroyed by others like a fool, right, you old man?" "Is that so?" Luffy exclaimed, "Your brain is really useful." At this time, the sound of fighting was heard outside, interrupting what Garp wanted to say in the room. Outside, it turned out to be Zoro, who was brought back by 2 people. When Zoro saw so many Navy officers surrounding Luffy and the others, he suddenly became uneasy. "Oh? What happened?" Garp turned his head and looked behind him. Garp's deputy replied, "It's the pirate hunter Zoro." Garp said, "It's Luffy's partner, so powerful, you 2 go and try to stop him." Linhai, who was making tea on the side, quickly opened the system. "Garp, SSS." When he saw Garp's message, Linhai's eyes were almost blinded. Garp noticed Linhai's gaze and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Linhai shook his head and said, "Nothing, drink tea, old man, this tea is not something that ordinary people can drink, let's drink and watch." At this time, it was Bearmember who was fighting with Zoro outside, and Luffy who tried to stop him was blocked by Kobe. It is really unbelievable that a few months ago, Kobe's height was only as high as Luffy's waist, and his strength was considered high even for fighting 5 scums, but now he can even use one of the 6 styles, shaving. Of course, at present, Bearmember and Kobe are naturally no match for Zoro and Luffy. In a few moves, the 2 were subdued. "Ha ha ha." Garp walked out of the door with a teacup and laughed, "I'm no match for him at all." Kobe stood up and said, "Mr. Luffy, Mr. Zoro, long time no see, do you still recognize me?" Luffy asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Kobe laughed, "It's me, Kobe. The crybaby who's useless." After a long time, Luffy finally realized and said in shock, "You are Kobe. But even if you're in puberty, you shouldn't be that tall, right? You've grown so tall all of a sudden, it scared me to death." Behind Garp, Linhai asked, "Old man, what kind of fertilizer does Kobe eat?" "It's the same as pigs." Kobe was surprised to see Linhai and said, "Mr. Linhai, long time no see." Belang. Linhai threw the teacup behind him and took a zigzag step. He, you are still very energetic, Navy, you can't bully pirates, pirates are such noble people, how can you?" "Duan." Garp reacted and gave Linhai a slap. Linhai turned around angrily and said, "I'm imitating the man next to Kobe, okay?" Luffy and Zoro asked in confusion, "Linhai, do you know him?" Hey. Bearmember pointed at himself and said, "It's me." Luffy replied, "I don't know him, who are you?" Bearmember proudly took off his goggles and said, "Bearmember, Colonel Monka's son, Bearmember. The man who sent you to the execution platform and almost sent you to the west, Roronoa Zoro." Zoro's face darkened. He. Bearmember laughed and asked for a beating, "Now you remember it, right? I was the stupid son who was domineering at that time." "Oh, it turned out to be you." Luffy and Zoro replied listlessly at the same time. Bearmember cried, "They really haven't forgiven me, Kobe." Kobe replied, "There's nothing we can do about it. You have to accept your past, right?" After that, Kobe took Luffy and the others to chat about family matters, but just when Linhai wanted to go with them, he was stopped by Garp. Linhai turned around with a dark face and said, "Let go, don't think I don't dare to hit you." Duan. Garp violently pulled Linhai and ordered his subordinates, "Go and fix this wall." The Marines were immediately dissatisfied, "Why do you give orders casually? Since you want to fix it, why do you have to break it? Lin Hai said, is this the first day you met him? Don't you know that this old man is very willful? After that, Lin Hai turned around and asked Garp, why don't you go through the main gate? Aren't you ashamed? Stinky old man. Duan. Garp explained, it's more handsome to go in this way. Everyone. Please don't destroy things for this reason. We'll go and fix it, and you have to help. A Navy said. Hey. Garp said speechlessly, okay. Garp picked up Lin Hai and said, you come too. Lin Hai. Chapter 216 Willful Garp. Kobe, who is the most handsome man on this sea? Lin Hai, who entered the room, saw Kobe and couldn't help but imitate Alrida's tone and said. Ahaha. Kobe scratched his head awkwardly and said embarrassedly, Mr. Lin Hai, please stop making fun of me. Did I make fun of you? Lin Hai picked his nose and turned to look at Garp. I say, old man, it's okay for me to demolish the house, but you asked me to repair this, get out of the way, who would order people around for free like you? Garp turned around and asked, do you have any objections? Seeing that Lin Hai ignored him, Garp turned around and knocked on his hammer, and repaired the wall that Garp had just blasted open with the marines. Sanji asked speechlessly, Luffy, isn't your grandfather great? Luffy replied, how should I put it, I don't know much about his work. Lin Hai said contemptuously, I say, Sanji, which eye of yours saw his greatness? Seeing Garp looking over, Lin Hai quickly looked at the ceiling and blew whistled. By the way, Luffy. Ignoring Lin Hai, Garp asked, you seem to have seen your father, right? Dad. Luffy said confusedly, what dad? Do I have a dad? Delaying. A guitar sound rang out, and Lin Hai held the guitar and played in a corner, saying, what a poor child, growing up so big, he doesn't even know his own father, Delaying, just like some irresponsible old man, who threw me into the ravine and never cared about me again. Everyone's eyes twitched. Garp held his nose and pretended that Lin Hai didn't exist, saying, what, didn't that guy recognize you? He said he saw you off in Rogue Town. Rogue Town? Zoro asked in confusion. Lin Hai said, it's that non-mainstream charming man. Non-mainstream? What is that? Chopper asked. Have you seen him? Sanji asked, why don't I have any impression of him? Lin Hai suddenly realized, I met him halfway, you didn't see him, by the way, old man. Lin Hai asked curiously, did you use your slippers to make the tattoo on his face? Duan. Lin Hai was punched out of the room, this joke was a bit too big. At this time, Luffy asked, who is my dad? Nami said, I am also interested in Luffy's dad. Garp replied with his nose pinched, your dad's name is Monkey D. Dragon, the fortune teller. Luffy, Dragon. Hey. All the navy outside were shocked. Gee, the Ji Ming family Drago actually has a son. Mr. Luffy is Drago's son. So, Drago is the son of Vice Admiral Garp? What's the matter with this guy's family? Drago's full name, this is the first time I've heard of it. Luffy turned around and asked in confusion, everyone, why are you so surprised? Sanji cried out in a cold sweat, idiot, don't you know Drago? Nami replied, your father is an incredible person. Hey. Luffy was still confused and turned around and asked, Robin. How to explain this? Robin sorted out his thoughts and said, pirates themselves will not attack the government and the navy. Now the only ones who have the ability to directly defeat the world government are the Revolutionary Army, and they are led by Dragon. Now his ideas are spreading everywhere, and rebellion has arisen. Several countries have perished, and the world government is naturally furious, considering Dragon, the mastermind behind all this, as the world's biggest criminal. But people know nothing about his life experience, and they didn't expect. As he spoke, everyone followed Robin's line of sight and looked at Garp, asking why he had revealed such a secret. Garp, who reacted, was surprised and said, it's better not to say this, ha ha ha, then just pretend I didn't say it. Everyone was petrified. After repairing the wall, Garp said to Luffy, you are my grandson, so I don't plan to catch you on this island. I will explain it to the military in a clever way, so you can stay on this island with peace of mind. Sanji said speechlessly, is this considered partiality and fraud? Lin Hai exclaimed, the old man's brain is really useful, this reason is strong enough. If they don't accept it, old man, you can let them see whose fist is harder. Yes, smash their heads. And the deputy next to Garp said speechlessly, this is not a reason at all, right? Let's just tell them to escape. Garp continued indifferently, this time, I just brought 2 people to see you and have a good chat with them. I'm leaving now. A big light bulb lit up in Lin Ha's head and exclaimed, really? Luffy, well, goodbye. Doin' X2. In the room, Sanji made a cup of coffee for the others and sighed, Grandpa Luffy's personality is really violent. Robin said, haha, the matter of Drago is really shocking. His original bloodline is not something that ordinary people can have. Chopper said in surprise, no wonder Lin Hai was beaten so hard that he couldn't fight back. It turned out to be because of his bloodline. Zoro, who was sitting on the side, looked at Lin Hai who was sleeping soundly on the bed and said speechlessly, is that the reason? I think Lin Hai's bloodline is more troublesome. When Sanji thought of Lin Hai when he got angry, he felt a different kind of horror, which was really not something that ordinary people could withstand. However, Sanji still said disdainfully, just him? He looks like he deserves a beating every day. Chopper asked curiously, where's Luffy? Zoro replied, he's chatting with Kobe and the others outside. By the way, how come Lin Hai sleeps so well? Didn't he sleep last night? Sanji said speechlessly, you are not qualified to say anything about others? Lin Hai has been eating there for 2 days. I really don't know where all the food went. By the way, aren't you going? You are friends, right? Zoro replied, I miss him a lot, but it was Luffy who saved Kobe. Chopper said, Nami is not here either. She said she wanted to hear stories about the Navy. She should be with them. Well, I can still eat more, old man, that's mine, don't snatch it. Lin Hai muttered in his dream. Sanji's face darkened. He, Sanji, only slept for 1 night and 2 days? Still need to eat? I want to tire the chef to death. Chapter 217 Goodbye Aokiji. While Lin Hai was sleeping, Luffy and Kobe talked about their adventures in the past few months, and Kobe and his friends also said goodbye. Sanji and Robin came to where Nami and his friends were and started to barbecue. The fragrance spread and attracted many people. The first to come here were Frankie's family, followed by the employees of Carrera Company and those who had fought on Judicial Island. Because those people heard that Straw Hat Luffy had woken up, as life and death partners who had fought together, they should get together. Ah! Frankie and a pair of Diamond sisters who followed him appeared together, how are you doing recently? Is there a place for me at the banquet? Ah! We have been waiting for you for a long time, brother, come. Frankie's family shouted. Usopp got a few tables from somewhere and stacked them up to 7 or 8 meters. Then he stood on the top and sang a shameless song, first, I, the Sniper King, will sing a song. I was born on the Sniper Island and I can hit the target every time. Before he knew it, the venue was full of people and the noise never stopped. Seeing this scene, Luffy shouted, okay, let's have a party. Ah, Frankie and the Cube sisters began to sway left and right. The cheerful atmosphere made everyone dance along, just like the cheering people below the concert. Why is it so noisy? How could Lin Hai, who was sleeping soundly, still sleep after being disturbed by the noise? Lin Hai sat up with sleepy eyes, which bastard is so uncultured and disturbs people's sleep? Chop them all up and feed them to Stalin. Hee Robin, who came into the room, covered his mouth and chuckled, everyone is having a party outside, don't you want to go with us? Lin Hai yawned deeply, then took out a cigar, and spun the pistol in his right hand gorgeously, bang. Robin. Seeing Robin looking at him, Lin Hai asked, want one? Robin shook his head and said, I don't smoke. By the way, Lin Hai, you. Lin Hai chuckled and said, Robin, we don't have to be so polite to each other. You have suffered a lot along the way. But there is something I have to tell you. Robin sat down and asked curiously, you don't want to? As he said that, Robin looked down from Lin Hai's head. Ahem. Lin Hai blushed and said, what are you thinking about? I want to tell you that if you live in the past and live in hatred, then you will ruin your future. Of course, I'm not asking you to let go completely, but I want to tell you a fact. Yet. Robin walked to Lin Hai and said gratefully, it's great to meet you. Lin Hai said depressedly, can you remove the word men? Robin chuckled very intellectually, you said, I remember it, what's wrong? Seeing Lin Hai quickly push him away, Robin asked in confusion. Lin Hai glanced outside the door, and Robin quickly sat back in his seat. Oh, you are here. Luffy came in carelessly. Luffy looked around and said, where did Nami put the money? By the way, we are having a party, you two should not sit here. Lin Hai, do you know where the remaining 100 million Baileys are? Yes. Lin Hai pointed to a safe. Robin asked, Luffy, you need so much money. Luffy laughed and said, you don't know, there are a lot of people outside, everyone is having a party, and you have to buy things for a party, hehe. This Robin was speechless. If Nami knew this, wouldn't she go crazy? Space field. Lin Hai directly took out the money inside with his space ability, without even a password. At this time, Lin Hai said to Robin, don't worry, Nami will understand. After all, we have shared life and death once. Luffy, take it. Hehe. Luffy said, you guys come quickly, Sanji did it, showy meat is the most delicious. Hey. Lin Hai said speechlessly, can you stop drooling? It's disgusting. Hehe. Seeing these two people who understand human nature so well, but are so frivolous, Robin is very surprised. It's really rare. Lin Hai asked in confusion, Robin, what's with your expression? As he said that, Lin Hai couldn't help but sit next to Robin, hugging her waist and smelling the unique fragrance. This comfortable feeling is really beyond words. Feeling Lin Hai's warm and reliable chest, Robin couldn't help but lean on Lin Hai's shoulder. The two held their fingers tightly. The noise outside made it seem particularly quiet here. Without too many words, the two leaned on each other. Counting the time. Lin Hai didn't know when he became literary. Maybe he was influenced by Robin. After all, Robin not only has the gentleness and intellectuality of a woman, but she is also a great talent. And those who can subdue her naturally need some dry goods, right? Before he crossed over, although he finished high school and didn't read a lot of books, he couldn't resist Lin Hai's strong learning ability. Men should be able to brag, swallow heavy mouthfuls, and be refreshing. Feeling the changes in Lin Hai, Robin couldn't help but look up and asked, what's wrong? Lin Hai said, Aokiji is here. Ah! Robin said in surprise, what is he doing here? Is he here to catch us? Lin Hai stood up and said, probably not, I'll take you to see him, don't be afraid, I'm here. Yet. Robin. Outdoors, outside the wall where everyone was holding a banquet, Lin Hai brought Robin here, and Aokiji also came here. Yo! Lin Hai took the lead and said, Brother Aokiji, long time no see, how come you have time to come here? Aokiji came to the water city, actually on Garp's ship. Garp didn't come to catch anyone just now, so he naturally wouldn't catch anyone. At this time, Aokiji glanced at Robin next to Lin Hai, and then said, Mom, I'm not here to catch you, I just come to see Robin and you on my own behalf. Lin Hai patted his chest and said, I was scared to death. I thought you were here to catch us. By the way, the old man's ship didn't leave, did it? Aokiji didn't answer Lin Hai's words, but sighed, Robin, you hate me, don't you? The field was silent for a while. It seems that Aokiji, who used to think about problems only from the perspective of the Navy, now understands to look at problems from different angles. At this time, Robin replied, I used to, but I don't hate it now. After all, you have your position. Tisk. Lin Hai said, everyone sit down and let's talk slowly. As he said that, Lin Hai took out 3 cans of beer. Brother Aokiji, what are you doing? Ice the beer. Isn't it a waste if you don't use your ability? Aokiji took a sip of beer and asked, Robin, why didn't you run away like before? You should be able to escape from CP9 alone, right? Robin replied, I said, now is different from the past, I can't watch everyone being killed. Aokiji said, 20 years ago, the giant who fought for O'Hara, Hagville D. Salon, was my good friend. That day, I followed his will and let you go from the island, so I have to pay attention to your future life. However, after 20 years, you still have no place to live, I can't ignore it anymore. You are a bomb that will escape as long as you are hunted. I thought you wanted to die. This time I wanted to put an end to everything in O'Hara, of course I didn't expect CP9 to be defeated. Have you finally found a place to live? Robin, yet. Aokiji, is it right or wrong for Ceylon to let you live? Will you give this answer next? Robin replied, that's what I meant. Aokiji took another sip of beer and said, then live well. Lin Hai, who was standing on the side, put his arm around Aokiji's shoulder and asked, Brother Aokiji, do you really understand the O'Hara incident? Aokiji turned around and said, this kind of thing is not something you, a pirate, can discuss, right? Tisk. Lin Hai said with disdain, as for the inside story, I learned some from Spondam, the commander of CP9. In fact, the purpose of launching the demon-killing order was an order from Spondam's father Spandane. He killed the scholars of O'Hara for his own selfish desires, and your navy regarded this order as justice. Some extreme mad dogs even killed the transferred O'Hara civilians in the name of absolute justice. Its name is absolute justice, and no evil can be tolerated, just like Vice Admiral Ghost Spider who was almost kicked into a fool by me that day. Oh, there are so many talents in your navy. To be honest, I felt crazy when I saw them. Brother Aokiji, do they have an abnormal past? That's why they have formed such crazy ideas now? They even dared to add their own orders to the orders given by the superiors. They are no longer soldiers. It's so scary. Aokiji stared at Lin Hai with wide eyes. What did you say? Lin Hai spread his hands. I have said everything I should say, believe it or not, but there is one thing, I must ask you for justice for Robin. Justice? Aokiji asked. Lin Hai said, when Robin was 8 years old, she was wanted. The bounty said that she endangered the world. Have you never doubted such a stupid order? I am not afraid to tell you frankly that the order was actually fabricated by Spandane in private. If the scholars of O'Hara can destroy the world, can your navy with inflexible brains wipe them out? What a joke! As he said, Lin Hai poked Aokiji's head, making Robin on the side stunned. Duan Aokiji gave Lin Hai a slap. Now Aokiji's mood is a little messed up by Lin Hai. If that's the case. Lin Hai seemed to know what Aokiji was thinking, and smiled, while you are upholding justice, you are also executioners. Yes, it's the executioner. Duan Aokiji hit Lin Hai again, he had to leave here quickly. Chapter 218, Indecent and Corrupt. A slanting sun hung in the sky, dyeing the entire evening red. After Lin Hai's narration just now, the long-standing blockage in Robin's heart seemed to become smoother, and the past sense of depression seemed to be blown away by the evening breeze. Robin felt much more relaxed and smiled naturally. Lin Hai, thank you. Lin Hai stood up and pulled back, whispering in Robin's ear, are you hungry? How about we go to the banquet together? Well, Robin looked up and said, then go, you, well. In another place, such a beautiful scenery, Aokiji was not in the mood to appreciate it. He felt that what he had done in the past was a bit of a joke. Those damn bastards, are they so ridiculously selfish behind the orders? Are those people really worthless in their eyes? However, these problems are not something Aokiji can stop. After all, he is just following orders. If the O'Hara incident is really as Lin Hai said just now, then the so-called justice is really a bit ridiculous. It's just that the celestial dragons created the world government has been established for more than 800 years. Even if Aokiji is a general, what can he do? Go with the flow? This is one aspect. Another point is people like Akainu. The order for the O'Hara incident was just to eliminate those scholars, and one of the vice admirals involved, Akainu, also added his personal judgment to the order. Perhaps Akainu's past was deeply harmed by pirates, which made him have a great hatred for pirates and did not allow the existence of evil. Aokiji did not object. But Akainu obviously did not follow the order and was very angry about those ordinary people. The people attacked. That would have been fine. After this incident, Akainu was promoted to Admiral of the Navy. Aokiji looked up at the sky and felt that it was very intriguing. Now he, Aokiji, has some understanding of Admiral Kizaru's style of doing things. Personal judgment. When Kizaru was dealing with the Fishman incident, he personally killed Fisher Tiger, the explorer of the Sun Pirates who escorted the slaves of the Celestial Dragons back home. Fisher Tiger was a heinous criminal in the eyes of the Celestial Dragons, but in the eyes of the civilians and the Fishmen, he was a hero. Fisher Tiger was a hero. Tiger put aside his racial stance and rescued the slaves of the Celestial Dragons. Was this wrong? People risked their lives and put aside the hatred between races to escort the slaves of the Celestial Dragons back home, but after this incident, Kizaru began to distrust the orders given by the 5 old men. so, he had his own judgment on many things, and he would slack off when he should, because many of the justices that everyone talked about were really a farce in Kizaru's eyes. At this time, Garp walked up to Aokiji and asked, "Ahaha, what's wrong?" Aokiji asked in confusion, "Mr. Garp, can our navy really implement justice from beginning to end?" Garp also looked up at the sky. He heard the conversation between Lin Hai and Aokiji just now. Justice from beginning to end? Who knows? Garp sighed, "We just need to do our own job well. Don't think too much. Justice is not just talk." At the banquet, Luffy and Chopper were playing tricks with chopsticks stuck in their nostrils. Zoro sat with the employees of Carrera Company and drank with those strong men, while Sanji was quickly making barbecue on the side. Lin Hai pulled Robin into the venue. When Sanji saw Lin Hai holding Robin's hand, he immediately shouted in anger, "Lin Hai, you bastard, let Robin go." Lin Hai didn't bother to pay attention to this guy. As long as it was a beautiful woman, Sanji would be courteous to her reflexively. Lin Hai suspected that Sanji was not a normal person, but a high-level cyborg. "Luffy, your dance is too bad. Watch me carefully," Lin Hai said, turning his head to look at Robin. Robin understood what Lin Hai meant, so the two began to dance cheek to cheek. The audience screamed instantly. The radio played the unique tango of Hong Kong in the 1980s before the time travel. This style of dance was not owned by the pirate world. The flowing dance made Lin Hai and Robin look like two dancing butterflies among the flowers, flying freely in the evening with the setting sun as red as blood. This scene was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. "Ah, ah. Sije. What kind of dance is this? I really want to dance it. You are so shameless, you two, stop right now. This is a public place. You are violating morals. Violating morals." Barry's angry shouts were drowned in screams, shouts and whistles. "Ha ha ha." The square sisters of the Frankie family came to Barry's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and asked ambiguously, "Mr. Barry, how about we learn to dance like them?" "Yes, we don't mind." As they said, the square sisters put their hands on Barry's arms, teasing him up and down, and blew a breath in Barry's ears. A touch of bright red, blood rushed from Barry's neck to his brain in an instant. Barry felt that he really couldn't resist it. Kolos. Puff. 2 blood columns gushed out of Barry's 2 nostrils, whose body was stiff. "Ha ha ha, Barry, you are not still a little boy, are you?" "I think Barry is, don't look at his age, ha ha ha." Faced with everyone's teasing, Barry said angrily, "You bastards, stop it, and you two, get out of here." Ha ha ha, cheers. The banquet, unknowingly, has reached night, and fireworks of different colors are set off in the sky. Usopp didn't know how he did it. Hundreds of tables were stacked up to nearly 100 meters high, and he stood at the highest point, regardless of whether others would hear him, and shouted to himself, "I am the 9985th Sniper King, let me sing the spirit of the man hidden under the mask, born in the Sniper Island, never miss a shot." Frankie and his men were dancing. Lolyalalal Joba was swinging a group of kids left and right. Lin Hai. What the hell, and this Usopp, how many times has he sung the same song? Besides, isn't he afraid of heights? Hey Lin Hai. Zoro said, "You can't drink anymore, right? Then, I win." Looking at the dozens of empty barrels next to him, Lin Hai took off his coat and said, "You win? I can't compare to you in getting lost." "What are you talking about, bastard?" Zoro immediately said. Lin Hai picked up a barrel and said, "Zoro, and the ones from Carrera Company, how about we blow one barrel at a time? Come on, who's afraid of who? Asshole, I can't beat you, but I can't drink more than you? That's right, you dare to look down on us, come." Hee hee. Robin, who was sitting with Nami, chuckled and said, "How much have they drunk?" Nami shook her head and said, "Who knows, I don't know where all the wine went." Burp x4. Lin Hai, Zoro, and several big men from Carrera Company finished drinking a bucket, looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. "It's not enough." Luffy held the meat with both hands and called, "Everyone, drink heartily. My stomach is uncomfortable, I will post one first, and the remaining one will be posted later, and I will write it later." Chapter 219 Red Hair and White Beard Meet. When the Straw Hat Pirates held a banquet in the Water City, a big event happened in the New World. Merry Joy, the Holy Land at the top of the Red Earth continent that intersects with the Grand Line. 5 elders, something bad is going to happen. A Navy man reported. One of the 5 elders asked, what happened? The reporter explained, the Navy fleet sent to the New World a few days ago was defeated. Red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, and Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, who is also one of the 4 emperors, finally came into contact. Nanny. Navy headquarters. Is it true that the fleet was defeated? It seems so. Did Red-haired and Whitebeard come into contact? Stand at attention. The uniformed Navy soldiers were ready to go. A general said, listen carefully, I don't know what will happen next, keep the highest alert. Yes. In the New World, in the sea where Whitebeard is, the red-haired pirates defeated the Navy fleet and entered where Whitebeard is. The captain of the 3rd team, Diamond Jaws, said, Red-haired is coming. The captain of the 1st team, Marco, stood up and said to the crew, young men, retreat, you can't stand it. Tap, tap. Red-hair stepped onto Whitebeard's ship. One of the crew members asked curiously, what do you mean by can't stand it? Malco said, don't ask, I told you to hide inside. Thump, thump. The crew members next to Marco began to fall to the ground one by one. Tap, tap. Thump, thump. What happened to you? What happened? Is it too late? Marco said sleepily, don't worry, he just fainted. Jaws said with a serious expression, if you are not fully prepared, you can't stand it, and it's so domineering. I saw Red-hair holding a big wine jar and slowly stepped into Whitebeard's pirate ship. Some of Whitebeard's crew members nearby could not stand his domineering aura and fainted. Boom! The railing of the ship was also affected by this momentum and cracks appeared. Goo! The crew members who had not fainted could not help swallowing their saliva when they saw Red-hair's aura. At this time, Red-hair walked not far from Whitebeard, raised his eyes and said, sorry, I just got on the enemy ship and I'm a little intimidated. If Lin Fan was here and could beat him, he would directly kick Red-hair away. This is really 11 points more than pretending. The extra point is to give Red-hair face. Sitting in the main seat, within 4 drip, Whitebeard looked at Redhead and said, when I see your face, the wound that bastard left on me hurts. Redhead, I brought healing water to honor you, and I have no intention of fighting. I came here today to discuss something with you. Whitebeard, a man who vents his domineering power and says such nonsense, bastard, ha 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 ha. At this time, a large group of people fell behind Redhead, and cracks appeared on the railing of the boat. Marco said depressedly, hey Redhead, what are you doing? Redhead turned around and smiled, oh, it's Marco from the same team. Do you want to join us? Stop talking nonsense. Marco was too lazy to pay attention. Jaws asked, Dad, then we? Whitebeard said, he doesn't seem to be here to cause trouble. Let me talk to you alone. After a while, Redhead poured himself a large bowl of wine and gave the rest to Whitebeard. Where's the wine from the West Sea? Whitebeard sniffed it and said, isn't it a top-notch product? Red-hair said, I've traveled to many seas in the world, and there's no wine more fragrant than the water that makes the skin feel good. This is the wine from my hometown, want a sip? Gulp gulp burp. Whitebeard took a big sip and said, not bad. After the two chatted about the past for a while, Whitebeard sighed, in recent years, many heroes have emerged that can be passed down from ancient times to the present. The news of your duel with Hawkeye has just reached my ears. When a man of your level came back from the East Sea with an arm lost, everyone was shocked. Who cut off your left arm? This. Red-hair touched his empty left arm and replied, I bet it on the new era. Whitebeard took a sip of the wine and said, since you have no regrets, it doesn't matter. Whitebeard. Red-hair said, I have experienced various battles and have countless scars, but now the only scar that still hurts is this one. As he spoke, Red-hair pointed to the special scar on his left eye and explained, this wound was not caused by adventure, nor by Hawkeye. It was your Blackbeard teach who left me with this scar. I was not careless when we fought at the beginning. Do you know what I want to say? Whitebeard. That guy has been waiting for the opportunity. He neither competes for the position of captain nor seeks fame and fortune. He hides himself quietly. So far, he has been hiding under your resounding name, and then accumulating strength and waiting for an opportunity. He will eventually compete for the top with his own consciousness, and sooner or later he will come to seize your throne. Just now, it was still clear. As the conversation deepened, the dark clouds in the sky became denser and gloomy, just like the mood of the two people, making people feel very depressed. At this time, Whitebeard said, "What do you want me to do? This is the key point, right?" Redhead raised his head and said, "Stop Ace. He is already the captain of the second team on your ship at such a young age. It shows that he is very strong. I know this. But that reputation and trust will make the situation worse. Now is not the time for the two to conflict. Tell him not to touch Blackbeard teach. I just want to ask you for this." Hee hee, ha ha ha, 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 ha ha ha. After listening to Redhead's words, Whitebeard laughed. Some things a man has to do, even if he dies, he has to do it. Teach not only broke the only iron rule on the ship and killed his companions, violating Whitebeard's only bottom line. And it also made Whitebeard, who has protected Teach for more than 20 years, a laughing stock in the eyes of others. Faced with such things, as the captain of the second team, Ace, Teach and his team committed such a scandal. Can he sit back and watch? Is he greedy for life? As for Whitebeard, he noticed something and tried to stop Ace, but the reason Ace gave was that it was a son's protection of his father. What reason did Whitebeard have to stop him? Whitebeard took all the consequences. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard looked at Redhair and said, "You really sound like a brat. That guy killed his companions, which is an unforgivable crime on the pirate ship. He broke the iron rule. As long as they get on my ship, no matter how stupid they are my children. How can the souls of the murdered children rest in peace? The kindness owed must be paid with life. Isn't it my responsibility to teach that bastard Teach this truth?" After saying that, Whitebeard took a few gulps of wine, and then threw the tavern in Redhair's face. "Do you understand? Idiot, you can point fingers at me, you can wait another 100 years. Swish. Redhair sat there and changed his position directly, avoiding the things thrown by Whitebeard. He picked up the big cup in front of him and drank all the wine in it. He stood up and said, "No one can stop it. This era is going to run wild." As he spoke, Redhair drew out his saber. Whitebeard also drew out his weapon. "Child's play, I'm Whitebeard." As he spoke, the two men's weapons collided. Ding! Suddenly, two extremely strong domineering auras collided, causing a very long crack in the clouds in the sky. The two men thought in different ways, and their opinions could not reach a consensus, so the conversation ended. Chapter 220. There's something even more vulgar. The day after the banquet, Frankie and the employees of Carrera Company led by Iceberg devoted themselves to the construction of the new ship of the Straw Hat Pirates, and the Straw Hat Pirates who woke up gathered in the house for breakfast, of course, except for a few. At this time, Robin was holding a piece of meat, teasing Lin Hai there like fishing. In his dream, Lin Hai dreamed of a pile of meat that could run away. He clearly had it in his hand, but why couldn't he eat it? So, Lin Hai finally went crazy. Ah! Lin Hai sat up and realized that he was dreaming. Seeing Lin Hai looking at him with resentment, Robin chuckled, "Hee hee, get up and have breakfast. The bounty should increase now, right?" Zoro was excitedly looking at the newspaper. Chopper also said excitedly, "Will I be bountied?" Sanji replied, "It's not impossible, but I should be the most amazing one, it's like a superstar coming kakaka." Lin Hai handed the bounty order of Sanji drawn by the navy to him and sighed, "Sanji, you are indeed a superstar. Look, you are so handsome, like an idiot." Sanji. At number UN at %*. Lin Hai turned around and said, "Luffy, Frankie, they are building a new ship for us." At Luffy asked in surprise, "Frankie is going to build a ship for us?" Usopp replied, "You were sleeping soundly at that time." "Great!" Luffy said with excitement, "What? That guy is really a good person." Chopper said longingly, "I really want to see what kind of ship they will build." Nami smiled and said, "Before that, I will go shopping leisurely." Lin Hai stomped and quickly hid in the quilt. Zoro asked in confusion, "Lin Hai, didn't you just wake up?" Nami opened the safe and found that there was only a small stack of money left in it. So, she felt around and felt around. In addition to the small stack of money, was there any other money? 100 million Baileys only had this? Nami couldn't believe it, so she put her head in to check it out, but there was still nothing. Nami looked at the small stack of Bailey in her hand, turned her head and smiled, where is the 100 million Bailey here? Zoro, who was standing on the side, immediately understood why Lin Hai hid in the bed. At this time, Luffy smiled and said, during the banquet, they bought meat and wine and gave it to them. Give it to them. The smiling Nami immediately became furious and said, that's our money. After saying that, she turned back to a smiling face. Lin Hai. Luffy said simply, isn't that our party? Ah. Nami knocked her head against the safe several times, turned around and patted the money in her hand and asked, is this all left now? That's right. Luffy said intoxicatedly, finally, all the people in the city gathered here. It's so refreshing, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Pillapa-dang duan duan duan. Luffy said while being beaten, Lin Hai, you gave me that money at the beginning, please help me say something, don't sleep. Lin Hai lifted the quilt and said angrily, asshole straw hat, I'm going to fight you. Nami said with a gloomy face, Lin Hai, wait a minute, I said who would take the money out, it turned out to be you. Lin Hai hurriedly said, wait a minute, let me beat Luffy first. Nanny. Luffy. Although he was beaten by Nami, he, Lin Hai, also beat Luffy, and now he felt relieved. After a while, Luffy said, we got the ship anyway, so let's just forget about it. Nami sat in a place and cried, I wanted to add luxurious furniture to the ship. Robin comforted, let's go buy some cheap stuff. Lin Hai said, Nami, I'm not full, give me some money to go out and buy something to eat. Luffy also said, Nami, I want to go out and have some fun, give me some pocket money. Robin on the side suspected that these two guys were deliberately provoking Nami. Sure enough, Nami was furious and said, ah, it's so shameless. Hey! Nami was suddenly stunned. This is... Chopper said in surprise. Zoro asked tentatively, Lin Hai, you didn't steal the treasure in the city, did you? Lin Hai shook his head and said, how could I do that? When we were on Judicial Island, we took it by chance when we were looking for food. What, do you dare to have any objections? Nami immediately gave Lin Hai a kiss, I love you to death. As she said that, Nami immediately pounced on when he got to the treasure, he started to mutter, treasure, treasure, real treasure. Sanji glared at Lin Hai and said, Lin Hai, I'm getting more and more annoyed with you now. I want to challenge you. Lin Hai poked Sanji's forehead and said, there are several beauties looking for you in the back street. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Back street. Sanji said, beauties, here I come. Everyone. Since it takes several days to build a ship, the Straw Hat Pirates can only wander around the water city. At a sparsely populated coast, Robin sat on one side, while Lin Hai sat behind Robin, and the two looked at the waves in the distance. Lin Hai held Robin's hand from behind and said, Robin, sometimes I feel that I really don't deserve you. Robin turned his head and asked in confusion, why do you say that? It's impossible. Lin Hai said with a smile, listen to me. What I mean is that you are so talented, I didn't expect you to fall in love with me. But, since you are with me, you have nothing to regret. Robin chuckled and said, what are you talking about? I think you are very good. Hee hee. Lin Hai said, Robin, there is a proverb in my hometown, that is, marry a chicken and follow the chicken, marry a dog and follow the dog. In the future, you will have no fixed place to live for a long time. Can you adapt to it? Robin turned his head and chuckled, didn't you say marry a chicken and follow the chicken? But what you said is too vulgar, isn't it? Lin Hai approached Robin's ear and whispered, there are more vulgar ones. Should we take a rest? Rest. Looking at Lin Hai's burning eyes, Robin, who reacted, blushed and lowered her head and whispered, you go find Nami, Chapter 221 Hard to Accept. A few days later, the Straw Hat Pirates gathered in a room. Nami looked at the pointer on her arm and said, the record pointer points to the next island. Luffy smiled and said, then the next thing is the ship. I am really looking forward to it. And Sanji and Lin Hai were wrestling on the side. Sanji angrily said, asshole, I heard that you played with Nami and Robin these days. Lin Hai retorted, what does it have to do with you where we play? Chopper, don't do that, you two will kill people. Lin Hai said, don't stop me, Chopper, I just want to kill him. As he said that, Lin Hai poked Sanji's forehead with his hand. Just when Sanji wanted to fight back, Granny Kokoro who entered the room laughed and said, Do you know where you will go if you follow the needle? Nami replied, I don't know, the needle feels a little downward. Ha ha ha. Granny Kokoro laughed and said, of course, the next island is the underwater paradise, Fishman Island. Linhai pulled Sanji and Usopp's shoulders, the three looked at each other, swayed left and right and shouted, Fishman Island, Fishman Island. Who knew that Sanji seemed to have lost control, with his eyes full of love and 2 streams of air coming out of his nostrils, Linhai kicked him away with disgust. Nami said in distress, Fishman Island, it's so complicated. Luffy nodded and said, yes, something like that happened in your village. Zoro, who was sitting on the other side, asked, although it's a fishman, it's also a pirate, right? Sanji said excitedly while spinning, that's right, you know a lot about it, bastard. Fishman Island is a famous island on the Grand Line. The beautiful mermaids draw arcs on the sea. It is a dream kingdom where you can play with the fishes. Granny Kokoro attracted Sanji's attention. As soon as Sanji saw Granny Kokoro's appearance, his dream was shattered. Sanji was seen kneeling on the ground, patting the floor constantly, just think I'm dreaming, I'm a pirate. Granny Kokoro said angrily, there are young and beautiful ones. It doesn't matter. Linhai stepped forward and said to Nami, Nami, isn't that matter settled? Along's fish dregs can't represent the people of Fishman Island, don't generalize. At this time, Granny Kokoro turned around and said, it's not easy to go to the park, here's the problem. As she said, Granny Kokoro took out a newspaper, which said that many ships on the way to Fishman Island disappeared in the Devil's Triangle, and the Devil's Triangle is a sea area that must be passed. Chopper said in surprise, is it a ghost? So scary. Luffy said excitedly, can I meet a living skeleton? Zoro said speechlessly, what kind of imagination is that? Linhai, no, he really met it. Straw Hat Boy. Suddenly, Frankie's Cube sisters came running outside. Luffy asked, what's up? One of the Cube sisters said, Brother Frankie asked us to call everyone. The dream ship is ready. Luffy said in surprise, is it ready? It's so fast. Dream ship. Linhai asked curiously, are there a lot of bikinis on it? Sanji immediately exclaimed with red hearts in his eyes, is this true? Nami looked at Linhai dangerously and asked, is this the dream ship in your mind? Ahem. Linhai said awkwardly, what nonsense are you talking about? Usopp said, actually that's what you think, right? Ah, Linhai is going to kill someone. Brother Straw Hat. There was another noise outside. It turned out to be Frankie's family. The Cube sisters asked, what's wrong with you? Panting. Linhai asked curiously, is Frankie too tired from repairing the ship, and fell asleep while going to the toilet? As a result, he fell into it. What? Luffy said in surprise, really? Zoro asked with fish eyes, I wonder what kind of imagination you two have. Zanbei was stunned for a moment, then said, actually, we have an unwelcome request. Have you seen the bounty? Bounty? Luffy was puzzled. Zanbei said, yes, your bounty is extremely high. Chopper exhaled 2 breaths from his nostrils in surprise. Here it comes, finally here. Chopper will definitely amaze the world, hi-ya. Zanbei took out the bounty order of the Straw Hat Pirates and put it on the ground. Linhai squatted in a corner and drew circles when he saw his bounty order. Chopper was petrified when he saw his bounty order, and Sanji still looked at the idiot face with difficulty accepting it. Straw Hat Luffy, 300 million Baileys. Pirate Hunter Zoro, 150 million Baileys. Sanji, 97 million Baileys. Robin, 80 million Baileys. Usopp, 30 million Baileys. Nami, 16 million Baileys. Chopper, 50 Baileys. Linhai, 425 million Baileys. Everyone looked at their bounty amounts, and their expressions were different. Luffy said in surprise, Yahoo, it's going up. Nami said in horror, wait. Usopp held his head with both hands, and said in horror, 30 million? It's over, the Navy will catch him. Chopper's eyes were white, and his nose was running, 50. Zoro turned his head and asked, Linhai, you have the highest bounty here, why are you still so unhappy? Usopp said, 425 million Baileys, 4,250. Linhai. At number UN %. At this time, Lin Hai once again felt the deep malice from this world. He thought he had gotten rid of that idiot, but now a dead idiot has come, damn it. Robin asked curiously, is the bounty amount set by Aokiji this time? After being reminded by Robin, Lin Hai remembered that when he first met Aokiji, he borrowed 250 baileys from him. It was really a cycle of cause and effect. You are so good to Aokiji. It turned out that this guy was the one who did it. At this time, Luffy walked to Lin Hai with Lin Hai's bounty order and said with a smile, why are you so unhappy? Your bounty is more than 400 million. Hearing Luffy's words, Sanji woke up immediately. He quickly looked at Lin Hai's bounty amount and immediately teased, for 205, what a good number. Lin Hai. At you in number percent. Wait. Zanbei said quickly, I can understand your current mood, and I must have a lot to say, but wait a minute, what we want to ask you is. As he said, Zanbei took out another bounty order, which was Frankie's bounty order, 44 million baileys. Frankie? Luffy. That's right. Zanbei said, we all managed to escape, but Big Brother didn't. If he stays in this water city, Big Brother's life will be in danger. If he is caught again, we can't save him with our ability. Big Brother must be worried about us, so he doesn't plan to leave the island. So, we all discussed it. Big Brother Straw Hat Boy, please take our Big Brother out to sea, even if it's forced, he is originally the son of a pirate. Big Brother Straw Hat Boy, this is our wish. Please. Luffy smiled and said, you don't have to say it, I will do the same. I have already decided that he will be the ship repairman on the ship. Great, do the rest of you have any objections? Zanbei looked at the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates. Except Zoro, Robin, and Luffy, no one else was listening. Zanbei stood up and said to Frankie's family, since they have agreed, we won't say anything more. Let's go, brothers. After a while, Luffy turned around and asked, I say, how long are you going to be depressed? Sanji asked indignantly, it's so annoying. Why is my bounty the only one that is painted? Luffy, isn't this you? The painting is exactly the same. Sanji. At number you in percent. Zoro, you just look like that. Sanji turned around and looked at Zoro. At number you in percent. Zoro, what are you mumbling about? Speak human language. Sanji fell to the ground, now the ladies of the world are going to make fun of me again. Chopper held his bounty order and asked Luffy, I am also a pirate, and I fought to the end like a man. I want to protest, why is it only 50 baileys? Luffy comforted him, forget it, when Lin Hai was first bountied, it was 250 baileys, but when it was second bounty, it was 300 million baileys. Don't worry, Chopper, you will be the second one. When I get a bounty for the next time, I will definitely be like Lin Hai. Chopper was surprised and said, really? Yeah. Luffy. Lin Hai looked at Luffy. At number you in percent. Robin couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled. Luffy said, everyone, it's time for us to set off. Don't leave anything behind. Woo-oh. Chapter 222 Frankie's Runaway. In the Water City, at an exit along the coast, there is a huge piece of cloth covering something, and the Straw Hat Pirates came here. Chopper, what a big thing, is that a boat? Luffy muttered, we are here, Frankie, give me a boat. Lin Hai said speechlessly, can't we leave one day later? Everyone is resting, they really don't understand human feelings, tisk, and there is that bastard Aokiji. Nami turned her head and asked, what are you mumbling about? At this time, Iceberg stood up and said, you are here. Luffy said, it's Uncle Iceberg, where is Frankie? Iceberg smiled and said, unfortunately, Frankie is not here now, but the ship has been built. I will show it to you on his behalf. This ship is amazing. When I saw the design drawings, I was also stunned. No matter how dangerous the ocean is, it can cross it. If you take this ship, it is not a problem to reach the end of the world. After speaking, Iceberg pulled open the huge cloth covering the ship and said, Frankie has something for me to pass on to you, Straw Hat Boy. If you want to become the Pirate King one day, take this King of Beasts. It's so big, so cool, there must be a lot of interesting things on it. Are you really going to give this to us? It's twice as big as the Mary. What a big sail, is it a sloop? It's really nice. Let me check the kitchen. As they said that, the Straw Hat Pirates had already gone to play on the boat. After a while, Luffy asked, "Uncle Iceberg, where is Frankie? We still want to thank him in person. It seems that he doesn't want to see you again. Do you plan to invite him to be your ship's boatman?" "Yet." Luffy smiled and said, "You really have a clear idea. I decided to let him be our boatman." Iceberg said, "He seems to have noticed it." Luffy asked in confusion, "Doesn't he want to come?" Iceberg shook his head and said, "On the contrary, if you invite him in person, he doesn't have the confidence to refuse you, so he hides." "Why?" Nami asked. "Well," Iceberg explained, "in fact, he really wants to go to sea with you. And trusting you with the most precious dream ship in his life so far is enough to prove this. Frankie likes you guys from the bottom of his heart, but he has always bound himself and believes that he has an obligation to stay on this island forever." "Obligation?" Everyone was puzzled. Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Who cares, just go and plunder." Luffy asked, "Is this really okay?" Lin Hai replied, "Frankie's family agreed, and Frankie is different from Barry. Barry doesn't want to be a pirate, so I won't plunder him." Hey, Barry." Lin Hai continued, "Have you forgotten Sanji? When we invited him, it was really painful. I say, a bitch like this is just a spoiled child." Everyone agreed, so why should he be so arrogant? Sanji kicked over, "Who are you calling hypocritical, you bastard?" At this time, Bing Shan said, "If you really want to take him with you, you must do as Lin Hai said, do whatever it takes, this is the only way to free him." Seeing that Bing Shan recognized him, Lin Hai was proud, so he habitually spit on his hand and then brushed his hair. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Hai scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Why, it's not smeared on your heads, what kind of virtue is this? A bunch of bitches, just delicate. Colos." Luffy looked at everyone beating Lin Hai there, he couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and taught him a lesson. "I'm talking to you, as the captain, I have to say something to you, is it time to play around now? We still have to invite Frankie." In another place, Frankie is in the dismantling house. Frankie is drinking tea leisurely, but when the Frankie family sees Frankie there, they are confused. After a conversation, Zanbei took out Frankie's bounty and said, "Brother, you have been bountied and can't stay with us anymore. We don't want to be a burden to you." Frankie retorted, "Don't be so conceited. What is the Navy? At that time, you were all starving to death on the side of the back street. I picked you up. How dare you talk to me like this? If I'm not here, a group of guys who can't survive will still." Seeing Frankie's firm attitude, one of the younger brothers secretly pounced on Frankie and snatched Frankie's pants. "I got the pants." "Pants? What do you want pants for?" "Yes, that's it. Good job. Pass it over quickly, it must not be snatched back." Frankie stood up and said angrily, "Give me back my pants, bastard. This is my only good pair of pants. Disband, run. You guys are brave. You should know that even if you all join together, you are still no match for me. Even if there is only one person left, you must persist until you reach the Straw Hat Brother and send your pants to the shipwreck island." Powerful right hand. So, a wretched man chased his brothers on the streets of Water City. Boom. Hey? What's the noise? There's a pervert, Frankie is going berserk. Is it him again? The streets will be destroyed. The voice from a distance made the citizens nervous. Stop right there. Frankie chased after him without paying attention to anyone around. Ah, pervert, get out of the way. That guy has nothing on underneath. How shameless. Take the kids home quickly, don't let them see the pervert. The citizens screamed. Stop it, Frankie, we're arresting you for indecent exposure. Lin Hai and Luffy on the roof saw this scene, and Luffy laughed, Frankie is so funny. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, what the hell, didn't you see the citizens throwing things at him? I'll take care of it. After that, Lin Hai and Luffy appeared in front of a younger brother of Frankie's family, and Lin Hai laughed, give me your underwear. Straw Hat Boy and Sleepy Lin Hai, you're here? Great, take our big brother out to sea. The younger brother handed the pants to Lin Hai. Lin Hai looked at Frankie with disdain and said, Frankie, put on your pants quickly, don't you have any shame, you bastard? Frankie ignored Lin Hai's complaints and asked, Do you like the boat I built? Luffy smiled and said, well, I've never seen such a great ship, thank you. Frankie took the pants and put them on while saying, of course, with my super design, all your requirements have been met. Have you seen the soldier dock system I invented? I haven't seen that yet. Luffy replied. Frankie said, that's the best surprise, you will definitely like it. Yes, what are you doing, bastard? Linhai violently lifted Frankie and said, what are you doing? There are many people waiting for you on the wreck island. Frankie, you bastards, put me down quickly. For a moment, a scene appeared on the street. Linhai and Luffy carried Frankie to the wreck island like a pig. Is that enough to give face? Chapter 223 Garp's Stunt. Water City, Wreck Island. In the puzzled eyes of the crowd, Frankie was tied up by Linhai. Frankie said angrily, you bastards, what do you mean? Didn't I say that although I also want to go with you, I have something to do here, so I gave you the ship. Besides, I have long stopped being a ship repairman. This ship is the last one I will build in my life. It is my lifelong wish, so it is the dream ship. Untie me quickly. Wait a minute, Frankie. At this time, Iceberg stepped forward and said, it should not have become the dream ship you said, because you haven't witnessed the process. Frankie was stunned for a moment, and replied, now I want to do something different. What do you want to do? Iceberg said, not really, what you are doing on this island now is just compensation. You still regard the fact that Mr. Tom was captured that day as your own sin, and you still regret it. But Mr. Tom has forgiven you that day and guided you in the direction. No matter what kind of ship you build, there is no distinction between good and evil, and it doesn't matter what kind of ship you build in the future. However, no matter who your ship hurts, even if it destroys the world, the owner who made it with his own hands must protect it. Only the person who made it cannot deny it, cannot blame it, and a man must face the ship he built with a loud voice. As Iceberg finished speaking, the scene suddenly became quiet. After a while, seeing Frankie sinking, Iceberg continued, whether you gather the hooligans in the back streets together, or fight off the predators under the banner of bounty hunters to defend the island, all of this is to protect the water city that Mr. Tom loves deeply, and it is just for your own atonement. You gave up your favorite shipbuilding and have been living a life of repression. Do you plan to continue like this in the future? Even if Mr. Tom has forgiven you and I have forgiven you, if everything is still like this, nothing will change, right? Forgive yourself, Frankie, you should live for yourself, right? After being analyzed by Iceberg, Frankie sorted out his thoughts and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Boom! What happened? Package. A package suddenly flew in front of Frankie. Here is your luggage, big brother. Big brother, big brother. Please forgive us, we are really sorry, we are willing to accept any punishment, because we are all big fools, racking our brains to come up with this method. The Frankie family who arrived shouted from a distance. This scene made Frankie feel as if he was kicked out of the house. Frankie stood up and said with a dark face, a brainless person, what else can he think of? A way to rob my pants? Or a way to make me a pirate? Mind your own business. This is my life. Everything must be decided by myself. The road paved for me by my brothers, as a pillar, can I walk on happily? A bunch of idiots, since you have no brains, don't make trouble at the beginning. Sorry, but can't we consider you a little bit? You are a great benefactor who took in useless trash like us. For your happiness, can't we do it? Zanbei suddenly shouted loudly, and every word struck Frankie's heart. Ah! Frankie was shocked. Delaying. Linhai, who was standing on the side, showed his guitar again. What a touching brotherhood, Delang, the gentle wind is like the sound of an old dream. It's not that I'm not strong enough, it's that reality is too rigid. The fish swimming upstream is born with destiny. It's not that I don't want to bow my head, it's that my tears hurt people. We are brothers in this life. If there is no afterlife, I will miss you in the next life. Woo woo woo. Frankie covered his eyes and shouted, Baga, stop playing, bastards, all of you guys, one by one, woo oh oh I'm not crying, bastards. After a while, Frankie asked his younger brothers, can you live without me? Brother, the gangster leader of the Water City, we will all work together to inherit your will. Don't worry, brother, don't cry, no matter where you go, we will be your younger brothers all our lives. At this time, Zoro and Sanji hurried down from above. Sanji said, it's a big deal. Zoro said, your grandfather is back, Luffy. He is attacking on the opposite coast and is searching for us. Why? Luffy asked in confusion, didn't he say he wouldn't catch us? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, did he say that at the beginning? He just said he wouldn't catch us on this island, so let's run away. At this time, Luffy said to Frankie who was sitting on the ground, come on, Frankie, get on my ship. Hee hee. Frankie, who had untied his knot and had no worries, said, don't get carried away, you amateurs who can only paste paper, such a great ship, if there is not even a ship repairman, isn't it a waste of resources? There is no other way, let me lend you a hand, the ship repairman on your ship will be taken over by this Uncle Frankie. Great. Luffy was surprised and said, new partner. Great. Chopper jumped up. Seeing everyone jumping for joy, Frankie said with a dark face, don't be happy there, help me untie the rope. Employees of Carrera, thank you for your hard work these days. Lin Hai, who got on the ship after untying Frankie's rope, said loudly. Luffy also said, Uncle Iceberg, and employees of Carrera, this ship is great, we like it very much. Iceberg waved his hand, and when the employees of Carrera were feeling relieved, Lin Hai suddenly said, assholes of Carrera, since we are so familiar with each other, the repair fee will be waived, by everyone. Another place. Vice Admiral Garp. A Marine reported, we found the Straw Hat Boys. They are at the wreck island on the southeast coast and are about to set sail. Garp turned around and ordered, set off immediately, everyone get on board immediately. Yes. A while later, on Garp's ship, Aokiji walked past Garp with his recliner. Kobe said, Vice Admiral Garp, we just said goodbye to Mr. Luffy and the others, but now we are going back to arrest them. Wouldn't that be too bad? Garp turned around and said, if you have any complaints, send them to Sengoku, but if you piss him off, he will ask us to come back. After that, Garp picked his nose and said speechlessly, you are so arrogant. Aokiji lay down on the chair and said speechlessly, who told you to tell him in the Den Mushi, that's my grandson. You are so noisy. Garp turned around and said, shut up, Aokiji. The Marines around Garp said speechlessly, Admiral, is it appropriate for you to stay here? Aokiji put on his eye mask and said, it's troublesome to ride back, damn, I won't do anything anyway. The Marines sweated and said, the enemy is right in front of us, this is not appropriate, right? Soon, Vice Admiral Garp's warship discovered the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates. Boom. Garp held a loudspeaker and said, hey Luffy, did you hear it? I am your grandfather, I am your grandfather, if you hear it, please reply to me. Lin Hai covered Luffy's mouth and said loudly, it's Vice Admiral Garp, Luffy is not here. Woo woo woo. Luffy said dissatisfiedly, what are you doing, Lin Hai? Lin Hai said speechlessly, okay, then you say it, but don't piss him off. If you think you are better than Gold Roger, just say it. Grandpa, what are you doing? Luffy said dissatisfiedly, didn't you say you wouldn't catch us here? Garp replied, a lot of things happened, there's nothing we can do. Sorry, you'd better die in the sea. Nanny. On the Straw Hat ship, everyone was terrified. Garp said, it seems a bit bad to apologize, so let me be your opponent alone. After that, Garp said, bring the cannonballs. Lin Hai on the Straw Hat ship was speechless. At the beginning, so many monsters on the Pirate King's ship were chased by Garp. Who wants him to be an opponent? Sanji blinked and asked, what does he want to do? I saw Garp holding the cannonball in one hand, throwing it easily, and then, fist bone. Boom. A big explosion occurred on the right side of the Straw Hat ship. Ku, throwing a cannonball with bare hands? Sanji said in horror. Zoro said with cold sweat, that is much stronger than the firepower of a cannon, it's not a baseball. Nami said quickly, there is no other way, anyway, let's escape first, we can't let the new ship be blown to pieces. Lin Hai stepped forward and said, you are ready to escape, I will block it. Ha ha ha. Garp, who was standing in front of the warship, laughed, the power has declined a bit recently, this won't do, bring 1,000 shells. Chapter 224 One Sword Style. At Garp's warship. After giving the order, Garp took off his coat and rubbed his hands. Fistbone Meteor Group. Kobe exclaimed. Bellamyber nodded and said, any ship that eats this trick will definitely be destroyed. Soon, a stack of ready shells were brought to Garp. Then let's fight, boys. Garp said, don't think about escaping from my hands, wake up. Standing at the stern, looking at Garp on the warship in the distance, Lin Hai didn't dare to treble Aokiji, or confront Garp. If they really came, Lin Hai really didn't believe he could escape. Lin Hai turned his head and looked behind and asked, hurry up and get ready. Zoro asked, are you too cautious? This is not like you. Lin Hai choked up, what a group of ignorant idiots, one of them is a legendary marine, and the other is a navy admiral. If either of them really wants to catch the Straw Hat Pirates, it would be strange if they can escape with the current behavior of the Straw Hat Pirates. At this time, Frankie said, put up the sail. Boom boom boom. Garp has already made his move. The shells are thrown over one by one, and Lin Hai blocks them one by one in a low-key manner. Fistbone. I block, block, block. Frankie said loudly, quickly reef the sail. Luffy, yes, reef the sail. Zoro, who jumped onto the main pole, asked doubtfully, is this really okay? Frankie. Hey. Frankie replied arrogantly, what do you mean by is this okay, idiot, you have to believe in this ship. Luffy, Usopp and Chopper behind Frankie each put their shoulders and echoed, asshole, believe it, idiot. Lin Hai turned around and said angrily, you bunch of assholes. Very idle, right? Zoro also said angrily, come over and help. Sanji said speechlessly, what are you thinking about? In such a tense situation. Sanji jumped and kicked away a cannonball. Soon, Zoro asked, Frankie, I've put up the sails as you said. If we don't act quickly, we'll be caught up by the warships. Not yet. Frankie said seriously, we haven't named this ship yet. Sanji exclaimed, name it. At this time. That's right. Frankie said, wouldn't a ship without a name have no momentum when it sets sail? Sanji said speechlessly, what kind of concept is this? How about calling it Lion? I got it. Luffy said loudly, I thought of a very powerful name, Black Bear White Bear Lion. Usopp complained, how can a ship have such a weird name? Luffy, then call it Tiger Grey Wolf Lion. Usopp complained again, don't add a lot of animals, it's like being possessed. Pucci when Lin Hai was blocking the shells, he broke his defense, ha ha ha, possessed? This word is too good, Luffy, you should shut up, don't make it like the zoo of CP9, it will make people laugh to death, ha ha ha. Lin Hai jumped to Luffy and said, you block the shells for me, let me name it. Lin Hai, who was in the middle of the reply, sighed, people say that there is nothing eternal in the world, but now we are here, life is short, but it seems so precious, so cherished. Oh. Zoro was immediately attracted by Lin Hai's words. Robin on the side also looked at Lin Hai curiously. What amazing name could he come up with? Usopp and Chopper looked at Lin Hai with shining eyes, S-I-J-E. At this time, Lin Hai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and sighed, Luffy named a lot of animals, which is too superficial and uncultured. This ship has to overcome thousands of difficulties and obstacles, so everything is just a passing cloud, and being handsome is for a lifetime, so how about we call this ship Handsome Guy? Everyone, fall. Lin Hai, you are so disgusting. That's right, absolutely don't use this name. Frankie stepped forward speechlessly and said, the lion that Luffy just mentioned is indeed a good entry point, but the guys from Carrera Company gave it a name, called Sunny. Thousands of sunshine. Woo! What a handsome name! Luffy turned around and said, it's better than the Maru Gorilla Lion I just thought of. Zoro said, it's better than the Brother Lionel that I racked my brains to think of. Robin, it's also better than the Dark Maru I thought of. Sanji, my gentleman Sunflower is not as good as it. Usopp said, have you really considered it seriously? Lin Hai still held hope and stepped forward and said, those are just clouds, the handsome guy. Shut up! Everyone shouted. Wait a minute. Frankie said, what we just discussed is just the beginning. The name I am considering is the most important. Listen carefully, the name of this ship is. Luffy said loudly, let's use the name given by Uncle Iceberg. Sunny, it's a good name. Please take care of me in the future, Sunny. Now that the name is chosen, the voyage has become more compact. Seeing that everyone ignored him, Frankie squatted opposite Lin Hai and drew circles with Lin Hai. Sanji said speechlessly, Frankie, what are you still mumbling about? Hurry up and use your so-called secret weapon to let us escape. Got it, you're so nagging. Frankie stood up and said, take advantage of now to enjoy this beautiful water city for the last time. In a blink of an eye, you won't even be able to see the shadow of the island. Is that so? Then Luffy jumped onto the railing and said loudly, Grandpa and Kobe, and it's great to see you. At the warship, Bear Meber said speechlessly, at least call out my name. Garp narrowed his eyes, what's wrong, Luffy? I still have shells here, fistbone meteorite. Luffy punched the shell thrown by Garp and replied confidently, it's useless. Now we have to escape seriously. See you next time. Lin Hai, who was drawing circles, reacted. What a group of ignorant guys. As expected, Garp at the warship was furious and said, asshole, as the son of my son, you are so arrogant, Luffy. Garp took out an extra-large iron ball from nowhere, which was bigger than the Sunny. What is that? Luffy's forehead was sweating. I'm going to die. How could there be such a thing? Usopp was terrified. Tisk, really, get out of the way, let me do it. At this time, Lin Hai slowly stepped onto the stern. Usopp was shocked and said, Lin Hai, can you do it? That's an iron ball. Iron ball. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, who asked Luffy to provoke the old man? Today I will open your eyes, but you must be prepared to escape. At the warship, Garp picked up the iron ball that weighed countless tons and said, you dare to look down on me, take it. The huge iron ball was smashed towards the Sunny. At this time, Lin Hai also made a move. Space field. One sword style, cut the cake. Clang. A shocking scene appeared. The huge iron ball was cut in half by Lin Hai, who jumped up, just like a cake being cut in half. Nanny! Everyone shouted. Chapter 225. Wait for me. No way, such a big iron ball was cut in half. As expected of a pirate with a bounty of 425 million Baileys, good job, sleeping god Lin Hai. Baka, we can't cheer for them. On Garp's warship. It can't be true. How did he do it? Vice Admiral Garp's oversized iron ball was cut open just like that. At this time, the broadcasting station on the main pole of the Sunny suddenly played the background music of Chasing Wind and Coquettish Years, and immediately a passionate atmosphere enveloped the wreckage island, and everyone was infected. And in the air, Lin Hai put on sunglasses and sang coquettishly, carrying the wind on my shoulders, stepping on the soil, a word in my heart, I won't admit defeat. I write youth with a hot heart. Ah. Frankie on the Sunny suddenly forgot what he should do and swayed with the music. Accompanied by the loud and powerful singing, Aokiji rarely took off his eye mask and looked at Lin Hai in the air. It was a coincidence that the Marines on the warship twitched their eyes as the music beat. Everyone seemed to have forgotten what to do. Especially at this time, Cap was led into a ditch. Perhaps it was because of the lonely life before the time travel that Lin Hai wanted to get attention from others more and more, so he was on this road of flirtation, straight up to the sky. Lin Hai, who was in the air, took out his cigar as usual when he paused in his song, and then a pistol appeared in his other hand, which rotated 360 degrees gorgeously, bang. Lin Hai, who was very proud, took a deep breath, cough cough cough. An accident happened. Lin Hai choked because he took too much breath. The sound of coughing finally brought everyone back to reality. And Garp, who reacted, felt that Lin Hai's behavior was obviously a provocation to him, so the furious Garp jumped into the sea. Lin Hai, you dare to look down on me, wait for me. Garp's furious voice came from a distance. Lin Hai, who reacted, jumped back on the boat and said in horror, Frankie, use the secret weapon quickly, otherwise our boat will be dismantled by the old man. Nanny! Frankie said in surprise. Sanji grabbed Lin Hai's collar and said angrily, it's all your fault, you bastard. Usopp said in horror, stop arguing, hurry up and start the boat, Luffy's grandfather will be here soon. Chopper covered his head and ran back and forth on the boat. Luffy said with cold sweat on his forehead, Frankie, are you still not ready? Hurry up. Wind blast. Boom. Just as Garp jumped up, the Sunny just flew into the air, finally away from this sea area, and the radio on the main mast was still playing passionate songs. Lin Hai, who flew into the air, made a face at Garp in the air with pride. Duan! You bastard, stop doing unnecessary things. That's right, it's a good thing you ran away, turn off your broken radio. Garp. At the same time, a place on Bonaro Island in the Grand Line. The Blackbeard pirates looted this place, and Lafitte, who met up with everyone, held a newspaper and said, Captain, the Navy has not left us much time. The only famous pirates nearby are the Straw Hat Pirates. What should we do? Blackbeard took the newspaper from Lafitte, his eyes full of murderous intent. Thief ha ha ha, thief ha ha ha, it's a fateful encounter, they did something incredible. Wow! Badges raised his head and clenched his fists and laughed, Captain, we were beaten badly last time. Should we go find them again? Van Oka said, the Water City is very close to here. Is this our chance again? Hiccup. Poison Q, who was sweating on the horse's back, said, Fate, what an unlucky bunch, Hugh hey. On the roof, Ace, who finally found Blackbeard, said, Wait, Teach, I've been looking for you for a long time. Hey! Blackbeard stopped and turned to look, smiling, Oh, Captain Ace. Ace, squatting on the eaves, replied, Come on, why call me Captain now? That's a word used by people who know how to respect others, don't treat me as a fool. Lafitte on the side asked, Are you the Fire Fist Ace? Yes. Ace replied, Please take care of me. After that, Ace looked at Blackbeard and said, It seems that you are already a captain who can stand on your own, Captain Marshall D. Teach of the Blackbeard Pirates. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard laughed, We haven't seen each other for a long time, why use this tone? Ace. What's wrong, how did you know I was here? Ace said, Teach, stop talking nonsense, you won't do you understand what is going on? Right? I understand. Blackbeard said, Let me say something first, Ace, how about joining us? Let's take down this world together. The means to make me famous have been planned. The era of Whitebeard is over. I am the one who can become the Pirate King. The first thing to do is to kill Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy in the nearby Water City, and then hand him over to the Navy. Luffy. Ace asked, What did you say? Hey. Blackbeard asked, Do you know him? Ace replied, Of course, that guy is my brother, and besides, there is no way I can join. Bang. Before Ace could continue, Van Oka had already shot, and his shot went straight through Ace's stomach, but Ace was fine, he started to catch fire, and then returned to normal. Chapter 226 Ace vs Blackbeard. You guys, Ace laughed, it seems there is a jerk who doesn't know etiquette. Fire gun. Bang bang bang. Ace compressed his fire power to the tip of his finger and fired at Van Oka, and Van Oka running on the ground. Sure enough, Van Oka's gunmanship and fighting ability are far better than Usopp's. Just when Ace attacked Van Oka, at the blind spot of Ace, Buggy had already lifted a house and smashed it towards Ace. Flame ring. Ace's left hand was in front of him, and a round flame suddenly wrapped him up. Fire pillar. A powerful pillar of fire sprayed upwards, directly burning the house that hit Ace into slag. Blackbeard on the side was speechless. He wanted Ace to be his partner, but before he finished speaking, the two of them started fighting. Blackbeard couldn't help but say, Oka, Buggy, don't attack casually. You are not the opponent of that man. Back off. Sorry. Buggy scratched his head and apologized. In fact, he couldn't help it. The feeling of picking up a house and smashing it on someone's head was endless. Fire fist. Just as Blackbeard was teaching them a lesson, Ace attacked, and a huge flame rushed towards the Blackbeard pirates. Ah! Ah, it's so hot. After a while, Blackbeard, like a giant toad, lay on the ground and laughed strangely, Haha, thief, haha, I understand, Ace. As he said, Blackbeard sat up and said, You are here to kill me, right? I can't do anything about what I did, because Thatch got the devil fruit I dreamed of. I stayed in the Whitebeard Pirates for decades, just for that devil fruit. Ace said, So you killed Thatch and took it away. It was just a whim. Blackbeard was no longer embarrassed just now, and he stood up and smiled grimly, Thanks to it, I became the strongest man, Ace. At this time, Ace had not noticed the changes in Blackbeard, but was waiting for Blackbeard to explain. If Lin Hai was here, he would give him a slap, and all his previous words would be in vain. At this moment, Blackbeard stretched out a hand, and a puff of black smoke came out of his hand. Then Blackbeard spread his hands, and a column of black smoke came out of his body and went straight up to the sky. "Look, this is my ability," Blackbeard said proudly. "Ace, your body is fire, right?" "Thief, ha ha ha, and mine is darkness." "Darkness?" Ace was puzzled. "That's right, Captain Ace," Blackbeard said, "you can't kill me. It is known as the most evil ability in the history of devil fruits, the natural dark fruit. I have become a dark man, and I will let you see its strength right away." "Hat," Ace said indifferently, "whatever you want." Blackbeard took back all the darkness that rushed to the sky, pressed one hand on the ground, and instantly, the earth was wrapped in darkness. After a while, all the surrounding houses were swallowed up by the darkness, and then crushed by the gravity in the darkness. "Ha ha 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 ha," Blackbeard said proudly, "do you understand? Ace, this is the power I got, hey! Firefly! Fire Daruma!" Ace made a move, and Blackbeard's body suddenly burst into flames. "It's so hot, so hot, so hot!" Blackbeard, who had been showing off for a while, suddenly rolled on the ground. Ace said, "I have understood how powerful the power of darkness is, but it's a bit incredible. If you are a natural system, you should be able to avoid this kind of attack." As soon as he finished speaking, Blackbeard used darkness to absorb all the flames in his body. This scene made Ace narrow his eyes. Blackbeard stood up and said, "I should have said that darkness will absorb everything, but unlike you, I can't avoid attacks. My body will absorb twice as much pain as normal people. But compared to this weakness, it can also absorb another thing, dark water. Gravity." Ace found that he was suddenly sucked over. When Ace's shoulder was grabbed by Blackbeard's hand, he found that he had become an ordinary person. Blackbeard said playfully, "How is it? You should have noticed it, right? Ace." Bang! Blackbeard punched Ace's belly firmly. Boom boom! Ha 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 ha! Blackbeard laughed, "It's been a long time since you tasted the feeling of being beaten, right? The moment I caught you, you should have understood. Another thing that my darkness can absorb is the power of the devil fruit, that is, when I touch the body, the ability user cannot use any ability." Ace stood up wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Wouldn't it be fine if I didn't get caught?" "Really?" Blackbeard stretched out his left and right, dark water. Ace was sucked in again, but in the middle, Ace activated his ability, Divine Fire. Unknown Fire. 2 pillars of fire pierced Blackbeard's body, and Blackbeard punched Ace's neck, and Ace flew backwards again. For a moment, Blackbeard used his ability to wrap up the 2 pillars of fire piercing his belly. At this time, Ace seemed to understand Blackbeard's ruthless ability, but ignored Blackbeard's physical skills and willpower. After a collision of abilities, the two consumed a lot of physical strength. At this time, Ace supported the ground with one hand and gasped for breath. He remembered what Lin Hai said to him at the beginning, "If you can't beat him, run." However, Ace felt that he could not run away, because he attributed this incident to his own responsibility. He did not discipline his subordinates well, which led to Thatch's regret and Whitebeard's loss of face. At this time, Blackbeard said, "In the face of darkness, everything is powerless, even for you who are so strong. But I feel more and more that your power is a pity. Ace, join us." "Join?" Ace couldn't help but sneer in his heart. When he was young, he was like a hedgehog, pricking everyone he saw. After he became sensible, he began to learn how to communicate with others, learn etiquette, and gain recognition from others. A man is born between heaven and earth. If he abandons some persistence and some affection, what will he become? In the choice between life and death, Ace stood up and said, "If I surrender to power, then being a man has no meaning. I will never leave regrets in my life. Do you understand? Idiot." Ace, a real man. Blackbeard disagreed and said, "In this world, survival is the most important thing. It's such a pity, Ace, bury me in darkness." Big Flame Ring. Emperor Flame. Ace launched his ultimate move, gathering the fire power in his body, and a huge sphere appeared, like the sun. "Thief, ha 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 ha." Blackbeard laughed, "It's the sun or the darkness, there is only one winner." In an instant, a ball of fire and a ball of darkness collided with each other. In the end, Blackbeard won, and the defeated ace was handed over to the navy by the Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard successfully took over the vacant position of Shishibukai. The world government, which had captured Ace and wanted to attack the Whitebeard pirates, just used Ace as a fuse to lead the Whitebeard pirates to the navy headquarters. A war of the century is about to begin. I wanted to write it briefly, but it contains a lot of information, so I just wrote it in detail. Chapter 227 Heartless. After the Sunny escaped from Garp's pursuit from a coast of the Water City, the ship landed in the sea area heading for the fishmen. Everyone was still in shock, and Garp's angry expression just now was still echoing in their minds. Lin Hai, who was standing at the stern, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and immediately raised Luffy's collar and said dissatisfiedly, "I say Luffy, you can't be so willful even if you are the captain. Why do you want to provoke that old man? Don't you know how terrifying that old man is?" Everyone couldn't help but twitch their eyes. Sanji was furious and said, "You bastard provoked him, right?" Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "Impossible, I just smoked a cigarette." Before he could finish his words, Lin Hai was beaten up by everyone. After a while, Luffy put his hands on his waist and taught him a lesson. "What are you doing? Have a party. Have a party." Soon, Luffy raised his glass and said, "Then let's toast to the returning Robin, the new partner Frankie and the pirate ship Thousand Sunny." Sunny, it sounds a bit weird, so I'll call it Thousand Sunny. Woo-oh! After a party, Lin Hai released Mary, who was living on a wooden pole in the space backpack, and integrated her into the Thousand Sunny. After browsing the new ship, I found that the current ship is much taller than the previous one. Many designs inside are really pleasing to the eye. A large bathroom, a medical room, and a tea room next to the fish restaurant. Frankie's design is really fancy. Like usual, Lin Hai found the best position at the railing of the boat and fell asleep. Chopper was sitting on the swivel chair in the medical room, waiting for the wounded. Robin and Frankie were drinking tea in the tea room, Nami went to take a shower, Sanji was tinkering with ingredients, and Zoro was sitting in the lounge on the main pole, half asleep and half awake. Originally, everything seemed very peaceful and harmonious, but... I caught it! Luffy exclaimed, "What a great shark!" Usopp said quickly, "Throw it in the sink." Lin Hai, who was sleeping soundly, frowned and muttered, "Why is it so noisy?" As he said that, he turned over and fell asleep again. In the tea room, Sanji came in with a drink and said speechlessly, "Those two pigs actually put a shark in there." At this time, Luffy and Usopp ran in, and Luffy asked first, "Did everyone see it? That shark with horns?" Robin turned around and said, "Well, it did come in, but all the fish you caught before were eaten by it." "Ah!" Luffy and Usopp screamed at the same time. Sanji couldn't help but retorted, "Is it possible for them to coexist? Think before throwing it in." "Damn it!" Luffy said angrily, "This guy is today's dinner, Sanji, grill the shark, this stupid shark." "Wait." Sanji replied, "You are an amateur, it's rare to catch fresh fish, it's not bad to make sushi or hot and sour soup." Luffy said in surprise, "It sounds delicious, I'm hungry." The weather on the Grand Line is really unpredictable. It was sunny just now, and it started snowing in a blink of an eye. Just when Frankie was introducing the dock soldier system to everyone, Nami called everyone out. "Snow!" Chopper immediately spun excitedly. Luffy ran to a corner in surprise and pushed Lin Hai, who was sleeping like a pig. "Wake up, how long are you going to sleep? Let's make a snowman together." Lin Hai said confusedly, "What are you doing, Snow?" Suddenly, Lin Hai became energetic. "Usopp, go to the kitchen and get some candy." Chopper asked with shining eyes, "Are we going to eat ice cream?" Luffy drooled and said, "Cool, sweet, crispy, Lin Hai, you make the best ice cream." Lin Hai pushed Luffy away with disdain and said speechlessly, "Really, it's just ice cream? Usopp, why are you so slow? If you don't bring the candy, I will kill you." "That's right." Chopper shouted cutely, "If you don't bring the candy, we will kill you." Luffy cheered, "Hurry up and bring the candy, Baga. Nami on the side slapped her forehead, "What kind of people are they?" Sanji said speechlessly, "Aren't you cold?" Lin Hai and Luffy looked at each other. "Well, ice cream is the most important." "That's right, he is jealous that the ice cream I make is better than his, so he wants to find an excuse to get us out of here." Luffy, let's ignore him and don't fall for his trick. Well, I know, you said before that people with yellow hair are dirty, and it's true. That's right, this stinky chef has a bad heart. Sanji, Nami. Frankie who came outside, you are really energetic, but this weather is really super. Hey Zoro! Luffy shouted to the main pole, why are you so listless, come down and eat ice cream. Without a response, Lin Hai couldn't help asking, Zoro should not be asleep, I guess he doesn't know how to get down. Luffy laughed, ha ha ha, Zoro is such an idiot. Idiot, idiot, Chopper and Usopp echoed. Zoro on the main pole couldn't help but complain, there is nothing more unpleasant than being ridiculed by these ignorant, unreasonable, and nonsense guys. Having said that, Zoro still came down from above. Everyone gathered together soon. Lin Hai bit the snowball in his hand and said, when you were on Judicial Island, you had a general understanding of the strength of the colonels of the Marine headquarters, right? Chopper was the first to say, they are all so strong. Zoro was puzzled, you gathered us together, didn't you say that the colonels of the Marine headquarters were very strong? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, how is it possible? I want you to have an understanding of the strength of the world, so that you don't get killed by others in seconds. In fact, what I told you is the general strength of the Marine headquarters. Generally, the recruits are trained in the monster training camp of the Marine headquarters. After completing the training, those who stand out will be trained in other places. And the trainers may be vice admirals, or some relatively strong and experienced ones, and those who stand out from the advanced training will be trained by higher people, such as retired Marines. The Admiral will teach them. Usopp swallowed, no way? What kind of monster is that? Lin Hai smiled and said, after those people complete the training, some vice admirals or others will take them to participate in actual combat and gain military merit. The 3 admirals who stand out from them are the 3 admirals in the Navy. You should understand now how powerful the admirals are, right? They are not only highly accomplished in devil fruits, but also in physical skills. So if we meet them now, we have to run away, understand? Everyone couldn't help swallowing. Luffy's eyes lit up and he said, Sije, the Admiral of the Navy should have this kind of strength, this is interesting. Lin Hai looked at Luffy speechlessly, asshole straw hat, am I talking about something that excites you? Hee Robin covered her mouth and chuckled, no matter what others do, the captain is still like this. Chopper looked at Lin Hai pitifully, Lin Hai, if you meet a Navy Admiral, you have to protect me. Lin Hai didn't answer, Luffy took the lead and patted Chopper and said, don't worry, I will protect you. Really? Chopper asked cutely. Luffy replied, of course, I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Zoro rolled his eyes and said, I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Luffy said heartlessly, Sanji, let's cook, this stupid shark actually ate all the fish we caught. Chapter 228 The initial success of the magic skill. The Thousand Sunny sailed on the sea for several days, and there were some small episodes in the middle. Another day I woke up by my own handsomeness. Lin Hai sat up, stared at the front with sleepy eyes, scratched his messy hair, and then chewed his mouth. Sanji, who was passing by not far away, saw this scene and said speechlessly, no wonder he is called the god of sleep. How many days has he been sleeping? Hey, Lin Hai, if you don't come to eat, Luffy will grab all the food. Lin Hai yawned, and when he waved his hand and was about to greet Sanji, plop, zzz. Sanji. Usopp came out and asked, Sanji, where is Lin Hai? Sanji went over and mentioned Lin Hai violently, saying, I really don't know what's wrong with this guy. He has slept for 2 days and 2 nights, but he hasn't woken up yet. Isn't he hungry? Lin Hai looked up confusedly and asked, what's wrong? Usopp asked with fish eyes, Lin Hai, are you sick? Hey, why did you fall asleep again? Sanji. After entering the restaurant, Lin Hai was still sleeping. Because Lin Hai recently discovered a magical skill, as long as he emptied his mind, he didn't need sleeping pills to sleep. This magical skill is commonly known as the sleeping skill. Looking at Lin Hai who was still sleeping, Nami had to use her special move, Duan. Hey! Lin Hai woke up this time, and then he stretched and sighed, I was woken up by my own handsomeness for another day, why am I here? Enough of you! Everyone shouted. Soon after a hot breakfast, Zoro on the deck found a barrel floating not far away. Seeing that, in Lin Hai's vague memory, it seemed to be a flare, but these were all small things, so he was too lazy to pay attention and continued to sleep. After a while, Luffy and his friends salvaged the barrel. Before opening it, everyone had various guesses. Luffy, Usopp and Chopper shouted, "Treasure, treasure, gold and silver." Nami said, "It should be wine and stored food." Luffy asked unconvincedly, "Why did you know it without opening it?" Nami said speechlessly, "Doesn't it say in front of the sea god's treasure? It's called a ryuzo, and some people offer it to the guardian of the sea to pray for a safe voyage." Usopp said disappointedly, "What? It's meaningless to fish it out, isn't it?" Zoro stepped forward and said, "It's rare to fish it out, so let's drink it." Usopp shocked, "Stupid, do you want to be condemned?" Soran said, "I won't pray to God." Nami said, "It doesn't matter if you want to drink after praying, I heard that Francie should try." Long, "Well, what kind of God? Is it like the one who was cut by Lin Hai by the empty island?" Luffy said indifferently, "Okay, pray." Then he opened the drifting barrel. "What plane?" "Ha ha ha." Zoro asked with interest, "Could it be the curse of the sea god?" Robin replied, "If it's just a simple prank, it's fine. If our ship is targeted next." Usopp said in surprise, "No, it won't be this kind of trap." Lin Hai stood up and said, "Why do you care about these things? I say, can you still let people sleep well? Do you know that disturbing people's dreams is very immoral? Damn, don't do it." After a while, Usopp lay on the deck and worriedly said, "We just opened the barrel. Does it mean that we told someone that we are here?" "Chopper, pay attention to the surroundings." "Got it." Lin Hai, Usopp seems to be getting less and less courageous. At this time, Nami noticed the change in the surrounding air pressure and quickly ordered, "Everyone, take your positions and flee to the southeast by south. The storm will come in 5 minutes." Lin Hai exclaimed, "You can predict such things? Nami, you are really a monster." Sanji said, "Come and help me." Soon, a storm broke out around the Thousand Sunny. After a while, under Nami's command, the ship entered a gloomy sea, although it was not raining. Looking around, Zoro asked, "What's going on with this sea? It's not even night yet, but the sky is so dark that it makes people's pores creepy." Lin Hai stepped forward and said, "The fog is too thick." Lin Hai turned his head with shining eyes and asked, "Everyone, can't you feel that this environment is extremely exciting?" "Everyone." Nami came down from the command platform and said, "Could it be that we have entered that sea area? I am not mentally prepared yet." Usopp laughed and said, "Have we reached Fishman Island?" "No." Luffy teased Usopp with a bad taste, "Before that, it was a sea area where ghosts appeared." "Hey!" Usopp's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Frankie cooperated and said, "That's right, don't be careless, this sea area is the famous Devil's Triangle, a mysterious sea area where everything will disappear strangely." Usopp trembled and muttered, "No, it's not. Ghost, ghost, ghost." Chopper hugged Lin Hai's legs in fear, "Lin Hai, you have to protect me." "Ha ha ha." Luffy laughed, "It was Kokoro who said that. I heard there are living skeletons." At this time, Sanji lit a match, put it in front of his eyes, and said, "That's your own imagination, right? Don't scare him anymore. Listen carefully, Usopp, more than 100 ships disappear in this mysterious sea every year, and there are legends that ghost ships carrying the dead are wandering around." "Ah!" Usopp held his head in fear and said, "Don't say it anymore." "Sanji, what can I do if I say it?" At this time, Lin Hai noticed that a ship was coming in the distance, and there was a breath of a living person on it. He couldn't help but say, "Yes, what can I do if I say it? The ghost ship will not stop coming just because we say it or not." "Ah!" Chopper was terrified, "So scary, so scary. A dilapidated ship in the distance has come over." Lin Hai pointed at the ship and said with a smile, "No, ghost ships really exist. Everyone. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho." A distant hum came to the Wanli sunshine, and everyone couldn't help but look at the ship. "Ah! It appeared. It's a ghost ship." Except for Lin Hai and Robin, everyone else on the ship roared in fear. Lin Hai said speechlessly, "I said, why do you scare others, but you scare yourself?" Chapter 229 Bone. Broke. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho. A distant hum floated in this dark sea. Because everyone used the scariest scenes they imagined in their minds to scare Usopp before, this scene really appeared in front of him. The old ship, the pirate flag of an unknown era, was in pieces. These are nothing. The most important thing is that there is a skeleton standing on the railing of the broken ship, a moving skeleton. He holds a cup in his hand and a cane on his arm. Nami immediately hugged her head with both hands, and said in horror with tears, "What song is this?" Usopp and Chopper had the same expression, "It's the evil spirit's boat song." "Don't listen, cover your ears quickly, you will be cursed." "Ah! Don't pay attention to ghosts talking to you. If you answer, you will be dragged into the sea. The evil spirit is looking for companions." Ah! Chopper quickly pulled down his hat to cover his eyes. Lin Hai on the side was speechless. Now he finally understood why Usopp was so timid. This guy not only has a rich imagination, but also has persecution. After the initial shock, Zoro, Luffy, and others quickly adjusted. "If it's an enemy, just chop him," Zoro said first. Lin Hai said with interest, "What's the point of chopping the enemy? It's fun to chop such a big ship." At this time, the afro skull on the big ship moved, and he sang, "Binks's wine, sent over." This scene completely subverted reality. Except for Lin Hai, everyone else on the Straw Hat ship was shocked. Hey, hey! Lin Hai said speechlessly, "I'm back to my senses." Luffy, who had reacted, said, "Did you see what happened just now? The skeleton is singing." Lin Hai couldn't help but continue, "The skeleton is singing, warming up the loneliness. Yo-yo, check now, damn, how is the song below sung?" Usopp said, "Is it time to sing now? Don't look like it has nothing to do with you, okay? Also, how can a skeleton sing? It's an auditory hallucination, an auditory hallucination." "But..." Luffy turned his head and looked at Lin Hai and asked, "Did you hear it just now?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "Yes, he sang the pirate song, but I think my song is better." Lin Hai scratched his head and said, "How are the lyrics below sung?" Getting Lin Hai's affirmation, Luffy said excitedly, "Now, let's go over?" "Go right over," Luffy said with shining eyes. "Sure enough, there are living skeletons, great." "Wait." Sanji quickly grabbed Luffy. After drawing lots, Lin Hai, Luffy, Nami, and Sanji went to the broken ship. Nami lay on the deck and complained, "Wow, it's me, so unlucky." Lin Hai said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will protect you." Luffy on the side asked impatiently, "Nami, are you not ready yet? Come quickly." Nami said, "No, no, no." Luffy said speechlessly, "I told you I can go alone." Sanji said, "No, what if you are stupid and our ship is cursed?" Tisk. Lin Hai said speechlessly, "A bunch of superstitious guys, curse? I am blessing." Soon, Luffy and his friends boarded the broken ship and stared at the skeleton. "Hello everyone." The skeleton said with a smile, "I was really rude just now. I saw you all but didn't say hello. I was really scared. I haven't seen a living person for decades. I was scared on this ship. Come on, don't be polite. Let's go into the house and have a good chat." Animation is anime, but seeing the real thing, Lin Hai couldn't help but be amazed, but Lin Hai still said, "Luffy, it's really a good skeleton." "Hello," Luffy said excitedly, "don't worry about these, look, the afro-haired skeleton is talking." Sanji sighed, "Unbelievable. Oh my, oh my." The skeleton sighed, "What a beautiful lady, I smile when I see a beauty, although skeletons don't have eyes, yo-ho-ho." As he said that, the skeleton put the teacup in his hand to one side, then pulled his bow tie, wiped his leather shoes by the way, walked to Nami and asked, "Can I appreciate your underwear?" "Dream on." Nami kicked him. Lin Hai on the side raised his eyebrows. What kind of fetish is this guy? If I remember correctly, he also asked the aunt of one of the 4 emperors the same question when he was on Cake Island? Hey, such a strong taste. At this time, Lin Hai hugged Nami's waist and said, "Stinky skeleton, do you want me to show you why the pattern is so popular?" The pattern? Everyone was confused. Ha ha ha. Luffy, who had been observing for a while, couldn't help laughing when he saw the skeleton's behavior, and then asked, "I say, can you poop?" Lin Hai was surprised and said, "Why are you more tasteful than him?" Sanji also started to retort, "Lin Hai, take your hand away from Nami's waist quickly, and don't we have a lot of questions to ask?" At this time, the skeleton stood up and said, "I can." Sanji retorted, is this the question we want to ask? As he said, Sanji pointed at the skeleton and asked, first of all, why do you only? Lin Hai put Sanji's hand down and said, don't be so excited, you are too rude, we didn't do anything to us, why are you interrogating a prisoner? At this time, Luffy smiled kindly and asked the skeleton, you, be my partner. The skeleton replied, okay. Hey. Hey hey. Sanji and Nami on the side were immediately terrified. A while later, on the Thousand Sunny, Yohoho skeleton lifted his hat, saluted Zoro and the others, and said, hello everyone, I will trouble you all on this ship next. I am Brook, who will be left with only a handful of bones after death. Please take care of me. Stop joking, what the hell is this guy? Except for Luffy and the other four, everyone shouted. Brook shrank his head, oh my, he is really harsh. Lin Hai smiled and said, I have already introduced him. He is Bone. Brook. Everyone can't be so rude to skeleton, be careful that he will take you away, he. Ah. Take you away. Chopper and Usopp immediately hugged each other in fear. Unexpectedly, Brook walked in front of Robin, and Lin Hai, who had reacted, gave Brook a slap, asshole, now you know what the trick is and why it is so popular. At this time, Usopp held the cross and cautiously stepped forward, you skeleton, hurry up, retreat quickly, evil spirits retreat evil spirits? Where are the evil spirits? Brook looked around. Chopper and Usopp exclaimed, I'm talking about you. Stop making so much noise. Zoro said angrily, hey Luffy, who the hell is this guy? He. Luffy laughed, isn't it interesting? I've already asked him to join us. Zoro said angrily, what do you mean by already? Who would agree to that? As he said that, Zoro turned to Lin Hai and the others and asked, why did you go with Luffy? Isn't it just to stop him when he gets crazy? Lin Hai spread his hands, pointed at Luffy and said, the captain invited us, so of course we listened to him. Yohoho Brook said as he walked towards the restaurant door, okay, don't be so excited, please have dinner in the cabin. Who asked you to make the decision? The crowd said. Ha. Luffy laughed, how interesting. Chapter 230, Calm and Composed. What a luxurious dining room, and a kitchen, this is really a great ship. Brook, who was sitting in the seat, exaggerated as he entered the restaurant. Frankie said yes, this is a ship built by the Super Me. You have good vision. Smelling the aroma of Sanji's cooking, Brook said, it's really a dish that makes people look forward to it. I haven't eaten decent food for decades. Every day I endure the pain of my belly sticking to my back and a difficult life. Although skeletons have no belly and no back, yo ho ho ho, skeleton jokes. He. Luffy followed Brook and spread his hands, skeleton jokes. Lin Hai knocked on the table and said speechlessly, pull your clothes tight. It's your fault if you scare people. By the way, did you bring Bailey? Bailey? What Bailey? Brook was puzzled. Lin Hai asked with a dark face, asshole, don't you use Bailey to eat? Ah. Brook looked at Lin Hai awkwardly. Suddenly, Lin Hai grinned, I was joking, ha ha ha. It turned out to be a joke, yo ho ho, it really scared me. As he said that, Brook pulled his tie and said, as a gentleman, I like to wait for the calm moment of eating, serve the food, serve the food. At this time, Luffy and Brook both held knives and forks in their hands and shouted there. Is this calm? I learned it. Brook shouted, Chef, I want milk for drinks. It's so noisy. Sanji said, be quiet and wait. By the way, Konobakurul Luffy asked. Brook interrupted, no, my name is Brook, I'm sorry, I haven't asked your name yet. Luffy laughed, me? My name is Luffy, by the way, what on earth are you? Lin Hai. Zoro couldn't help but retort, after all this time, you don't know each other. Soon, Sanji's dinner was ready. The table was filled with rich dishes. The main dish in the middle was an octopus dinner, which was made by Sanji like a 4 or 5 layer cake and displayed in front of everyone. Lin Hai slapped the table and said angrily, Sanji, who told you to make it so fancy? Not bad. Sanji. Luffy picked up the knife and fork and said, octopus dinner, it's delicious, Brook, eat more, Sanji's food tastes great. Lin Hai looked at Luffy in doubt. Brook lowered his head and said sadly, actually, my heart is more excited than my stomach. Sanji narrowed his eyes, you. In a blink of an eye, Brooke looked up and asked Robin sitting next to him, Miss, your share seems to be a little more, can you exchange with me? Sanji retorted, there is still some in the pot, eat your own. After the meal, after a conversation, Brooke said, actually, I was a pirate like you decades ago, and I died once in an accident. But before that, I ate the Yomiuri fruit. Due to the power of the devil fruit, I am now a resurrected person. Sanji asked, the fruit has completed its mission, you are just a landlubber now, right? Isn't that half a curse? Lin Hai said, I said Brooke, you are not a human now, right? Where is your shadow? Shadow. Everyone looked curiously. Yet, he has no shadow. Vampire. Everyone couldn't help but get ready. Brooke sat back and said, it's hard to explain. I have been drifting in this sea for too long. I am a skeleton and I have no shadow. My shadow was taken away by a man a few years ago. Shadow, taken away? Robin asked curiously. Zoro said, you are a skeleton who can move and speak. We will not be surprised by any bizarre things, but is there such a thing? Lin Hai said, how can it not be? Brooke's shadow should be taken away by Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, right? And after the shadow is taken away, you can't survive in the bright world. Hey! Brooke looked at Lin Hai in horror. 7 warlords of the sea, Moria. Luffy asked, did he take away your shadow? But aren't you alive and well now? No. Brooke said, if I'm exposed to the sun, I can't survive. Now I'm just hiding in this foggy sea to avoid the Sunday. Robin asked curiously, what will happen if I'm exposed to the sun? Brooke replied, if I'm exposed to the sun directly, my body will disappear completely. Disappear completely. Everyone shouted. Brooke said, now everyone understands why mirrors and cameras, like reflecting light, cannot capture my figure, because I have no shadow. In other words, I am a person who is rejected by light and has lost all my companions. Sanji said speechlessly, your life is really a mess. Brooke replied, but I still survived tenaciously. I am a pile of bones who are alive tenaciously. I am a pile of bones left after death. Please take care of me. Speaking, Brooke said excitedly, today is a good day. I finally see people. In this dark sea filled with thick fog where day and night do not know the alternation, all my companions died. I was alone on a large ship with a broken rudder, drifting and wandering for decades. I was really lonely. I was lonely and scared. Sometimes I really wanted to die, but I was able to live for so long. People can bring joy. To me, you are my joy. If my tears have not dried up, if you were to say that, you would surely cry with joy now, yo ho ho ho. Everyone silently listened to Brooke's story about the loneliness he had experienced since he drifted alone in the dark sea for decades. At this time, Brooke looked at Luffy and asked, you wanted to invite me to join you just now, right? I'm so happy, thank you so much, but I have to refuse. Ah! Luffy was surprised and said, why? Brooke said, as I said just now, my shadow was taken away and I can't survive under the sun. I will stay here and wait for the miracle day that will allow me to take back my shadow. Luffy slapped the table and said, what are you talking about? You are so polite. If you need a shadow, I will help you get it back. By the way, where is the 7 warlords of the sea? Brooke said, you are such a good person. I am really flattered, but I can't say it. I just met you. How can I let you die for me? Clang. Suddenly, Lin Hai drew out his saber and pointed it at Brooke and said, are you looking down on us? Hey! Brooke waved his hand and said, no, of course not. Lin Hai asked, then you don't give our captain face? He has invited you, and you agreed. How can a man go back on his word? Lin Hai turned around and asked, are you right? Duan! You bastard, how can you invite people like this? That's right, don't scare people. After a while, Brooke said, let's sing a song now. I'm very good at musical instruments. In the past, I was a musician on a pirate ship. Really? Luffy's eyes lit up and confirmed, are you really a musician? Please, join us, bastard. Brooke smiled and said, then let's sing a light-hearted boat song, ah. At this moment, a white spirit visible to the naked eye penetrated from outside. Everyone followed Brooke's line of sight, Ghost. Ah, what is that? Is it a monster? Evil spirits retreat, evil spirits retreat. Boom. The thousand sunshine shook, and it turned out that the ship had been close to a ship made of islands. Chapter 231 The Dream is Shattered. Due to the vibration of the ship, everyone walked out of the restaurant and came outside. There was a huge castle in the distance, looming in the thick fog. The dilapidated walls, the big trees without leaves or with leaves, everything seemed so weird, giving people a different feeling. Why is there an island here? Luffy asked first. Brook explained, this is the ghost island wandering on the sea. Thriller bark. Terrible roar. Everyone. At this time, Nami looked at the record pointer on her hand and asked, there is no reaction on the record pointer. Brook turned his head and said, of course, because this island floated from the West Sea. Lin Hai said, rather than saying it is an island, it is more appropriate to say it is a ship. Because this place is too big, the vision is blocked, so you think it is an island. Is this a ship? Frankie said in surprise. It's Super Sanji asked, Brook, where are you going? At this time, Brook said as he walked, I am so lucky today. Not only did I meet people, but my long-cherished wish can also be realized. Yo ho ho ho. As he said, Brook jumped to the bow and said, you can escape by destroying the door at the back now, and you must not anchor on the shore again. I am so happy to meet you today. I will never forget such a delicious meal in my life. If we are destined, let's meet again on the sea. As he spoke, Brook had already jumped into the sea, and it seemed that he was going to take back his shadow alone. At this time, Luffy hurriedly said, wait a minute, Brook. Lin Hai also sang, come back soon, life is wonderful because of you, come back soon, come back, this bastard just ran away like this. After Brook left, Nami said, Luffy, let's do what he said, although we don't know what happened, this island is really weird. Luffy turned around and smiled excitedly, what did you say? Usopp said in surprise, can you stop looking like this? As he spoke, Usopp found Lin Hai standing at the railing and shaking, and he couldn't help asking, Lin Hai, did you find something terrible? Look, Luffy, even Lin Hai is so scared. At this time, Lin Hai turned around with shining eyes and asked, what did you say? Nanny. Everyone shouted. Usopp pleaded, this is Ghost Island, where ghosts appear. Didn't we see it just now? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, that should be the power of the devil fruit, the superhuman type, don't scare yourself there, you see the outline of the castle, right? Imagine, under the candlelight, a magnificent room in the castle, with gorgeous pearls hanging everywhere. Jewelry decorations, various dishes on the table, a princess sitting there tasting red wine from an unknown era, flipping through out-of-print books. Jewelry. Princess. Various dishes. Red wine. Out-of-print books. Yoshi, let's go. Except for Chopper and Usopp, everyone else said at the same time. Usopp was surprised and said, hey, you guys should stop it. Look over there, use your brains. That scary building is a real haunted house. You underestimate the evil spirits too much. Luffy laughed and said, what are you talking about? I have made careful preparations. Lin Hai said excitedly, Usopp, if we don't go to such a good environment, we will regret it for the rest of our lives. Usopp pulled Lin Hai and pointed to the castle over there and asked, open your eyes, the fog is so thick, and there is a terrifying atmosphere everywhere. Where is the environment good? Lin Hai sighed, it's great, let's get to the shore soon, I can't help but want to sleep there. Everyone. He. Luffy said, by the way, where should the ship dock? Let's catch the ghost and bring back the important partner. Sanji, prepare lunch. Frankie smiled, it's exciting to go on an adventure to an unknown island. Usopp asked, Robin and Nami, you guys want to go too? Robin smiled, I like excitement. Nami turned her head and her eyes were all Bailey, to get back the treasure that belongs to me. Ah. I have a disease that prevents me from going to the island. Usopp sat there shivering while holding his legs. Me too. Chopper agreed with tears in his eyes. Lin Hai said, let's dock the ship at one place and go together. Hey. What's wrong? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Hai's eyes glanced to one place, and the boat's aim was automatically dropped. What's going on? No one moved the anchor, right? Usopp and Chopper hugged each other and said in horror, Ghost, ghost is coming. Zoro made a gesture of drawing a sword, and Nami couldn't help but lean towards Lin Hai. Suddenly, Luffy's face was stretched, and then his hands shook, and Lin Hai almost couldn't help laughing. Sanji said speechlessly, Luffy, what are you doing? Luffy didn't know why either. I'm really speechless. Lin Hai said and started, swish. Lin Hai appeared on one side and kicked the invisible man hard on the forehead, bang. After a while, a sound came from the island, boom boom. Sanji came back to his senses and asked, what was that just now? A beast. Frankie replied, but his body seems to be that of a human, right? Because of Lin Hai's heavy kick, the monster in human form was revealed. Baka. Usopp said in surprise, is this what we are focusing on? Why is that thing invisible? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, it should be because he ate the transparent fruit. Transparent fruit? Sanji was petrified, my dream is shattered. Chopper said in surprise, isn't your dream all the blues? Tisk. Lin Hai turned his head and said, that guy just got kicked by me, he was in trouble. After a while, the boat docked. Zoro turned his head and asked, stupid chef, how long are you going to cry? Don't pay attention to me, I'm sad. Sanji, who reacted, immediately retorted, who are you calling stupid? Green shower head. Sanji. On the side, Luffy had already put on a small box and a tool for catching things and said, let's go. Usopp said tremblingly, are we really going? Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and said, you and Chopper can stay to watch the ship. Ah. Chopper quickly hugged Lin Hai and begged, you have to protect me. Usopp also said, and me, wait for me. Chapter 232 will be taken away. The entrance to Thriller Bark is a staircase. Sanji couldn't help but complain, why is there a staircase going down as soon as you come in? Usopp said in horror, because the place where ghosts live is underground. Let's go back quickly. Ah. Chopper said in horror, hell? Is this the entrance to hell? So scary, so scary. Luffy smiled and said, this is the entrance to the castle, it's useless to think too much. Lin Hai nodded and said, that's right, Usopp, don't think too much. Look how scared you are to Chopper. Everyone, there is a strange creature ahead, look. Woof, woof, woof. A three-headed monster appeared in front of them, two of which were dog heads and one was a fox head, sharing the same body. Usopp and Chopper hugged each other, it appeared, this is the monster guarding the entrance to hell. Sanji said with fish eyes, is it the three-headed dog of hell? It's safer to stay in hell honestly. Frankie touched his chin and asked, is that guy provoking us? Zoro, he's quite courageous. Lin Hai, what a mess, don't you see it's cute? Oh. Luffy couldn't help licking his lips, I wonder if it tastes good. Lin Hai poked Luffy's head, are you disgusting? Suddenly, Luffy excitedly ran to the three-headed dog, woof, woof, woof woof woof. Everyone. The three-headed dog was also frightened by Luffy's action and quickly made an attacking posture. Zoro, does it want to fight? Sanji, it's better to say that it was forced to have no way out. Usopp begged, don't do this, you will be cursed. Lin Hai said, with such a big body, how about using it as a mount? Luffy smiled and said, let me try to tame it. Hey! Zoro said speechlessly, pig, you are the king of dogs after all. No. Luffy walked up to the three-headed dog and said, a dog is a dog, be good, shake hands. Before he finished speaking, Luffy's hand, foot and head were bitten. Everyone. Be good. Luffy touched the nose of the dog head that bit his head with his free hand, be good, yes, just let go slowly, slowly, what an obedient child, bastard. As he said, Luffy punched the three-headed dog directly into the wall. Everyone couldn't help but look black. Finally, Luffy sat on the back of the three-headed dog, and the others walked there. Plop! Lin Hai fell down. Usopp was surprised and said, what happened? Who is attacking? Chopper was surprised and said, is it the invisible man just now? Did he come back for revenge so soon? Baga. Nami said speechlessly, I said Lin Hai, can you walk properly? Lin Hai stood up and kicked the protruding stone under his feet a few times, explaining, a mere stone dared to trip me. Sanji said with fish eyes, who told you not to watch the road? Luffy, sitting on the back of the three-headed dog, laughed. Lin Hai is really stupid, even more stupid than Zoro, ha ha ha. Zoro, you bastard! Lin Hai said contemptuously, go away, I'm so excited because the scenery next to it is so beautiful. Nami said speechlessly, what's so exciting about this? This should be called horror, right? Robin on the side said, no, this environment is indeed exciting. By the way, the injuries on the three-headed dog are so serious. It's incredible that it can survive. Sanji echoed, there is a fox mixed in it, which makes people doubt that it is not a living thing. Usopp said, I told you, it's the monster guarding the entrance. Damn, we will be cursed. Ghost Lord, please don't come looking for me. Luffy, rest in peace. He he he. Luffy laughed and said, I encountered such fun things as soon as I came in. This island is really exciting. After walking for a while, everyone entered the woods, but the trees were bare due to lack of sunlight. However, this scene made Lin Hai very excited. When I played the single-player game The Survival Road, I was not only attracted by the scenery, but also by the game mode. Now, according to my memory, there are many pseudo-zombies on this island, right? If you regard this place as the game scene. Looking left and right, Lin Hai sang excitedly, the king asked me to patrol the mountains, I will go around the world, fight, fight. Not far away, there was a tree, holding a bowl in one hand and pouring wine for a white horse sitting there with the other hand. The Straw Hat Pirates were all shocked. Thousand-year-old tree spirit and hell messenger. Usopp cried out with his hands on his head. Lin Hai pointed at the tree and the white horse and said, don't just stand there, it's full, don't fall anymore. Luffy said with sweat on his forehead, a tree that looks like an uncle is drinking with a unicorn. The Straw Hat Pirates were not scared, but the tree and the white horse were scared and ran away. Wait. Lin Hai said quickly, don't run, let's chat together, bastard. Luffy took the fishing tool and chased after it immediately, stop. And Frankie ran to chase the white horse, stop. Zoro asked, Luffy, why are you catching him? Sanji was startled, could it be? Luffy's eyes lit up and said, you guys are going to be pirates with me. What a joke. Everyone shouted. After a while, Lin Hai couldn't help but complain, that tree and horse are so lame, they are even less courageous than Usopp. Sanji said angrily, listen, don't find some weird things to be your companions. Now we have raccoons and robots here, it's already lively enough. Frankie corrected, I'm not a robot, I'm a cyborg, you idiot. Sanji said, anyway, they are not human, right? Frankie also said, they are still human in essence. Sanji replied loudly, they are cyborgs in essence. Negative, negative. Frankie was stunned and said embarrassedly, I didn't expect you to know me so well. Sanji waved his hand and said, I didn't praise you again. Tisk. Lin Hai said contemptuously, you two should stop laughing at each other. You two are perverts. What are you talking about, bastard? Sanji couldn't help but started to retort. Frankie waved his hand again embarrassedly, do you know me so well? Negative, negative. 4 white spirits suddenly flew in the sky, making some strange noises there, and everyone couldn't help but stop. Usopp said in horror, Ghost, ghost, it's the ghost on the ship just now, everyone should pretend not to see it, or they will be taken away. Ah! Chopper pulled down his hat in horror, you can't see me, you can't see me. Lin Hai turned his head and rolled his eyes at the two of them, such a cute thing, how can it become an incredible thing in your eyes? Negative, negative. Lin Hai imitated the ghosts' calls, dancing and shouting along with them. Everyone. Chapter 233 It's so embarrassing. Negative, negative. 4 white spirits were in front of the Straw Hat Pirates, swinging their hands up and down. Luffy exclaimed, it appeared, it's a ghost. How interesting. Usopp held his head with both hands and said in horror, it's all your fault, Luffy, because we just offended the guards of hell, and now the ghosts are taking us away, I'm going to die. Chopper exclaimed, has Usopp been taken away? Sanji rolled his eyes at the two of them and said, this cry sounds really unpleasant, Lin Hai, stop playing, do you understand the current situation? Luffy jumped up, catch it and raise it. Luffy's fishing tools went through the body of the spirit and couldn't touch it. He tried several times but it was the same. He. Those spirits seemed to be teasing Luffy, and Frankie on the side observed for a while and said, "Is it completely a spirit?" "Flashing flames," Frankie said and started, spraying flames directly at those spirits. Lin Hai said speechlessly, "I said you." Before he finished speaking, one of the spirits went straight through Frankie's stomach. Frankie immediately fell to the ground. "It's completely useless. I'm really useless this week. No matter what I do, I can't do it. I don't have the confidence to live anymore. The whole world is laughing at me." Lin Hai. Sanji spit out his eyes and said in shock, "Is it necessary to lose to this extent?" Luffy on the side felt that tools and fire were useless, so he jumped up and prepared to grab it with his hands. One of the spirits also passed through his belly. Luffy, like Frankie, was lying on the ground. "If there is an afterlife, I just want to be a shell. It's too bad. If there is a hole, I must get in." Sanji said angrily, "What are you two doing? Why are you both acting like birds?" Lin Hai on the side looked at Frankie and Luffy, which was really incredible. "How did they do it?" Lin Hai exclaimed, "Too exaggerated." Before he finished speaking, a spirit passed through Lin Hai. Lin Hai naturally didn't want to avoid it and wanted to feel it, but Lin Hai suddenly followed Luffy and the others and lay on the ground, saying shamefully, "I really want to burn a mirage with a match and use this heavy rain to escape. I don't want anyone to see me. It's so embarrassing." Sanji exclaimed, "What are you three doing?" Usopp said in surprise, "It's over, even Lin Hai is cursed? Evil spirits retreat, evil spirits retreat. Hee, negative, negative." The spirits danced proudly in the air. Nami asked, "What's going on?" Robin observed for a while and said, "Does it mean that once you come into contact with that ghost, your mood will become very low?" Sanji said in disbelief, "How is it possible?" "Humph!" Zoro said contemptuously, "A bunch of useless guys, usually their will is not firm, so they will be manipulated by this inexplicable ghost." As soon as he finished speaking, a ghost penetrated from Zoro's back to the front. Zoro immediately looked at Lin Hai and the others, and lay on the ground and said, "I am really ashamed of being born in this world." Sanji said in surprise, "You all have enough. Really, it seems that Miss Robin is right." Robin said, "It has no entity at all. Once you touch it, your spirit will completely collapse. If you are an enemy of it, it will be very difficult. It is really an incredible island." Negative, negative, hee. After a while, those spirits left the forest. Luffy, who had returned to normal, said angrily as he walked, "If those ghosts appear again next time, I will never forgive them. Only ghosts want that thing. I don't want to keep it." Frankie rubbed his fingers angrily and said, "It must have weaknesses. I must get rid of them all." Usopp, Chopper and Na on the side May covered her mouth and looked at Lin Hai, laughing secretly. Today they saw something new. Ha ha ha. Sanji, who sat on the back of the three-headed dog, laughed, "I just saw something interesting." Zoro turned around and said angrily, "Shut up." Sanji said indifferently, "I'm sorry, I'm really ashamed of being born in this world, ah. Lin Hai, who was walking, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Sanji didn't make fun of him. As for Usopp and the others, they naturally pretended not to see it. As long as Lin Hai didn't say anything now, they would forget what happened just now, right? Wrong, totally wrong. After laughing for a while, Sanji sat up again and said, "Just now there was another more funny scene. A man who was woken up by his handsomeness every day didn't want anyone to see him. It's so embarrassing. Ah. Pucci, ha ha ha." Nami finally couldn't help it. Hee. Robin also covered her mouth and laughed softly. Usopp covered his mouth and laughed, "It's so embarrassing." Lin Hai, with a red face, turned his head and said seriously, "What are you talking about? I don't know." As he said that, Lin Hai looked up at the sky and whistled. Plop. Without looking at the road, Lin Hai was tripped by the stone on the ground again. Everyone. Luffy sighed, "Ah ha ha, Lin Hai is really stupid, he fell again, ha ha ha. I'm so angry." Lin Hai sat up and scratched his hair frantically. When he realized that he was scratching the wrong person, he scratched Luffy's hair. "What are you doing, Luffy?" "Lin Hai, I'm doing your hair." "Luffy, really? Thank you." Everyone. After a while, Robin said, "Did you find a problem?" Frankie said, well, these strange creatures are not only stitched, but also numbered. Robin nodded and said, the numbered stitched creatures seem to be pieced together piece by piece, but those ghosts are completely different life forms. Usopp replied, I've said it before, this three-headed dog is a monster guarding the entrance, and those ghosts are cursing us. Lin Hai and the others were cursed just now. Luffy, let's turn back before we go deeper. Lin Hai immediately turned around and said, go back? What the hell, don't you find the scenery here so charming? Listen, the chirping of the crickets, the big trees, the thick fog, it's full of poetry. Nami said speechlessly, what kind of poetry is this? It's obviously scary, okay? I really don't know what kind of hobby you have. Tisk. Lin Hai was too lazy to argue with them, but still muttered, a bunch of illiterates. Of course, since he came in, Lin Hai has never used his observation haki to explore the island. If he knew everything, then it would be a fart adventure, right? At this time, Sanji said, I really don't know where you get the leisure time from. Don't you realize that we seem to be under surveillance? Is it the 7 warlords who manipulated it? Luffy smiled and said, what does it matter? We will meet him in the end. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, why do you care so much? Why did we go to sea in the first place? After that, Lin Hai and Luffy looked at each other, and the two of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and shouted excitedly, adventure, adventure. Everyone! There is another chapter, I am writing it. Chapter 234 The Romance of Men. Soon, the Straw Hat Pirates walked out of the forest, and outside the forest was an empty cemetery with crosses stuck in the wasteland. This scene seemed so different and weird in the thick fog. Luffy exclaimed, such a spacious cemetery, it's really atmospheric, let's eat lunch here. Hey! Zoro looked at Luffy in disbelief. Usopp cried, Luffy, I beg you not to stay here, it's too scary here. Chopper agreed with tears in his eyes, yes, Luffy, let's leave here quickly. Sanji, who was sitting on the back of the three-headed dog, saw Luffy staring at him, and he couldn't help but retorted, stupid, no matter how delicious the food is, it will become unpalatable in a place like this. Luffy retorted, no, I want to eat here, the food has never become unpalatable. Lin Hai patted Luffy's shoulder and said, something is coming up. Hey! Everyone looked curiously at the cemetery not far away. Usopp and Chopper hugged each other and trembled, while Nami quickly hugged Lin Hai's arm, stared at that place, and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Because of the sound coming from there, it seemed that something was really coming out from below. A low voice came from under the soil. A bandaged creature slowly climbed up, and the Straw Hats looked at it with different thoughts. No one could have imagined that after staring at it for a while, Luffy dropped the fishing tools in his hand, walked up to the creature, and pushed it back to the ground. Pucci, ha 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 ha. Lin Hai covered his stomach and laughed to the ground. According to this situation, Luffy should think that a corpse ran up from the ground, and then he kindly went over to push him back, right? Ha ha ha, ouch, my stomach hurts. Lin Hai said with tears. Sanji asked with fish eyes, I say, is it so funny? At this time, the zombie that was pushed back jumped out of the hole again. He made a pinching gesture with both hands and asked, why did you push me back, idiot? Ah! It's resurrected. Luffy, run! Usopp was terrified, and Chopper on the side also echoed. Luffy stared at the zombie for a while and said, a seriously injured old man. Everyone said, it looks like a zombie, right? Damn it! The zombie jumped up and jumped high into the sky and said angrily, how dare you look down on us zombies? After the zombie finished speaking, the others in the cemetery also jumped into the sky. Don't look down on us. Oh, hit. Yeah, again. The pseudo-zombies with bandages on their bodies jumped up from the ground in various postures, screaming, and then formed a formation, all with their hands tilted forward, and their palms facing down, as if they were going to pinch people, which was really fierce. Lin Hai was excited about these things and really wanted to dance with them. Especially when he didn't cross over, the dance that Michael Jack performed, which included a dance of loss, but it was a pity that Lin Hai couldn't dance it. Although he couldn't dance, it didn't prevent Lin Hai from joining them to do those actions, right? Nami looked at Lin Hai, who joined the zombie group with fish eyes, and said helplessly, what is this guy Lin Hai doing? Sanji replied with fish eyes, who knows? At this time, the leading zombie said, let them see how dangerous zombies are. Who are you? The zombie next to Lin Hai turned around and asked Lin Hai. Lin Hai gave him a slap on the back of his head and said, "Who do you care who I am? Get down to business." Oh. The zombie who reacted turned around again and asked, "Who are you?" At this time, Lin Hai put on a grey-white wig, his sword was also inserted into his back, and he was wearing a black robe. The Straw Hat Gang. At this time, Lin Hai saw the zombies looking at him, and he couldn't help looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and slowly said, "Who am I? I am destined to be alone and wandering all my life. I am who I am, a different firework." Sil, Sije Luffy, Chopper and Usopp stared at Lin Hai with shining eyes. Luffy said excitedly, "I want that costume too, I want it so much." Seeing that Luffy was about to run over, Sanji grabbed Luffy directly. He was really speechless about Lin Hai's behavior. The zombies who reacted heard what Lin Hai said, but he still didn't say his name, and they were immediately annoyed. "Asshole, are you here to make trouble? Damn it, you actually look down on us zombies. That's right, let's go together." After a while, all the zombies in the cemetery knelt in tears, and Lin Hai said in front of them, "What are you doing? You have to attack me, are you still coming?" No, I'm really sorry for attacking you." Luffy, who was sitting in one place, asked, "What are you doing here?" The leader replied, "Well, we are zombies, so we are buried here and slowly rot." Yes, we have been rotting." "Me too." Luffy was silent for a while, then asked, "Are you kidding me?" No, we dare not, sorry, it's all true." The zombies replied with cold sweat. These guys were arranged here by Moria to scare people who came in or get some intelligence. There is no point asking them, right? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "I said Luffy, you can't bully zombies. Look how cute they are. They are still full of love for life after death, just like the thick fog here, which can't be melted or dispersed. This is the love of men for life, this is the romance of men, love even after death. Love for life. Romance of men. Love even after death?" "Pucci, Wuya!" Frankie suddenly cried, "What an admirable group of zombies, Wuya, is this the romance of men?" "Wuya, I'm not crying, Baka, don't look over here, I'm not crying." Pucci is the sound of snot, not laughter. Seeing Frankie like this, Lin Hai couldn't help but twitch his eyes. This guy is actually stealing the show more than himself? What a miscalculation. Zoro on the side couldn't help but said, "I said, can you control your emotions? Don't lose control all the time." As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy, Lin Hai, Usopp and Chopper were seen playing with those zombies. "Romance, romance," Zoro said, "you bastards." Sanji slapped his forehead and asked, "Captain, are we going to stop here?" "Hee." Robin chuckled and said, "I think this place is pretty good." Luffy shouted, "Sanji, relax a little, the party is about to start." "What party, you are kidding, bastard!" Sanji and Zoro started to argue at the same time. Who knew that the zombies took out a colorful ball from somewhere, emitting various lights, and hung him in the air, and then the cemetery became a karaoke hall. Another lake. Bang cha cha, bang cha cha. Who is singing, warming up the loneliness? Brother, why don't you continue singing? I only know this one sentence. Actually, these zombies are Absalom's subordinates. Absalom is one of the cotters of Mariah pirates. He used his transparent fruit ability to sneak to the Thousand Sunny and wanted to do obscene acts, but was kicked by Lin Hai and his life or death is unknown. And the pseudo-zombies in the cemetery did not receive any orders, so they naturally had fun with Luffy and the others. However, the cemetery here is not far from the castle, and the noise naturally reached some people's ears, making the originally quiet castle lively. Chapter 235 Mariah and the Three Weirdos. When the Straw Hats were playing with the pseudo-zombies in the cemetery, in a research room, as a doctor and a cotter of Mariah, he heard the noise outside, and Hogback said, "What's so noisy? Are those zombies holding a party again?" As he said, he turned his head to look at the zombie who was once a big star next to him and asked, "Sindali, do you know?" Hindali, who had suture scars on her face, replied, "All the plates just need to disappear from the world." Hogback exclaimed, I know, by the way, Hindali, should we have dinner?" After a while, Hogback, who was sitting at the table, saw Hindley holding a plate and putting the pudding on the plate directly on the table. Hogback exclaimed, "Can't you just put the pudding on the plate?" Hindley, "It would be great if plates disappeared from the world." I know. Hogback lay on the table speechlessly and licked it. At this time, a message owl, Hilton, flew into Hogback's restaurant, and it was also bandaged. Hilton said, "Lord Hogback, I have something to report." Hogback looked up and replied, "What's the matter?" Hilton replied, "The Straw Hat Pirates are almost here, including Straw Hat Luffy with a bounty of 300 million Baileys, and another with a bounty of 400 million. Hogback asked, "Where is Absalom?" "He is in charge of the zombies in the cemetery, right?" Hilton, "Lord Absalom should have gone to peek into the female bathhouse again." Hogback, "Really, does Master Moria know about this?" Hilton, "I don't know, he should still be sleeping." "Sleeping?" Hogback said speechlessly, "Go wake him up quickly, it's going to be busy tonight." In a dark lair high up in the castle, Moria was sleeping soundly at this time. He was sleeping soundly, and was suddenly awakened by 3 unknown things that came to inform him of the information. Moria's eyes were ferocious. "I had a nightmare." One of them, called Shinobu, replied, "That's great, Master." The other one said, "It has been about 4 days since the last night raid. Lord Moria has been sleeping during this time. We have prepared 4 days of food for you." Shinobu stepped forward and said, "This time the prey is not small. They are the Straw Hat Boy Luffy and his crew who broke through the Judicial Island last month and are currently the hot topic of discussion. For Lord Moria, it can be of great use." He Moria grinned. He seemed to be waiting for this moment, and his eyes showed a joy different from the past. At this time, one of the zombies asked, "Lord Moria, do you have any instructions?" He. Moria laughed and said, "Inform the 3 weirdos that I will use the shadow of Straw Hat Boy Luffy to revive that thing, so that I can become the Pirate King." After laughing for a while, Moria stared outside the castle, as if he could see the Straw Hat Pirates, and muttered, "This is the thriller bark of the dead, have a good nightmare." Lord Moria, among the Straw Hat Pirates, the one with the highest bounty is not Straw Hat Luffy, but the god of sleep Lin Hai. Why not use his shadow? One of them asked in confusion. Moria replied, "A high bounty does not mean that his strength is strong, don't be long-winded, and quickly notify them." But after a while, several zombies moved Absalom, who was kicked by Lin Hai before and whose life and death were unknown, to Moria. When he saw Absalom who was so seriously injured, Moria was furious and said, "Who did it? Who beat my lovely subordinate like this?" One of the zombies replied, "I don't know, Master Moria." Master Absalom said before that he would go after checking the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates. Other zombies heard a noise and found Absalom passed out there. Mariah said angrily, "Straw Hat Boy Luffy, go and call Hogback over and treat Absalom." A lot of spirits made strange noises and returned to a big house from outside. The owner of this house was the cute girl who ate the ghost fruit Perona. Perona, Absalom, and Hogback are the 3 major cotters under Moria, and they are also called the 3 weirdos. Among them, Perona dreams of collecting all the cute toys, Absalom dreams of becoming the king of the cemetery and has a serious obscene habit, and Hogback specializes in making zombies. He not only has a fetish for that, but also in short, he is not normal. At this time, the ragdoll bear Kumasi, who was standing by the window, had different stitching patterns on his body and a mask on his mouth. Seeing so many ghosts coming back, Kumasi couldn't help but say, welcome back, Perona-sama." Ah! Perona was immediately annoyed and said, "Shut up and don't talk, Kumasi. Why do you sound so quiet when you are so decadent? It really makes me angry." "Kumasi, I'm sorry." Perona took the umbrella from Kumasi and said, "If you are not cute, you are not qualified to serve me." Kumasi said anxiously, "Lord Perona, I..." "Shut up." Perona scolded, "Shut your mouth and don't talk." After scolding Kumasi, Perona turned her back to Kumasi and ordered, Kumasi, Brother Leaky will bring the coffin here in a while, you receive it for me and send it to the master's ballroom, understand?" Kumasi, who was behind Perona, didn't dare to speak, and Perona saw that Kumasi didn't answer, so she turned around and asked again, "Do you understand?" Kumasi, "Yes." Perona immediately said, "Don't answer, it's not cute at all." I'm going to the ship to command the treasure recovery team. If you have any questions, let me know. Got it. Kumasi nodded. Perona smiled and said, that's right, shut up, you're cute. After taking a few steps, Kumasi instinctively said, be careful on the road. Perona was immediately annoyed, asshole, did you talk secretly just now? Perona, who was about to go out, received a message from Moria. She opened the umbrella in her hand and stood by the window and said, don't think about escaping from here, you cowardly pirates. Are you ready? Zombies, we have to show some real skills, hee. Oh. I saw strange creatures standing under the window. Chapter 236 Who wants to listen to you? After playing with the zombies in the cemetery for a long time, the Straw Hat Pirates separated from them and continued to move towards the castle. Luffy, who was walking in front, said reluctantly, you are having so much fun, why don't you go with us? Baga. Sanji said, didn't I just say that they can't leave there without orders? Hee. Robin chuckled, those zombies are really interesting. Those words seem to be unspeakable, but they said them to us. Nami sighed, it's incredible. It turns out that these zombies use other people's shadows to put into the corpse. Usopp said tremblingly, Luffy, we are facing the 7 warlords of the sea. Not to mention Moria's shadow ability, and the guy who can be invisible, just that spirit, we are not opponents, right? Luffy said nonchalantly, Usopp, if you don't explore that kind of castle, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and said, Usopp, why don't you go back to the ship by yourself? What a joke. Usopp said, what should we do if we encounter those spirits again? Lin Hai spread his hands and said, anyway, I'm not afraid. Sanji on the side rolled his eyes and said, Usopp, we have no way out. We have been targeted by others for a long time. I just don't know what the purpose of the 7 warlords is. Lin Hai replied, it should be our shadow. Shadow. Everyone was shocked. Is there anyone in this world who sets his sights on a person's shadow? Zoro asked, so, if we lose our shadow, we will be like Brook and can't live in the sun. Luffy said, who will give the shadow to him? Anyway, let's talk about it after we get there. Zoro said, I'm not afraid, but don't be careless, there might be something lurking somewhere. Hey. Sanji couldn't help but said, are you afraid at the critical moment? Octopus swordsman. Octopus swordsman? 3-sword style? It's really appropriate. Seeing Lin Hai covering his mouth, Zoro turned to Sanji and said, shut up, Squid Chef, don't confuse me with you. Sanji said, what did you say? You don't know the direction of the green algae head. Zoro, want to fight? Beautiful eyebrows spinning in circles. For a moment, Zorolong and Sanji got into a fight. Wait, please wait a moment. At this time, a voice came from behind the Straw Hat Pirates. Everyone looked over, and a man in ragged clothes, holding a kerosene lamp, who looked like a zombie, said, I just saw it. You are all so strong. Can you listen to me? Luffy was surprised and said, it's a seriously injured old man. Frankie, Zoro, and others said, it's obviously a zombie, right? No. The man said, I am a seriously injured old man. Frankie, Zoro, and others said again, don't confuse people. No one is afraid of you even if you are a zombie. I've had enough. Luffy stepped forward and asked, what do you want? The man knelt on the ground and said, I hope you can defeat a man. If it's you, you can do it. There may be some sacrifices, but if you defeat him, everyone can be saved. As long as you can find Shadow, I can thank you in any way. Nami was immediately excited and said, really? Is there a treasure here? Hey everyone. At this time, Robin said, look, he has no shadow. Luffy squatted down and said, really, the old man has no shadow, just like Brook. Moria. The man replied, it's the man named Moria, he took our shadows away, it's terrible. Lin Hai frowned and said, why are things getting worse? I say, old man, we are not saviors, we are here to take risks. The old man replied, yes, you don't have that obligation, but you were lured here, which may mean that you have been targeted by Moria. Wuthorpe said in surprise, it's all because of the bucket you picked up. What should I do now? At this time, the old man shed tears and said, after the shadow was taken away, I either crawled around in this dark forest while guarding against zombies, or went out to sea and lived a miserable life as a person who could never see the light. No matter which one, I have no attachment to this body. I can live once more before I die. Once is enough. Let me walk in the bright sunshine again. Lin Hai was speechless. If you want to die, just die. It's like you have never seen the sun. Moria is really a sin. Wu. At this time, Sanji pointed at the man and asked, "Old man, using tears to gain sympathy is a lady's privilege. You don't get sympathy at all, do you?" Lin Hai couldn't help but retorted, "Come on, you keep calling me a lady every day. Isn't that disgusting?" "Sanji, what are you talking about, bastard?" Ignoring Sanji's words, Lin Hai said, "Although the old man is suspected of cheating us, there is nothing wrong with him taking back his shadow. It's just that he doesn't have the ability, so he put down his face and begged us." As he said, Lin Hai looked at the old man, "I say you shouldn't cry so miserably there. If I really let you see the sun once and then let you die, you will definitely not be, so don't say such things. It's just to see the sun, but you make it seem like a life and death separation. We originally came here for adventure with a happy mood, but now you ask me to do this, I feel an inexplicable pressure in my heart. I'm very unhappy, you know?" The old man's nose was running, and he replied stupidly, "That's right." Lin Hai grinned, "I won't agree to your request. I'm a pirate, who wants to listen to you, hi-ya." "Hey!" Chopper said in surprise, "Pirates don't listen to others." Duan Nami gave Lin Hai a slap. At this time, Luffy stood up and said, "Old man, we are actually looking for the culprit who took the shadow, and that guy has also set his sights on us. In the end, we will beat him up. Aren't you saved by the way?" The old man said gratefully, "It's great that you can say that. Whether it's by the way or not, there is hope anyway. Everything is up to you, come on. Beat Moria and the others away." The people who were hiding in the forest and whose shadows were taken away all echoed, "Stop making so much noise." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Let's go into the castle quickly, it's going to rain." "Straw Hat Boy, then I'll leave it to you." "He, okay." Chapter 237, Meet Brook again. "This castle is too big, isn't it?" Usopp said in surprise, "Let's go back. There may be a lot of vampire zombies and evil spirits inside." Chopper hugged one of Lin Hai's legs in fear, while Nami hugged one of Lin Hai's arms. Lin Hai was speechless and said, "What's wrong with you guys? If there are no ghosts in such an atmospheric place, wouldn't it be very disappointing?" "Ah!" Chopper and Usopp screamed immediately. "It's over, is there really a ghost?" "Woo, let's go back quickly." Sanji said speechlessly, "Lin Hai, don't scare them anymore. Listen carefully, Usopp, there are not only ghosts in there, but also zombies that are 100 times more vicious than those outside." As he said that, Sanji lit another match and held it upright in front of him. "Everyone? Is anyone there?" "Excuse me?" Luffy asked first after entering the castle. There was no response, and the door was still locked, so Luffy twisted it violently and entered. "Hey, it's open, open." Zoro said speechlessly, "What kind of opening is this?" As soon as he entered the hall, there was a spacious European-style building inside, with a chandelier hanging above the hall, but it was not powered by electricity, but there were many white candles on it. Luffy looked around and shouted, "Moonlight Moria, come out here quickly." Frankie asked, "What is this room for?" Sanji said, "It seems there is no one here." Zoro asked, "Such a big house, there is not even a servant?" Lin Hai raised his eyebrows and said, "Who said there is no one?" Usopp said in surprise, "Someone? Why didn't we see it?" "Lin Hai, are you trying to scare us?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Aren't there people on so many murals on this wall?" As he said that, Lin Hai ran to a picture and poked it with his finger. The one in the mural was immediately annoyed, "Asshole, stop it, it itches me to death." Seeing that they had been exposed, the zombies in the other paintings stopped pretending. Muhihi, knowing the master's name and daring to break in here, you are really brave." A pig on the mural high on the wall said provocatively. Luffy looked up, "Is there a pig growing on the wall?" Usopp shook his head and said, "Impossible, impossible, we must be dreaming, we are all dreaming." Chopper said happily, "So it was a dream." The pig on the wall crossed his arms and said proudly, it's too early to be surprised, let's warmly welcome the guests. The characters on the murals all ran out of the murals. Hey, hey! Sanji asked, are these zombies too? Robin replied, no matter what kind of creatures there are on this island, it's not surprising. Luffy on the side immediately showed a strange light. Could it be that he wanted to invite them to be pirates? In view of this, Lin Hai quickly held Luffy and said, I say, these things are nothing more than Moria using his shadow fruit ability to take away the shadows of people who come here, and then attach them to the messy dead creatures. What's so strange about it? Luffy immediately looked up at Lin Hai in frustration, you ruined the romance. Hey! Lin Hai kicked the creature that ran here to intimidate Nami directly, boom boom. A big hole suddenly appeared on the wall. Zoro said speechlessly, I say, Lin Hai, can't you be a little gentler? Lin Hai spread his hands, I didn't do it. Just now, Lin Hai moved his feet. And all the things on the murals were frightened by Lin Hai's actions just now. But since they started, the Straw Hat Pirates also started to take action. It's just that these creatures are still good at scaring those who don't know the situation and are timid, but they really can't do it for Lin Hai, Luffy, and others. After a while, they were all knocked down. Yo-ho-ho! Brook, who was looking for his own shadow next door, couldn't help but come over to take a look because of the movement here, and exclaimed, I was really scared. It turned out to be you. Brook! Everyone exclaimed. Luffy stepped forward and complained, Brook, why did you leave just now? What are you doing here? Yo-ho-ho! Brook said, has everyone entered this island? Since there is no way now, let me tell you everything on this island. Luffy asked in confusion, everything on this island? Yes. Brook replied, but where should I start? Then everyone please sit down and eat first, you are welcome. Everyone. Usopp couldn't help but said, are you kidding us, you bastard? Brook said quickly, please don't get mad at me like this. I'm so scared that my face is blue. Although skeletons don't have faces, yo-ho-ho-ho, skeleton jokes. He. Luffy laughed, skeleton jokes. Frankie on the side couldn't help but stretch out his left hand to aim at Brook, and Robin stopped him, saying, stop, he's dead. Brook turned his head and said, anyway, please don't joke around, listen to me carefully. Frankie aimed at Brook again, and Robin stopped him again, saying, stop, he's dead. At this time, Brook said, as I said before, the rudder is broken, and I have been drifting alone in this sea for decades. Although I have always wanted to escape from this magic sea, the rudder is broken and I am always swept into the current. That's it, about 5 years ago. I like you, I was lured into this thriller bark. I wanted to escape from this devil's triangle at all costs. I thought that maybe there were parts to repair the rudder on this island, so I was busy looking for them. Then I was caught and sent to this building. Inside, I saw a fighting dancer who was captured before me in a body covered with patches called a puppet. Then a big guy with creepy pores appeared and pulled up the man's shadow from the floor and cut it off. Ah! Usopp exclaimed, it's so scary, so scary. Lin Hai said speechlessly, it's just the ability of the devil fruit, what's so scary about it? Yo-ho-ho! Brook continued, not long after, I also suffered the same fate. The man whose shadow was cut off fell to that place, and the cut shadow was stuffed into the motionless puppet. Guess what the result was? The puppet, which was originally just a corpse, actually moved. Lin Hai said speechlessly, we all know all this, let's talk about the main point. Hey! Brook exclaimed, you all know all this. Nami replied, Lin Hai has already explained it in the cemetery just now. Brook emphasized again, the one who controls these shadows is actually the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. Aren't you afraid? He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 238 Soul Question. Seeing Brook so surprised, Luffy smiled and said, don't worry, Brook, we are here to beat him up. Hey! Brook exclaimed again. Lin Hai, who was on the side, picked his nose and said speechlessly, it's just the 7 warlords of the sea, but you make it look like you saw a ghost. You are so willful. Before he finished speaking, Nami said, shut up. At this time, Brook said, the most troublesome thing is that everyone should be mentally prepared. Psychological preparation? Everyone was puzzled. Yet, Brook explained, as long as there are available corpses, Moria can use shadows to create zombies. What's more troublesome is the genius surgeon Hogback who can process the corpses of living things to be stronger. He is Moria's companion. Hogback sometimes uses his medical skills to find the bodies of legendary warriors from cemeteries all over the world and revive them. Now there are also a large number of dolls stored in the freezer of his laboratory. Robin sighed, Hogback, I didn't expect that the famous doctor would help the pirates in such a place after the disappearance. Chopper was shocked and said, how is it possible? Hogback is my idol, he actually did such a thing. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, everyone, there is an iron rule in my hometown. Iron rule? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Hai explained, the dead should rest in peace. Moria and Hogback not only dug people's graves, but also insulted the corpses. I will kill them later. Hey? Everyone looked at Lin Hai in surprise. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, in my hometown, people like Moria and Hogback, who do such things, we all have the right to kill them. Pucci, Wivu Frankie cried immediately, Lin Hai, your place is really a good place, Moria and the others are really evil, Baga, I'm not crying. Lin Hai said to Frankie speechlessly, you bastard, I doubt you are making fun of me. Sanji muttered, what kind of iron rule is this? After speaking, Sanji turned his head and asked, although the resurrected zombies can move, it does not mean that the dead are really resurrected, right? That's right. Brook replied, the personality and compatibility depend on the owner of the shadow, and the strength of the flesh is determined by the muscle strength of the puppet. Only by combining a strong flesh and a strong shadow can a stronger zombie be created, so the bounty criminals became Moria's target first. I see. Sanji said, no wonder he targeted us. Robin asked, for Moria, the biggest feature of zombies is perhaps obedience, right? The stronger the warriors are, the less likely they are to surrender. That's right. Brook replied, as long as you can get a shadow with the same compatibility as the main body, you don't need a disobedient main body at all. The strong men whose shadows were cut off were thrown into the sea before they regained consciousness. Zoro asked, is it like you? Yes. Brook said, I will tell you the best strategy now. Please believe me and follow my instructions. Lin Hai and Luffy pinched their noses and said at the same time, who wants to listen to you? Go play. Brook was surprised and said, you guys are also here to make fun of me? This kind of conversation has not happened for decades. I'm really happy. Brook was seen spinning in circles on the spot. Lin Hai turned his head and said, why do I have the urge to beat him up? I agree. Everyone replied. Oh, that's right. After walking around for a while, Brook took out several small bags of things from his body and said, please take these. Usopp asked, what is this? Luffy smiled and said, Brook, are you treating us to food? But this is too little. No. Brook said, this is salt, as long as the zombies eat the salt inside, they will be purified. Purified? Luffy asked in confusion. That's right. Brook replied, this is a weakness of the zombies created by Moria. After they eat salt, the shadow in their body will return to the original owner. I see. Luffy smiled and said, thank you for providing such important information, Brook. At this time, Usopp asked, that Brook, why are you so clear about the zombies and the things on this island? You don't have any purpose, right? Lin Hai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, this scene seemed familiar. Brook replied leisurely, 5 years ago, I came to this island once and fought a duel with the zombie that only my shadow was living in, and I was defeated miserably. At that time, I escaped with my life. No matter what, I didn't want to die, because I was the only survivor on the ship. I was determined to leave this Devil's Sea one day to fulfill the agreement with my partners. So I ran away with humiliation. But just being alive doesn't solve any problems, so this time, I will never run away again, until I defeat that man and take back my shadow. Well, I'll go first, I wish you good luck. Wait a minute. Frankie stopped Luffy before he said, I have another question about what I said just now, you have to answer me. Okay. Brook turned around and replied. Frankie asked, you should know what the average person would react to seeing you like this. A talking skeleton, such a creepy guy, it's impossible to make any friends, and the alien will be rejected by everyone. Luffy said dissatisfiedly, Frankie, what are you talking about? Brook is our partner, right Brook? Frankie ignored him and continued to ask, even if you can leave the Sea of Devil, your fate is not difficult to imagine, not to mention that you have been in this place where you can't get out for decades in despair. You said you are as lonely as death, right? If it were me, I would have ended my life long ago. My existence is obviously a failure. I still pretend to be a gentleman from time to time to hide my hidden meaning. You live in such pain. What do you want to achieve with your partners? After Frankie's analysis, everyone looked at Brooke curiously, waiting for his answer. Chapter 239. Do you dare to have any opinions? Yo-ho-ho. Faced with Frankie's stinging question, Brooke turned his back to everyone and whispered, what a nosy guy. The matter is very simple. A long time ago, we left a partner in the pirate group in a place. It was a helpless and painful farewell. Finally, we agreed to go back to that place and sail together. But our pirate group that left was wiped out in this sea. This means that we have not fulfilled our promise to the companions who were left there. I have lived on the ship for so many years, I have the obligation to tell him this result. It should have been 50 years since the day we died. 50 years. Everyone shouted. Usopp stared at Brooke with cold sweat. No way. Frankie asked, it's so far away. Sorry, I think your partner won't wait for you for so long, right? Usopp nodded and said, maybe your partner. Brooke suddenly said excitedly, what do I have, what right do I have to judge that the partner is no longer waiting for us? What if he still keeps his promise and is still waiting for us? How lonely it would be now. While wondering if we deceived him, he still waited there as always. What a sad mood it would be. The companion who made a farewell oath with us at that cape is named Rabu. Labo? Luffy, Nami, Usopp, and others were shocked, but they were not very sure, and they did not dare to make a decision casually, because if it was not, it would be more painful. At this time, Brooke continued, he was still a little whale at that time, and we couldn't let it follow us on a dangerous voyage. At that time, Labo trusted us very much and must have thought that we would come back playing happy music and waving our arms like before. I don't think it would forgive us for dying so irresponsibly. It must be in the distant sky, saying to us who made such a rash promise to it, don't think that it will forgive you after death. A man's promise must be kept. Lin Hai stepped forward and asked, I said, Brooke, is the little whale called Labo you mentioned heading to the Grand Line, a place called Twin Cape at the exit of the East China Sea? Hey! Brooke said in surprise, how do you know? Lin Hai replied, of course I know. When we passed by there, that annoying whale was waiting for a certain asshole pirate group. Instead of picking up girls, it was always yelling there, making people unable to sleep. Duan Nami gave Lin Hai a slap. Really, oh Brooke, is the partner you are waiting for a very big whale? It is also called Lab. A very big whale? Gemini Cape? Before Brooke could react, Sanji said, it should be thought it, 50 years have passed, it will naturally grow. Brooke suddenly became upset, Lab, I knew you were waiting for me, I'll go find you now. Lin Hai quickly grabbed Brooke, and Zoro said, you can't go now, right? You haven't got your shadow back yet. Brooke, who had reacted, was immediately full of hope. He stood up and said, everyone, thank you for telling me such important news. Pucci, Wivu. Frankie burst into tears and cried, Brooke, you bastard are really a real man, Wivu, I really like you so much, bastard, I didn't cry. Luffy stepped forward and said, Brooke, don't be so polite, let us help you get your shadow back, hehe. Facing Luffy's smile that warmed his bones, Brooke was grateful, but worried, I am very grateful for your kindness to me, but I am facing Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords. Nami stepped forward and interrupted, I said, Brooke, you don't know that the one in front of you is a pirate with a bounty of 300 million Baileys, and Lin Hai is a pirate with a bounty of 425 million. What are you afraid of for just being a 7 warlords, right? Seeing Nami looking over, Lin Hai and Luffy and others immediately echoed, that's right. Fight him to death. Beat him up. Kick him to death. Chop him up. Yoshi, let's go. Frankie stood up and put his arms together, leave it to me, this week's super, okay, let us lend you a hand. Ah ha ha ha. Usopp replied with trembling legs, leave it to Luffy and the others, Brooke, let those guys come, there will be no problem. Chopper sighed with shining eyes, SI cake. After a while, before going to Mariah for trouble. Lin Hai and Luffy took the lead in fighting. Luffy said, "I'm the captain, Mariah must be handed over to me, I'm going to beat him up." Lin Hai said, "Captain is great? Can the captain be so willful? Moria asked me to come." Luffy said, "What did you say?" Lin Hai said, "Let you come? Look at you, you are such a stinky rubber. Every time you fight with someone, you don't fight for a long time, as if you are wasting time." Brook didn't know what to do, and advised, that's the 7 warlords." Lin Hai and Luffy turned their heads and said at the same time, "The 7 warlords are so great. It's the 7 warlords who are beaten. Do you dare to have any objections?" Oh my, oh my! Brook exclaimed, "Please don't get angry with me. I was almost scared. Although skeletons don't have courage, yo ho ho." Frankie on the side asked with one small eye and one big eye, "What are they doing?" Rock, scissors, paper, rock, scissors, paper. After a while, Luffy made a victory gesture, "I knew I had the best luck." Lin Hai said depressedly, "Why did you do scissors 3 times in a row?" Luffy asked in confusion, "What's the problem?" Lin Hai couldn't help but said, "Didn't you use the stone for the 3rd time last time?" Luffy suddenly said, "You mean last time? I forgot to use it last time. What are you doing?" Finally I feel comfortable. After a while, Lin Hai said, "Then we will split up. I will go to find Hogback. But before I find him, I will solve the things outside first." Luffy stood up and asked, "Lin Hai, why did you hit me?" Lin Hai turned around and replied, "Who told you to win me every time?" Frankie said speechlessly, "You are so willful." Chopper on the side hesitated for a while and said, "Lin Hai, I want to go with you. That Hogback actually did such a thing." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Whatever you want. By the way, Robin, don't you want to go with me?" Robin replied, "Hee, I'll go with Zoro and the others." Luffy asked, "Lin Hai, you just said outside, what's going on outside?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "A lot of zombies are surrounding us." Chapter 240 Hogback, you're done. After some discussion, Lin Hai, Nami, and Chopper formed a group, and the others went to find Moria, and when Zoro heard that Brook's shadow was living in a samurai who used a sword, he immediately went with Brook. Outside the castle gate, looking at the dense zombies coming, Chopper and Nami, one holding Lin Hai's feet, and the other holding Lin Hai's hand. Lin Hai said speechlessly, "I say, you two, I'm here, what are you afraid of?" Chopper said, "Don't you see that those zombies are completely different from those in the cemetery?" Nami echoed, "What kind of monsters are those, animals, navy and tisk?" Lin Hai stepped forward and said, "Is it useful to be afraid? Will they stop attacking you just because you are afraid? Look, you two, step back a little, and then retreat." Chopper, Nami. Lin Hai posed and said, "Don't be scared, everyone. Today I will show you a legendary skill, 18 Palms of the Dragon." 18 Palms of the Dragon. Chopper said in doubt, "What is that?" Lin Hai imitated the first episode of the 1997 TV series The Demigods and Semi-Devils, in which Xiao Feng was shot by an arrow and faced the pursuers. Lin Hai condensed a ball of thunder power in front of his eyes with both hands, ha! After being shouted by Lin Hai, all the zombies stopped and looked at Lin Hai in front of them curiously, not knowing what he was doing. Lin Hai imitated Xiao Feng in the TV series, made a few random moves, and then threw the ball of condensed thunder power in his hand above the zombies. 18 Palms of the Dragon. Boom boom. After a huge thunder, the zombies suddenly became a mess. I don't know how much damage that thunder can do, but it looks scary. Ah, what is this? It's terrible, this is the power of thunder. Run, what on earth is that guy, how can humans release such a thing? 18 Palms of the Dragon. Luffy, who was running to another place, saw Lin Hai performing this incredible move, and immediately ran to Lin Hai with his eyes shining, "Cool, cool." Sanji, who was beside Luffy, said angrily, "You bastard, come here quickly, aren't we going to find Moria?" Luffy replied with sweat on his forehead, but... Brook on the side was shocked, what on earth is Lin Hai? Usopp explained, "Ah, you don't have to pay attention to him, he is the ability user who ate the Thunder Fruit." Thunder Fruit? Brook exclaimed. At the castle gate, seeing the zombies running out, Lin Hai suddenly became restless, you guys come back quickly, I haven't had enough fun yet. Everyone. In another place, in a research institute, after Hogback helped Absalom to treat him, he returned here to continue his research. Hogback held a scalpel in one hand and said proudly, "Such a perfect puppet is about to be completed." After laughing for a while, Hogback turned to the zombie maid next to him and said, "Look, Cinderly, this is simply art, the work of genius." Cinderly, with 2 suture lines on her face, replied expressionlessly, "It would be great if it failed at the last step." Hogback was surprised and said, "What are you talking about, Cinderly? Really, I am always scared to death by your rude words." Cinderly said, "I made a midnight snack." "Really?" Hogback was surprised and asked, "What is the midnight snack tonight?" Cinderly replied, "Spaghetti with soup." As she said that, Cinderly poured the spaghetti with soup in the bag directly onto the operating table. Hogback immediately exclaimed, "If you pour it again, the soup will be gone, Cinderly. Cinderly, it would be great if all the plates in the world disappeared." "I can understand." Hogback asked, "In that case, why did you choose such a brave dish?" "I don't want to eat food with soup anymore." "Cinderly, what about the spaghetti with soup?" I eat. Lin Hai and his group came outside and heard their conversation. Seeing this scene, Chopper asked, "Lin Hai, how come that Hogback doesn't look like a bad guy? Did we make a mistake?" "Missed." Lin Hai kicked the door open directly. "What if we made a mistake? He must die today." Nami slapped her forehead, "You don't have to be so excited, right?" "Who is it?" Hogback saw the person coming and asked, "How did you 3 bastards find this place? What did you see? This place is full of the smell of potion, mixed with some rotten smell." Lin Hai said speechlessly, "What did you see?" "I saw your excitement about corpses, and your deformed fetish, especially towards the one next to you. If I remember correctly, she should have died a long time ago, right?" "Forget it, it doesn't matter." Hogback laughed strangely, "No matter what secrets you know, you can't escape anyway." Hogback. At this time, Chopper stepped forward and asked, "You feel so happy to be with such an evil villain and use your ability to control corpses?" "Hey!" Hogback looked at Chopper. Chopper explained, "In fact, I used to respect you very much for saving countless lives. Why do you do such a great thing? Don't be silly." Hogback laughed, "What great things are bullshit, and I, whom you respect, was the same before, just because I am a genius. For money, I did a lot of operations, and the endless stream of patients was really too troublesome. I can save the lives that those stupid doctors can't save. Can you understand the troubles of a genius like me? You can respect me if you want, and it's your own misjudgment to feel disappointed. If you think that being a doctor is unforgivable because it is different from your ideal, then you are totally wrong. Stupid reindeer, are you trying to teach me how to be a doctor?" Chopper said excitedly, "I don't mean that at all. I no longer recognize you as a doctor. The same is true for the zombies here. They are just dead people controlled by people. They are not alive at all. Don't take other people's lives as a joke." Hey! Lin Hai slapped his forehead and said speechlessly, "I say Chopper, why are you so excited? It doesn't matter if we disagree. His ideal has nothing to do with us. But what he did. Speaking of Chopper, have you forgotten what we are doing here? If everyone can become as ideal as they want by saying a few words, there will be no so many disputes in the world." "Oh?" Hogback asked, "What are you doing here?" Lin Hai said, "Digging graves and insulting corpses. Hogback, you are finished." Hogback couldn't help laughing, and at this time 2 zombies who looked very powerful walked out from the side. Lin Hai looked at Chopper speechlessly, and just when Hogback wanted to speak. In an instant, Lin Hai appeared on the side of Hogback, grabbed Hogback's head and smashed it against the wall next to him. "It's so noisy." Boom boom. Chapter 241 Never Expected. Because Lin Hai's speed was too fast, not only Nami and Chopper didn't react, but even the 3 zombies next to them didn't react. However, when the 3 zombies reacted, they had been fed salt grains by Lin Hai, and in an instant, 3 shadows floated out of the 3 zombies' bodies, sank into the air and returned to their original owners. "I said Lin Hai." Nami said speechlessly, "Can you notify me when you take action? I was scared." Chopper also echoed, "You bastard, it's bad, let's get out of here quickly, it's going to collapse." Boom boom. Soon, when leaving the room and passing the next room, they saw that the warmly decorated room was full of photos of Cinderly more than 10 years ago, which made Nami and Chopper sigh. Ugh! Suddenly, Lin Hai couldn't help vomiting, because he thought of those fanatical fans, especially people like Hogback, who were so obsessed that they didn't let go even after death. Of course, Hogback and Cinderly have been together for more than 10 years. Judging from the layout of the room, it was too disgusting to make Lin Hai vomit. Seeing Lin Hai vomiting there, Nami couldn't help but wonder, did you fall for their trick just now? Chopper hurriedly stepped forward and asked, let me see, where are you injured? Lin Hai waved his hand and said, I was smoked by the smell just now. This is the only excuse I can find. If I tell them such a disgusting scene, I'm afraid they will also be traumatized, right? Lying to that thing, and looking at it every day, treating it as your lover, it's terrible. That Chopper. Lin Hai patted his chest and turned his head and said, didn't you realize that although Hogback is a doctor, he himself is actually a patient? Hey! Chopper said confusedly, really? Lin Hai shook his head helplessly. It's better not to tell him about this kind of thing. After all, mental illness. At this time, Nami asked, where should we go now? Should we meet up with Luffy and the others? Lin Hai stood up and released his observation haki, and then a scene that stunned Lin Hai appeared. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were all knocked down, and the zombies were carrying their bodies towards the Thousand Sunny. Usopp, Robin and Frankie were fine, while Brook was wandering around in the castle. After learning this information, Lin Hai said, let's go back to the Thousand Sunny. Luffy and the others failed. Hey! Chopper exclaimed, no way, how did Moria do it? Lin Hai shook his head and said, I don't know either, I really don't know what they are doing. Actually, Luffy and his team failed because they were kidnapped by spider creatures on the wall one by one when they passed through an aisle, and then their shadows were cut off by Moria. When Lin Hai and his team returned to the Thousand Sunny, Usopp, Robin and Frankie were staring at the scene in front of them in amazement. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro were lying on the back chairs. Sanji's hair was tied with a bow on the top and clipped on both sides, Luffy's hair was tied with a knot on the left and right, and there was also a knot on the top of his head, just right for a hat, and Zoro, compared to them, had a boot on his head that belonged to someone unknown. Lin Hai, who rushed here, couldn't help wondering, who made this style? It suits them very well. Nami said speechlessly, don't talk nonsense there, wake them up quickly. Chopper said worriedly, are they okay? Robin replied, they are fine, but their shadows were taken away by Moria. If anything happens to them, the shadow will disappear too. Lin Hai asked in confusion, why are you all fine, but the three of them are in such a state? Frankie stepped forward and said, this is a long story. When we found something wrong, we quietly followed the zombies and this happened. Nami asked, isn't Brook with you? Where is he? Robin replied, we got separated halfway. At this time, Usopp stepped forward and shook Luffy and said, get up, Luffy, why do you look teased? Luffy. Frankie stepped forward and said, leave it to me. Pili Pa. Get up, is it time to sleep now? The situation is very serious. After a beating, Frankie still failed to wake them up. Lin Hai said speechlessly, Frankie, did you hit them too hard? Why don't you let them sleep here? I will just chop everything on the island. It's not a question of whether to chop or not, right? Frankie asked speechlessly, do these guys have nerves? There's no other way, you guys get out of the way, let me use a rocket launcher to blast them up. As he said, Frankie was about to bomb them with his left-handed weapon. Hey, hey! Lin Hai hurriedly stopped him. Usopp stepped forward and said, let me do it, at this time, we have to. Usopp took a deep breath, and then shouted, the beautiful swordsman is here with meat. Immediately, the three people lying on the floor moved their bodies and woke up. Beauty. Meat. Swordsman. Chopper exclaimed, these guys are hopeless. Lin Hai originally thought it was just a joke, but he never expected it, never expected it. After a while, Luffy asked, where is this? Lin Hai said speechlessly, the Thousand Sunshine. Zoro asked in confusion, why are we back to where we were? No, this is not a dream, the shadow disappeared. Lin Hai couldn't help but said angrily, you still think you are dreaming? How come the three of you had your shadows taken away so easily? Where's Luffy? Oh no, something bad has happened. I saw a man coming out of the kitchen. Luffy came out, holding cheese in his hand and said, all the food is gone, damn. Sanji said, all the food we stored is gone. It seems that they have moved away all the rest except for the fresh food left for us. Luffy said depressedly, cheese and dry bread are not enough, I want to eat meat. Tisk. Linhai took out a few buckets of instant noodles and said speechlessly, Luffy, this is what you said about beating Moria, quickly practice your observation haki, how did you get captured? Zoro quickly turned his face to the side, he couldn't say that he was tied up by a spider-like creature, right? And Luffy told everything frankly. Zoro slapped his forehead, it's so embarrassing, so careless. Chopper on the side couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, I thought it was Zoro who led the way, and then everyone got lost. Zoro immediately ran away and said, Chopper, what did you say? Chapter 242 Captain Usopp. Linhai, give me another bucket, I'm hungry. Luffy, who had eaten several buckets of instant noodles, acted like a spoiled child to Linhai again. Linhai sighed, everyone, this is fun, that Moria put Luffy's shadow into the body of a giant. Giant. Everyone was puzzled. Linhai smiled and said, that giant should be several hundred meters high, so I'll leave him to me. It will be fun to chop him up. Hey, hey. Frankie stepped forward and asked, how many hundred meters high is the giant? Usopp asked with cold sweat, are you sure it's Luffy's shadow? Linhai rolled his eyes and said, am I lying to you? Zoro said to Sanji, now we have to find the zombies that contain our shadows, which is probably the most troublesome thing, right? Usopp said quickly, Luffy, did you hear what Linhai said? Your shadow is inside that big monster. Zoro said, don't be so nagging. No matter how strong or how big he is, in order to get back our shadow, we have to beat that guy away, right? Luffy lowered his head and replied, you don't have to look for zombies, although I also want to see my own zombies. Zoro asked in confusion, what are you talking about? We are now this body can't see the Sunday. Luffy said, you should remember what the zombie uncle said at that time, right? As long as Gecko Moria is beaten away, won't everyone's shadows come back? Sanji said speechlessly, he did say that, you hit the nail on the head again. Tisk. Linhai said contemptuously, such a simple thing, you don't know it, right? Isn't it just one Shishibukai? Look at what you've done, you all go to sleep, I'll just chop him up. What are you talking about, bastard? That's right, don't underestimate us. Gecko Moria. After a while, after some discussion, Luffy said, then Moria will be handed over to me, and I will definitely beat him up this time. Zoro said, in that case, I will go with Frankie and the others to help Brook. Linhai turned around and asked, is there anyone is going with me to find the giant tribe? It's fun. Who wants to go with you? Everyone shouted. Hee. Robin stepped forward and said, Linhai, I'll go with you. Linhai smiled and said, then, we'll go first. Wait. Nami stepped forward and said, I'll go with you too. Seeing that Nami was also going with Linhai, Sanji was immediately unhappy. One was fine, but both of them left? Sanji immediately exclaimed, Ms. Nami, come with us. Following them, I feel that life has lost its fun. Hey Frankie, Usopp and others couldn't help but complain. Zoro asked in confusion, Chopper, are you going with Linhai too? Yeah. Chopper. Sanji immediately said, Chopper, keep an eye on Linhai for me, don't let him touch Ms. Nami and Ms. Robin. Tisk. Linhai rolled his eyes, Chopper, give him some medicine. Chopper waved his hand and said, there's no way to save him. Ahaha. Luffy laughed, Linhai, you are so brave that you even dare to touch Nami, ha ha ha. Duan. Sorry. So everyone set off on their journey again. The plan is a plan, but the actual situation is not as expected by the Straw Hat Pirates, because when Luffy and his crew entered the castle again, they were stopped by those high-level zombies. Those zombies are indestructible and can stand up again after falling down. In order to save time, Luffy left first, and Zoro and Sanji continued to move forward. Zoro and his crew entered a wide room, and Sanji asked, what is this room? Zoro replied, it's really a bit eerie and weird. He. Perona was sitting on the sofa in front of her, and she was surrounded by dozens of ghosts. In the forest, Perona used her ability to knock down the main force of the Straw Hat Pirates. Now, for the 4 people in front of her, Perona has full confidence to knock them down again. At this time, Perona said leisurely, I wanted to feed you all to the zombies on the stairs and bridge, but the situation has changed. Let me deal with you, cowardly pirates, hee. Those ghosts? Zoro asked in confusion, is it controlled by that guy? What on earth is that? Usopp hid behind Zoro and asked with cold sweat, everyone, think of a way quickly, we can't do anything about that. Perona got up from the sofa, with her hands facing one side, as if dancing, she said proudly, you should have known the horror of this ghost, right? After hearing what Perona said, Zoro and the others couldn't help but look solemn. At this time, Perona released 4 spirits from her palm and said, I can freely create ghosts, which are spirits of the spirit fruit. These ghosts are my clones, and they can make people feel empty. Hehe, you are all finished. Sanji immediately said with pity, I didn't expect that the mastermind behind those hateful ghosts would be such a lovely lady. Usopp was surprised and said, is this the time to say such things? No wonder Linhai calls you to take medicine every day. If everyone is hit by that, we will all be wiped out in an instant. Frankie said with cold sweat, it seems that we can only run away. Zoro echoed, that thing is really troublesome, escape. Perona licked her lips, crossed her hands and smiled, don't even think about escaping, negative spirit. Hehe, negative. Sanji, I'm not as good as a mackerel when I'm alive. Frankie, that's right, wild dog, hurry up and step on me. Zoro, I'm sorry to walk on the same land with everyone. The 3 of them lay on the ground and muttered, and Usopp was the only one, because he scared himself. Usopp was lying on the ground, it's over, everything is over. Perona immediately ordered the animal zombies that appeared behind her, catch them. Yes. Woo-oh. Seeing the animal zombies rushing forward, Perona sighed, it's so boring, let's deal with the remaining ones next. Random attack on the Salt Star. Usopp suddenly shouted, Perona couldn't help but stop and look back, those animal zombies were purified. Who is it? Perona said in surprise. I saw a man standing in the field, holding a long slingshot, and said very pretentiously, I will never let you hurt my crew. Perona said angrily, oh no, did this guy just pretend to be hit? But this time I must really get rid of you. Negative spirit. The spirit released by Perona passed through Usopp's body again, but Usopp still stood there. Nanny. Perona said in surprise, what the hell are you? At this time, Usopp lowered his head and said, I am Captain Usopp. Chapter 243 Chopper, I hate you. Seeing that Usopp, who was pierced by the ghost, was fine, this was the first time Perona had encountered such a thing since she was a child. Perona asked in confusion, why didn't you give in? You were obviously hit by the ghost, what method did you use? Usopp replied proudly, I didn't use any method, because I was super negative. Hey! Perona was so shocked that she sneezed. And the zombies that came one after another on the side couldn't help but exclaimed. He resisted the negative power of the ghost. What a great man! Ah! Lady Perona. Due to the backlash of her devil fruit ability, Perona said shakily, there should be no one in this world who can't react to the negative spirit. Lady Perona. Perona sat on the ground and said leisurely, as long as people are alive, they should move forward bravely, but... As she said that, Perona looked up at Usopp with tears in her eyes and said, but this man... Hey! Now it was Usopp's turn to be confused. Perona shed tears and said to Usopp with a pitiful face, come on. The animal zombies on the side naturally obeyed the orders of their masters, so they also said to Usopp, come on. At this time, Perona stood up and shouted with both fists, come on. Come on. The zombies shouted in unison. So, Perona stood in front, and a group of animals and toy zombies stood behind her and shouted at the same time, come on, come on, come on. Usopp exclaimed, you don't need to encourage me. Since Perona's ability was cracked, Usopp turned to Zoro and said, okay, wake up and finish your work quickly. Soon, Zoro and the other 3 returned to normal, and Usopp said very arrogantly, you can't beat that woman with your strength, that guy, leave it to me. Frankie asked with cold sweat, you. Sanji, how come you suddenly become so reliable? Zoro, that doesn't work on that guy. Perona, who was on the opposite side, reacted and said angrily, "Asshole." At this time, Usopp said, "But you guys help me clean up the zombies around before you leave. I can't beat those guys and I will definitely die." Without waiting for Usopp to finish, Sanji immediately turned around and said, "Then I'll leave everything here to you." Usopp was surprised and said, "Wait, no," I said, "wait." Zoro and the other two had already run away. When Usopp reacted, there were already zombies standing behind him. Perona, who was standing in front, crossed her arms and said, "Now, I won't show mercy anymore." Facing so many zombies, and the ghost girl Perona who ordered them, Usopp's eyes were bloodshot. Didn't he make it very clear just now? He, Usopp, couldn't beat those zombies. Those three bastards. Perona, who was confronting Usopp, did not immediately order the zombies to attack. Until now, she still did not believe the fact that the spirit of negativity did not work. How could such a thing happen in the world? Perona did not believe that there were people in the world who were not affected by the spirit of negativity. So, Perona released a supersized ghost and said to Usopp, "Something must have gone wrong just now. Let me use a collective attack to make you completely lose the courage to survive. 4 times the negative attack, the negative group of spirits. Hit, all 4 hit." Hehe. Successful. Since the creation of Thriller Bark, no one has not been mentally destroyed by ghosts. As soon as she finished speaking, the ghost group and Perona fell to the ground at the same time, and Perona said to the stuffed bear beside her, "Kumasi, I'm sorry for you all the time." Nanny. How could this happen? The ghosts actually failed in the competition of negativity. Not only that, even the real Perona was affected. That man, is he an immortal? Is he a saint? The zombies shouted in unison. Usopp, who was standing on the side, held a large slingshot and said, "Listen to me, don't think you can surpass me in thinking negatively about things." Ah! So confident in your own incompetence. The zombies were amazed. But why is that? Although he is so confident, he looks so insignificant. Is that guy going to run away? Usopp, who was about to use laughter to cover up his escape, was shocked and said, "Oh no, it's exposed," hitting the salt star randomly. After some zombies were purified, Perona, who had recovered, stood up and said angrily, "Asshole, you dare to again my cute animal zombies." Usopp said with a serious face, "Don't get close to me, Salt Star." Perona quickly ordered the zombies, "It's Salt, be careful, cover your mouths." Usopp immediately turned around and ran over, "It's a foul to cover your mouth." No one could have imagined that a dramatic scene would happen next. After a chase, Usopp chased Perona, and Kumasi chased Usopp. During the running stage, Perona, who was hiding, used her ghost clone to deal with Usopp. Faced with the incredible spirit, Usopp, who suffered a lot, discovered a drawback of Perona's fruit ability, that is, after Perona separated a spirit that was exactly the same as herself, her original the body will fall into a deep sleep. So, Usopp, as a big liar, used the means of scaring the girl to do some tricks on the sleeping body, and used sticky objects, toy mantises and other items to scare Perona, who woke up from her spirit body back to her body, and fainted. In this battle, Usopp won. There is no way, if I write about the battle between Usopp and Perona in detail, it will be endless. In another place, time goes back to when Linhai and Luffy separated. Chopper walked up cutely and said, "Linhai, I will go with you." Linhai turned around and asked in disbelief, "Why are you coming with me?" Chopper replied frankly, "Because I think it's safer to follow you. This place is too scary. Not only are there those zombies, but there is also a Shishibukai. It's really scary." Looking at Chopper, the light bulb, Linhai replied with tears in his eyes, "Thank you." Nami and Robin on the side saw Linhai's expression, and they looked at each other, not knowing what they thought of, and their faces turned red at the same time. Hehe. Robin took the lead to break the awkwardness, "Let's go find the giant with Luffy's shadow." Nami echoed, "Chopper, let's go together." Chopper nodded and said, "Well, by the way, Nami, why does Linhai look at me like this? It feels weird." Nami immediately turned to Linhai and said, "You bastard, don't look at Chopper like this anymore, what are you thinking about?" Linhai shouted to the sky, "Chopper, I hate you." Chapter 244 Positive. Looking at Chopper who followed him, Linhai gave up his original idea, so he first found ounce with Luffy's shadow. After walking for a while, Nami turned around and said unhappily, I say Lin Hai, you guy, how are we going to find the big monster you said? Lin Hai replied, don't worry, there are already zombies coming to find us. 3000 trebles wind. Swish. Lin Hai stepped forward and split the slash. What is this? Robin asked in confusion. Chopper said in surprise, is this Zoro's move? Not far away, a gust of dust dissipated, and a zombie holding 3 knives stood up. He said directly, the scars on the back are the shame of the swordsman. Are you the ones that the master asked me to cut? Chopper exclaimed, Zoro. Lin Hai said speechlessly, what's wrong with your eyes? Nami said quickly, I say, is it time to discuss this? Think of a way to deal with him quickly, that should be a zombie with Zoro's shadow, right? Just as he finished speaking, the zombie with Zoro's shadow started to move, 3 swords. Swish. Lin Hai disappeared instantly and appeared on the side of the zombie. Before he could react, Lin Hai kicked him in the waist, knife your sister, look at what you can do. Hey! Chopper and Nami exclaimed immediately. Boom boom! The zombie with Zoro's shadow was kicked away by Lin Hai, and a sound came from a distance. No way! Is Zoro so weak? Chopper, who reacted, asked first. Robin said thoughtfully, we shouldn't focus on this, right? Lin Hai, you should feed him salt. Ahem. Lin Hai said awkwardly, seeing his behavior, I couldn't help kicking him. Forget it, just pretend I didn't see it and we'll keep moving forward. Nami asked speechlessly, is it really okay to do this? Lin Hai spread his hands, don't worry, I guess he will come to us later. Didn't he just say that? He got the order to destroy us. He won't give up until he completes the task. That's what I said, but Nami said in a dilemma. Lin Hai turned around and said, why don't you go find him? No, absolutely not. Chopper and Nami replied at the same time. Lin Hai smiled and said, isn't that enough? Robin said thoughtfully, I'm just curious if he will find us. Everyone. Lin Hai slapped his forehead and said, I'll be back soon. 2 minutes later, Lin Hai returned to where Nami and the others were. Chopper said in surprise, you can't find that zombie, can you? Lin Hai said speechlessly, what are you talking about? I have purified that zombie. Nami asked in confusion, is it that simple? Zoro is not that weak, right? Lin Hai explained, let's not talk about Zoro, the zombie that contains Zoro is just a zombie with a shadow, a rookie who doesn't know how to use observation haki or armament haki. Tell me, how long will it take to kill him? Robin asked, can haki be used? Is the difference between being able to use haki and not being able to use haki so big? Lin Hai nodded and said, yes, it is that big. Like Kizaru, who kicks a supernova with 1 kick, is that a joke? Those supernovas are said to be the worst era, and each of them has a bounty of more than 100 million. Although they have been tempered, they are just a piece of trash in front of people like Kizaru. If it is a 50-50 fight against the zombie that has Zoro's shadow installed, then Lin Hai really doesn't need to mix. Seeing that everyone is still confused, Lin Hai patiently explained, strength and speed are the standards for measuring a master, and haki is a watershed, so in the future, when you meet people who can use haki, you should choose to run away as the first strategy. After Lin Hai said that, several people were silent for a moment. They realized that they were just rookies among rookies. Seeing that everyone felt pressured, Lin Hai comforted them, I'm talking to you, I just want you to face the reality, so that you won't be confused and killed in seconds. Doan Nami hit Lin Hai directly. Lin Hai asked in confusion, why did you hit me? Nami exclaimed, who asked you to scare us? Before Nami finished speaking, a huge voice suddenly came, I'm the Pirate King. Robin said in surprise, what is this? Chopper also said in surprise, didn't Luffy go to find Moria? And is his voice so loud? Lin Hai said speechlessly, that is Ounce who was put into Luffy's shadow. Let's hurry over. Don't do anything. Let me do everything. On the shore in front of the road where Lin Hai and his team were heading, Ounce paddled his hands in the water for a few times, then sat on the shore and put his feet in the water and kept slapping them. He said happily, very good, there is a bit of atmosphere. I will be the Pirate King. Due to his huge size, Ounce's body strength is almost the same as before he died. His shout shocked all the creatures around him. Not far from Ounce, Lin Hai and others who arrived observed Ounce. Chopper wondered, it's so big. What is he doing? Hee hee. Robin covered her mouth and chuckled, if it weren't so big, he would be the same as Luffy. Nami looked at Lin Hai speechlessly. Ounce's behavior must have been led astray by Lin Hai. Ounce was seen doing gymnastics on the shore in the distance. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shake your hands, 1, 2, 3, 4. After pressing the ligament for a while, Ounce scratched his head and said, what do you do next? Why don't I remember? And why do I feel like I haven't done this for a long time? Am I a landlubber? It's so strange, I can't remember anything at all. Never mind, let's swim a lap first, yo ho ho. Boom boom. Ounce jumped into the water, causing the water to splash dozens of meters high. Lin Hai, who was watching from the side, was amazed and said, even if Luffy's shadow has lost his memory, he is still so positive. It's so touching. Woohoo, Baka, I didn't cry, I didn't cry. Seeing that Lin Hai actually imitated Frankie, everyone's eyes twitched. Duan. Nami was angry, you bastard, is it time to play now? Hurry up and think of a way to deal with the things in front of you. Lin Hai covered his head and replied, we have to wait until he gets ashore to deal with it. It's really exciting to be messed up by Ounce. Otherwise, I'll go swim. That's enough. Everyone shouted. Chapter 245 I'm here to see the scenery. After watching on the shore for a while, Ounce, who jumped into the sea, did not come out of the water for several seconds. Nami couldn't help but ask curiously, why doesn't he come out of the water? Chopper exclaimed, could he be lost in the sea like Zoro? Lin Hai shook his head, you can think of it, with his body shape, how could he get lost in such a small place? Robin analyzed calmly and said, could it be that the seabed is too deep and he can't swim, so he drowned? Chopper shuddered and exclaimed, what you said is too scary. Boom. Before Lin Hai and the others could continue, Ounce had already jumped out of the sea level and exclaimed, I'm going to drown. He was seen shouting and running to the shore. Everyone. Lin Hai sighed, the sea water is not even up to his knees, is there a need to be so panicked? Wow, because of the noise caused by Ounce, many zombies have come. Don't come out yet, you may fight later. Nami asked, Lin Hai, such a big monster is also pretending to be Luffy's shadow, you should be careful. Lin Hai waved his hand and smiled, don't worry, he can't kill me. At this time, Ounce ran back to the shore, he supported himself on the shore with one hand, panting, and looked frightened. Lin Hai ran up to him and asked, big guy, is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Hey! Ounce glanced at Lin Hai and said, who are you, little guy? I was scared to death. I thought I was going to drown. Who? At this time, a bat flew to Ounce's arm, looked at Lin Hai and said to Ounce, what a mess. What if you drink sea water? But it doesn't matter if you drink a little. If you drink too much at once, you might be purified by the power of salt. Really, you are always causing trouble for others. Ounce turned around and said, I thought I was going to drown. I'm so annoyed. Lin Hai on the side caught the key point from the conversation between the two. Originally, Lin Hai wanted to feed Ounce a bag of salt grains, but this didn't seem to work. Moreover, although Ounce used Luffy's shadow, he didn't seem to have Luffy's patience and had a little more emotion. At this time, the bat turned around and looked at Lin Hai and asked, who are you? Lin Hai waved his hand and said, don't worry about me. I just came to the shore to see the scenery. See the scenery? The two said at the same time. Lin Hai nodded, yes, the scenery here is so beautiful, don't miss it. For Lin Hai, the bat didn't know how to deal with it, but flew back to tell Mariah the information. Ounce on the side said to Lin Hai, you are really interesting, oh, I almost forgot. After a while, Ounce, who sat back on the shore, suddenly looked around for something, damn, where did it go? Lin Hai asked in confusion, big guy, where did everything go? Ounce picked up a large V-shaped stone on the ground, put it on his head, and sighed, without this, there is no atmosphere. I will be the Pirate King even if I die. Lin Hai. Elsewhere, Luffy, who had separated from everyone, met Mariah in the corridor on the floor. Mariah leaned against the wall with his hands resting on his head, looked at Luffy with disdain, and said, hey, it's you, what do you want to talk to me about? What are you doing here? Luffy looked up and replied, you dared to peel off my shadow just now, give me back my shadow, as well as Zoro, Sanji, Brook, and the zombie uncle's shadow, call them all out. Mirai looked leisurely and smiled, what a greedy guy, how are you going to get it back? Luffy adjusted his hat and replied seriously, I'm going to knock you away. Mirai had one big eye and one small eye, and he still sat there leisurely and smiled, you said you were going to knock me away. Luffy, that's right. Mirai didn't take Luffy seriously at all he still replied leisurely, whether you beat me or kill me, the zombies just lost their ruler. Luffy asked in confusion, is that so? Yes. Mirai replied, my ability is to control the shadows. If you want to realize your wish, there is only one way. That is, I, as the ruler now, must command all the shadows to return to their masters. Luffy asked, in that case, will all the shadows go back? Mirai laughed, yes, it's very simple, right? If you can make me do something so difficult. But with your strength, I'm afraid you can't even touch me, ah. As he said, Mirai yawned and began to close his eyes. Seeing that Mirai actually looked down on him so much, but did not anger Luffy, he came with only one purpose, that is, to beat Mirai. Guess, no. Pistol. Luffy stretched out his arm and pulled back to attack Moria, who was resting with his eyes closed. However, at this moment, a shadow arm suddenly stretched out from the ground and blocked Luffy's attack. Shadow. This kind of thing really made Luffy unbelievable. At this time, Moria opened his eyes and looked at Luffy, smiling, try to beat me? My clone, Shadow Mage. As he said that, a shadow walked out of the ground, exactly like Moria's figure. Seeing Luffy was surprised, Mirai closed his eyes again and said proudly, I used to be full of arrogance and ambition about my own power, but I still understand the importance of excellent subordinates. Luffy looked at the shadow between the two of them and asked Mirai, what is this guy? Get out of my way. Mirai did not answer Luffy's words, but continued to say, I don't have to do anything myself, I can become the Pirate King just by relying on the power of others. As soon as he finished speaking, Mirai's shadow raised an arm and slapped Luffy. Luffy immediately jumped away and said, I am the one who wants to be the Pirate King. Molia looked at Luffy with a sidelong glance and smiled, your zombie also said that. Although the shadow is so different from the flesh, it still retains the consciousness of the original owner. But it's only a matter of time. Soon, he will lose all his memories of you and become a zombie that completely obeys me. No matter how strong his personality is, the final fate of all zombies will be absolute obedience. Luffy jumped up, I'll take it back and show you, let's estimate it bat fragments. Machine gun. Luffy's fists were blocked one by the bat fragments differentiated from Moria's shadow. This fight alone has already shown that Mirai knows observation haki. Damn, they are all blocked. Luffy was a little confused. And Mirai, who was leaning against the wall, still leisurely opened one eye and watched Luffy and his shadow fighting. When Luffy stopped, those split shadows turned into bats and flew directly towards Luffy. Chapter 246 Brook's Defeat. It hurts, it hurts. It turns out that these bats transformed from shadows can bite people. For a while, Luffy covered his hat and ran to avoid it. The reason why the 7 warlords of the sea are the 7 warlords of the sea is that they have their unique abilities. If they cannot be cracked or have stronger strength, then compared to the opponents of the 7 warlords of the sea, this 7 warlord of the sea is invincible. At this time, Luffy, who was chased by the bats, fell down the floor, and the bats also chased him, but Luffy stretched out his arms to grab the railing and jumped back to Moria. He was really good at playing tricks. Moria still smiled leisurely, what a restless guy. Stop talking nonsense. Luffy just finished speaking, and the group of bats flew back again. It hurts, the group of bats that flew back bit Luffy again. If you can't find a way to crack this kind of move, then the result is that you will be exhausted to death. Wave after wave, endless cycle. Moria still sat there from just now to now, and said leisurely and proudly, don't worry, they won't suck your blood. Want to hit me? It's ridiculous. Luffy grabbed a bat angrily, and then kicked it upwards, kicking all the bats away, and the bats that were kicked away condensed into a shadow consistent with Moria's body shape again. Seeing Luffy bleeding and still gasping for breath, Moria closed his eyes and smiled, young people with little experience, looking down on others will only bring shame upon themselves. Damn it! Luffy took an attacking stance. Guess. Fragmented bat. It hurts, it hurts. Luffy fell into the dilemma again. What made Luffy depressed was that rocket launchers, nets and other moves did not work on the shadow. He could not get past the shadow. He. The proud Moria laughed. What's wrong? Didn't you come and knock me away several times? Luffy, who was a little irritated by Moria's ridicule, replied shamelessly, I'll knock you away now, wait for me. Moria laughed, I don't care, but I have something to do now, so, goodbye. Wait. Luffy chased after him, stop, Gecko Moria. Elsewhere, after Zoro and his friends separated from Usopp, they met Absalom who had been healed on the way. As soon as he saw Absalom, Sanji was furious and fought with him. Zoro and Frankie continued to move forward to help Brook. In a house, Brook was fighting with a zombie whose shadow was inhabited by a samurai. Although the two had the same shadow and the same moves, the samurai's physical strength was much stronger than Brook. After the two fought for a while, Brook was defeated again. Looking at Brook lying on the ground gasping for breath, the warrior held a knife and said, Is it over? How about admitting your failure? Yo ho ho ho. Brook sat up with all his strength. The warrior was a little puzzled and said, It's just like a phoenix, or should I say a zombie? You can't even stand up, right? It's almost time to make you completely unable to move. In order to prevent you from running back to grab the shadow, I will use my specialty arrow tail slash to cut off some of your parts. The original owner of the shadow is not killed because once the original owner dies, the shadow will disappear. At this time, Brook replied, You obviously don't know anything, you are not allowed to use that name. Hey! The warrior was puzzled. Brook explained, I was born in the kingdom's surprise attack force, and the name of the fast-cutting skill I use is Requiem. Labandralu, and to praise this sword skill, my partners call it nose song sanding. Arrow tail slash. Even if you have my personality and moves, you who have forgotten my thoughts and feelings don't deserve this name. Yo-ho-ho. The warrior replied, In this case, then as the real you, try to break my fake swordsmanship, this is your last chance. Knowing that Lab was still waiting for him, Brook stood up to fulfill the agreement. After looking at each other for a while, the two walked towards each other with their respective swords in their hands. In the quiet room, there was only the sound of coordinated footsteps. The two passed by each other, humming, Naisuga sanding at the same time. The warrior put his sword back into the scabbard first, arrow tail cut. Ah! Ding! Plop! The sword in Brook's hand fell to the ground first, and then he fell to the ground. The samurai won, and Brook became his prisoner. Tap, tap. The samurai turned around and looked down at Brook lying on the ground, and said, Next, where should I start to chop? Yo-ho-ho. Laughing, the samurai grabbed Brook's hair with one hand and held the knife with the other hand, saying, Of course, I have to chop from this afro, yo-ho-ho. At this time, the room suddenly shook, and the samurai let go of Brook's hair, and the two were separated by the vibration. At this time, Zoro and Frankie also rushed here. Found it. Frankie stepped forward and said, Hey, Skull, you were beaten so badly, are you still alive? Brook asked, Why are you here? Without waiting for Frankie to answer, the samurai stood up and said, Yo-ho-ho, it's really a headache, how can you touch the loser casually? After that, the samurai took action. He rushed forward and stabbed Frankie with the blade. Ding! Wait a moment. Zoro jumped out and drew his sword to block the samurai's attack. Zoro asked, You are the legendary samurai who killed a flying dragon a long time ago, right? I want to meet you. The samurai did not answer Zoro's words, but wrestled with him. Suddenly, Zoro drew another saber and slashed from the left, but was blocked by the samurai. The samurai used clever footwork to move back a few steps and put some distance between him and Zoro. Awesome! Brook, lying on the ground, exclaimed, He is slightly better than Ryoma, who is he? Frankie replied, He is a super belligerent three-sword pirate swordsman, quite powerful. If your dignity allows, I think he can help you get back your shadow, what do you think? Get back your shadow? Is that true? Brook said in surprise, Then I must please help me get back my shadow. Zoro turned around and said angrily, Shut up, you are so noisy. Hey! Brook was shocked. Zoro looked at the samurai named Ryoma and said, "Your sword looks good." "Wow." Ryoma replied, "You have a good eye. This is indeed one of the 21 great swords. The blade is the black sword, the blade is the great reverse-shaped sword, the top quality sword autumn water. This is a treasure that most people have never seen." Zoro said, "So it's a great sword. I really came across a good thing. As long as you are a samurai, everyone will want this sword, right? Well, let me use that sword for you." "Ah! You are so handsome!" Brook on the side exclaimed. Chapter 247 Slashing on the Roof. Yo-ho-ho! Someone actually dared to steal his sword, Ryoma confirmed. "You want to take this black sword Shisui from me?" Zoro replied, "To be more precise, it should be to take the sword that fell next to your body." "I see." Ryoma said, "You are really brave, yo-ho-ho." Brook on the side hurriedly reminded Zoro, "It's better not to provoke him too much." At this time, Ryoma Zoro asked, "You seem to be holding 3 swords, right?" "Yes." Zoro replied, "But one of them is broken, and it's not easy to deal with it. I can only hang it on my waist temporarily. I use 3 swords." "3 swords?" Ryoma said, "I've never heard of it. Is it a trick?" "Yo-ho-ho-ho." "Humph." Zoro said playfully, "It's a pity that I can't show it to you now, but I can still defeat your mean spirit." After that, Zoro held up the 2 swords and pointed them at Ryoma. Ryoma replied, "Yes, it seems that you are very strong. I can't help but feel a feeling I have never had before, as if I was confronting a huge creature. This incredible feeling of being ready to move, my body seems to dance." Suddenly, Zoro moved. In the blink of an eye, Zoro jumped up with the 2 swords in his hand and chopped down vertically, while Ryoma blocked Zoro's moves with his sword horizontally. Boom! Because the 2 were so powerful, the force caused by the collision spread all around. "Ah! You scared me." Frankie and Brook, who were watching from the side, were shocked by the vibration and screamed. However, Zoro and Ryoma were not affected by the people next to them at all. The 2 people who collided with their swords, wrestled together, and exerted force at the same time, causing both of them to retreat backwards, and the overflowing energy directly destroyed the floor. Dawn Song, Aurora Thrust. Ryoma used his own moves and stabbed Zoro with a knife, and Zoro used his knife to cut the stabbing knife away. Boom! Frankie looked up and asked doubtfully, "Is this a gun?" Brook explained, "Yes, it's a thrust. If I use that move, it's impossible to produce such a great destructive force." Frankie was speechless. He actually pierced a hole directly in the stone wall. "Brook, he can actually turn the thrust into a sword wave. How powerful is he?" Ryoma pointed his sword at Zoro in the field. "Yo-ho-ho!" Ryoma said, "It seems that there is no winner." "Yes." Just as Zoro finished speaking, the wall above and behind Ryoma cracked. Ryoma said, "I was almost hit by you." It turned out that when Ryoma used the thrust, Zoro counterattacked when he tried to resolve it, but it was also resolved by Ryoma. Brook, who was standing aside, looked at Zoro's back and exclaimed, "Can his slash also be transformed into a sword wave?" The duel just now was really a draw. Although the samurai zombie is now relying on my shadow to move, he must have been a powerful swordsman when he was alive. As swordsmen, those 2 people may have the same level of power. This scene did surprise Frankie. He didn't expect that in addition to Luffy and Lin Hai on the ship, Zoro's martial arts was so high. At least Frankie is not his opponent. Out of curiosity, Frankie asked, "What would it be like to have the same power?" Brook explained, "It means that they have the same level of destructive power. It shouldn't take too long to decide the winner." Prelude, Slash and Sword Strike. After staring at each other for a while, the 2 attacked at the same time. Ding ding! Instantly, the swords collided quickly. 2-sword style. Zoro held the 2 swords horizontally, dodge. The 2 instantly formed a back-to-back posture. Zoro slashed backwards with both swords, and Ryoma held his sword upright to block. The 2 tied again. Since the power of the 2 already had great destructive power, they clashed again, causing the walls in the house to be split by the blades from time to time. Left-hand weapon. In view of this, Frankie quickly used his own tricks to make a hole in the wall and then took the seriously injured Brook out of the house. Boom! The house, which was already shaky, collapsed after Frankie's attack. However, this situation did not affect the duel between Zoro and Ryoma. The two quickly ran to the top of the collapsed roof. Ding! The weapons of the two collided again. The two people looked at each other again, and their eyes twitched. After wrestling again, no one got the upper hand. After a while, the two pushed forward and separated. But there was no place to stand at the back, so the two could only slide down the slope of the roof on each side. Brooke immediately exclaimed, "Danger, we will fall." However, the two people who were in the duel did not listen to this at all, but ran along the highly inclined roof again, starting a new round of competition. Frankie and Brooke on the side watched the duel between the two in amazement. Brooke could not help but sigh, "You can actually stand in such a place." After some trial moves, Zoro and Ryoma separated again, each looking at the other's continuous breathing. At this time, both of them roughly figured out their own swordsmanship. Then, the next step is to decide the winner. Suddenly, Ryoma took the lead and slashed directly along the opposite Zoro with a knife, causing the eaves to be directly cut off by the waist. Boom! At this time, Zoro had put away a knife, and only had a Wado Ikemonji in his hand, and the knife was stuck on the stone wall. It turned out that Zoro used this method to avoid the slash from Ryoma. The top of the split eaves was like a pyramid. Since there was no support point below, the top of the eaves began to fall to one side. With this momentum, Zoro ran to the top, then jumped up and jumped into the sky, one sword-style flying dragon. As a samurai, Ryoma below naturally jumped up and used his own trick, nose song sanding, arrow tail slash. Flame. Ding! The two sword energies collided, leaving a wound on Ryoma's waist from Zoro's sword energy, and the wound caught fire. Zoro won this competition. So, Ryoma took the top-grade sword Shusui, looked at Zoro and said, "I lost." If the famous sword Shusui, which was once hung on the waist of the legendary samurai, follows you, it can be regarded as a wish come true, right? After that, Ryoma threw the sword to Zoro, and the shadow that lived in his body floated out and returned to Brooke. "Oh, oh. This is..." "That's right." Brooke looked at his shadow and said in surprise, "This is the shadow that was cut off by Moria before, yo ho ho, look, it's exactly the same as my action." Boom boom. Frankie exclaimed, "What happened again?" Brooke followed the huge collapsed shadow and asked, "What kind of monster is that?" Frankie said confusedly, "No, I don't know, he..." Before Frankie finished speaking, a huge castle not far away suddenly exploded, and a huge voice came from inside, "Damn it, this little guy has great power, I'll beat you away." It turned out that the huge thing flying over, who else could it be but Ounce? Chapter 248. A sword cuts mountains and rivers. Why Ounce was beaten into the castle, the story can be traced back to when Moria left Luffy. At that time, Moria used a trick to directly use his shadow to lead Luffy to the forest, and his shadow flew directly into the air and returned to Moria. However, after doing this, a big man came to Moria. At this time, a man taller than him stood in front of Moria and said, "Stop making so much noise, so what? We are pirates, and it doesn't matter where we are on the sea, right, Tyrant Bear? The only man among the 7 warlords of the sea who obeys the orders of the world government. Maybe the government attaches great importance to you, but what are you planning? Guys like you are the most worrying." The man in front of Moria was called Bear because he was huge and looked like a bear, so he got the name. As for the title of Tyrant, it was because of his means and strength. At this time, Xiong replied, "If you travel, where do you want to go?" "Hey, hey." Moria turned sideways and replied with fish eyes, "Don't give me that, I know your ability, are you here to duel with me? Tell me what you are doing here." Xiong said, "I have something to inform you. After the departure of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, his successor has been decided." He he he. Moria laughed, "Speak of this kind of thing earlier, who is it?" "Xiong, the name of the successor is Marshal D. Teach, nicknamed Blackbeard." Moria asked in confusion, "Blackbeard? I have never heard of this name." Xiong explained expressionlessly, "It seems that this news has not yet reached your foggy place. In the vast sea, he showed his strong strength and joined us." "Moria, how much is his bounty?" "Bear, 0. "I see." Moria turned and said, "Unknown number, the government can actually recognize such a person, hehe, but it has finally filled the loophole, and it can be regarded as a relief, right? In this way, the so-called world balance can be maintained. No. Bear replied, I think it's counterproductive. It doesn't matter, the government seems to be very worried about one thing now. After the Judicial Island incident, they have been alert to the movements of the Straw Hat Boys. They are here, right? Now you should understand what those people are worried about, right? Moria was puzzled. Xiong said bluntly, the government is very afraid that another Shishibukai will be killed by the Straw Hat Boys. After Xiong said this, the arrogant Mariah grabbed Xiong's collar angrily and said angrily, stop joking, you are worried about me? You dare to speak nonsense to me who sat in this position to suppress those small pirates? Xiong still replied expressionlessly, if necessary, I can help you. Mariah said angrily, do you know who you are talking to, bastard? How can I lose to such a small and inexperienced pirate group? Xiong replied, there is no absolute in this matter, who would have thought that Rob Lucci would be defeated? Moria said, even so, is the government afraid that they can kill 2 Shishibukai? Bear, that was just said by the way, I didn't receive any instructions. Moria said, then you can take a good look at my performance, and then tell the group of idiots in the greenhouse that the Straw Hat Boys you are worried about have easily become Moonlight Moria's zombie soldiers. While Moria was chatting with Bear, Lin Hai and Robin found Ounce. Pirate King, I will be a pirate even if I die. Ounce's voice startled the birds in the woods. Lin Hai, who was standing aside, scratched his ears and said speechlessly, if you want to be the pirate, then be the pirate. Why are you yelling so loudly in the middle of the night? What if you scare the children? What if you wake up those people who have difficulty falling asleep? Ounce lowered his head and smiled, you are right, but I will definitely be the Pirate King, ha ha ha. You are so willful. Lin Hai took out a big chicken leg from the system backpack and ate it by himself. While eating, he asked, big guy, are you hungry? Do you want a midnight snack? Hey! Ounce looked at Lin Hai in surprise and asked, are you going to treat me to food? Lin Hai smiled and said, you are so big, forget it, it's better to have something to eat than nothing, right? As he said, Lin Hai threw a bag of salt to Ounce. Ounce was surprised and swallowed it directly without chewing, haha, you are such a good person, but I feel it is not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Nami, who was on the side, looked at the distance and slapped her forehead. Whether it was the dialogue or the behavior of Ounce, he was simply a replica of Luffy. Chopper was surprised and said, the big monster ate salt. Does this mean Luffy's shadow will fly back? Robin calmly analyzed, maybe not. Look at his body size. There is only a little salt. Hey! Lin Hai looked at Ounce's belly, which was processed into a small room, and a person was sitting in the small room. At this time, Ounce's expression suddenly changed, and he said, ah, it's not me who wants to be the Pirate King, it's Master Moria. Before he finished speaking, the cloth on Ounce's belly was pulled open, revealing Moria's figure. Hee hee. Robin, who was not far away, was surprised and said, why is Moria there? Nami asked, then where is Luffy? It's strange. Ounce he looked around and asked, there's the master's voice. It's here, the cockpit. Ounce looked at his belly and asked, is my belly the cockpit? Ounce poked his belly with his finger and said, it's really well made here. I want to sit on it and play. Moria, who was laughing, was stunned and kicked Ounce's finger and said, idiot, don't put your finger in the cockpit. Ounce replied, yes, master, this is really cool, I'm just like a robot. Yoshi, I'm a giant robot, what's my name? Ounce Bomber, please take care of me. Hey. Lin Hai said speechlessly, I say, you, ignoring my existence, isn't it a bit rude? Nami on the side exclaimed, idiot, hide quickly, that kind of monster has a Shishibukai. At this time, Mariah, who had reacted, looked at Lin Hai, shook the salt bag in his hand and laughed, hee, sleeping god Lin Hai, you seem to know the weakness of zombies? Well, I'll give you a chance to fight me. If you defeat me, all the shadows will be liberated, hey? What is this? Space field. Lin Hai naturally didn't want to compete with Mariah, and his move was a sure kill. Mariah in the cab looked at the transparent film that wrapped himself in, and for some reason, he felt a palpitation. With years of experience, he quickly focused his attention. Space exchange, one sword cuts off the mountains and rivers. Clang! A touch of extreme slashing passed through Mariah's throat that appeared on the shore, and a large area of jungle behind Mariah was directly chopped up. Chopper, who had reacted on the side, exclaimed, "It's successful." Moria was chopped by Lin Hai. Robin shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. The opponent is a Shishibukai. It's impossible to be solved so easily. Look at Moria's throat, there is no blood." Nami asked in doubt, "Why?" At this time, Moria's body, which was chopped in front of him, gradually turned into a shadow. Lin Hai put away the knife and frowned at the cab behind him. "I don't know when Moria returned there." Bat fragments. The shadow chopped into two by Lin Hai split into a group of bats and bit towards Lin Hai. Lin Hai couldn't help muttering, "Lord of Shadows, gee. But Moria's ability is better than his." In the ability field, there was also Lin Hai with the domineering power of observation, so those bats naturally couldn't attack Lin Hai. A simple round of the two showed their abnormal abilities. Chapter 249 What a terrible nightmare! He Moria, who returned to the cab, smiled at Lin Hai conceitedly, as expected of a pirate with a bounty of 425 million, sleeping god Lin Hai, was almost chopped down by you, now Ounce, kill him for me. Ounce received the order and immediately replied, "Okay, master, be prepared, little one, try to guess, cut the pie." As he said that, Ounce raised his fist and hit Lin Hai hard. Lin Hai looked up at the huge fist and couldn't help but get interested. "Spider's web, ugh, space web." Nami on the side exclaimed, "Is it time to name now? Idiot, be serious." "Ah." Chopper held his head with both hands and exclaimed, "Get out of the way, Lin Hai." In the distance, Lin Hai stretched out a palm and pushed upwards. Ounce's fist was directly fixed in front of Lin Hai, unable to move forward, and no energy spread around. "What?" Ounce retracted his fist and looked at Lin Hai in confusion, puzzled. "If you want to know the answer, ask Minga. This move is in the anime. Minga used the spider's web to block Luffy's third gear with armed color domineering. Lin Hai shamelessly used his space ability to imitate it. This is the expansion and development of the space barrier." At this time, Moria asked curiously, "What kind of ability are you? You just transformed me out, and now it seems that you are using a shield." Lin Hai wiped his hair with both hands, looked up and said, "Are you scared? It's good to be scared. You are a low-level thing. You can only steal other people's bodies and shadows. You are really a low-level pirate." Moria seemed to be poked in the pain point. He said angrily, "You rookie pirate, a fledgling guy, don't be so arrogant. Who do you think I am? Go to hell, sleeping god Lin Hai, shadow horn spear." I saw a long spear shadow suddenly pierced out from under Lin Hai's feet, but Lin Hai standing on the ground easily avoided it. Moria. Not far in front of Ounce, I saw Lin Hai picking his nose there, his eyes were lifeless and said, "Oh, shadow horn spear? So powerful." Moria felt that he was going to be furious. Mariah laughed again after reacting, "Lin Hai, the god of sleep, you should thank me for being willing to come out in person, and be extra careful, don't think I'm just sitting here, I'm going to give you the most horrible nightmare, For zombie Ounce, Mariah is indeed confident, whether it is strength or the ability of the rubber fruit, as long as he changes Ounce's shadow, he can also make his whole body stretch like rubber. In addition, the characteristics of zombies are that they cannot be killed and have no pain. However, Moria, who was feeling proud, suddenly saw Lin Hai actually raised two middle fingers to him. "Moria." At this time, Lin Hai pointed at Moria with two middle fingers and said, "You are ugly, and your smile is ugly, so your brain is not very smart." Is Moria ugly? Even if he is ugly, does it have anything to do with his brain? Mariah was excited again, "What nonsense are you talking about? Believe it or not, I will kill you right now." Lin Hai raised his head and yawned, then patted his lips with his palm, and said with a sleepy look, "Idiot Mariah, your grandpa is standing here, come and kill me." Mariah said angrily, "Ounce, let him see what the most terrifying nightmare is." Ounce replied, "Yes, master." Swoosh. Ounce suddenly disappeared from the spot, guess. The disappeared Ounce has appeared above the back of Lin Hai, he stretched out his arms and muttered, "Rocket." Before he finished speaking, Ounce could no longer see Lin Hai, he couldn't help wondering, "Hey? Where is the little one?" When Mariah, who was sitting in the cab, was about to look for it, Lin Hai had already appeared above Ounce's head. Peerless football god, high up in the air kick, take my kick. Lin Hai kicked Ounce hard on the back of the head. When Ounce reacted, it was too late. Boom boom. Ah. Ah. Nami and Chopper, who were hiding on the side, suddenly bulged their eyes. They were almost stunned by Lin Hai's kick. Such a huge body was kicked directly to the ground by Lin Hai, and a big pit appeared on the ground, just like a meteorite fell here. Nami held her head with both hands and exclaimed, "How strong has Lin Hai become?" Chopper also exclaimed, "Do humans have such terrible power?" Robin, who was silent for a while, said at this time, "Don't be so surprised, that monster is a zombie, it will get up again." Ah? No way. Lin Hai, who fell back to the ground, looked at the big pit and deliberately mocked, "Moria, you are the most refreshing and unworldly person I have ever seen. It is really a nightmare, such a terrible nightmare." Moria in the cab was really furious. He was repeatedly the rookie pirate was mocked, and he couldn't help but said angrily, "Ounce, get up quickly, you are a zombie, you won't die." Oh. Ounce jumped up from the pit, and after jumping to the side, Ounce couldn't help but said, "Master, I'm angry, I'm going to beat that little guy away." Hey, hey. Lin Hai picked up a big stone from the ground and smashed it directly on the back of Ounce's head, shouting, "Idiot zombie, I'm behind you? Where are you looking? Guess it." Ounce suddenly stretched out his arm, and then twisted it, like twisting clothes, boom bomb. Tisk. Lin Hai said contemptuously, "You really have a problem with your brain, the network of space, the great shift of the universe, the transformation of the visible into the invisible." I saw that Ounce's seemingly devastating blow hit Lin Hai again, and it didn't move forward. What's strange is that such a powerful blow, even if it is blocked by something like a shield, will there be a sound, right? But now there is no sound at all, which makes people puzzled. "This move again?" Ounce asked curiously, "Little guy, what move is this?" Lin Hai naturally would not tell Ounce that the energy he hit was dispersed in the space along with the space barrier, just like a stone thrown into the Pacific Ocean. What impact can it have on the Pacific Ocean? Although he didn't tell the truth, it didn't stop Lin Hai from making up a story. "It doesn't matter if I tell you, that's because my strength is hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands times greater than yours. When have you ever seen an ant shake a human being?" "What?" Ounce suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed with shining eyes, "Sije." Moria, who was sitting in the driver's seat, felt like vomiting blood. He couldn't help but yelled loudly, "You admire a fart, how could his strength be greater than yours, Ounce? In this world, no one can be stronger than you, that kid may be a devil fruit ability user." Moria looked at Lin Hai and asked, "What kind of ability user are you?" After being told by Moria, Ounce suddenly became disappointed, "Is that so? Damn, I thought he was so strong and made me so excited." Everyone. Chapter 250 Space Fist. Tisk. Hearing the conversation between Moria and Ounce, Lin Hai couldn't help but despise him. The kick just now was on the body of Ounce, who was a zombie. Naturally, he couldn't feel the pain, but the damage to his body was already very serious. Ya is so ignorant and conceited. No one is stronger than Ounce? What kind of joke is this? At this time, Lin Hai's contemptuous voice was heard by Moria, and Moria immediately ordered, "Ounce, stop playing there, be serious, kill him for me." "Yes, master." Ounce, like Moria's loyal subordinate, set up his formation again. He. Moria laughed and said, "Sleeping god Lin Hai, I want to see how many times you can use your ability. Tonight, I will let you see the most terrifying nightmare in the world." Lin Hai couldn't help but raise two middle fingers to Moria again. "Damn," Moria said angrily, "do it." Guess. Bullet. Boom. A huge sound resounded on the coast. It turned out that Lin Hai directly blocked Ounce's punch with his palm. In the middle of the collision, a wave of air expanded in a circular manner, and everyone watching was shocked. "No way! He directly blocked Ounce's attack with his hand. Who is he? It seems that he didn't use the incredible ability just now, right? Oh my god, the two of them are so different in size, why does he have so much strength?" Not only the zombies watching were shocked, but even Nami, Chopper, and others were shocked. They knew that Lin Hai was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. And Moria in the cab couldn't help but widen his eyes, a little unbelievable. Although everyone was shocked, it didn't prevent Lin Hai from fighting with Ounce. Hey! Ounce retracted his fist and said, "Little guy, you are very strong." Lin Hai didn't bother to pay attention to him. Swoosh! Lin Hai, who disappeared on the spot, suddenly appeared at Ounce's chin. "Take my punch." Boom! Lin Hai punched Ounce's chin directly, causing Ounce to fly directly, but this was not the end. When Ounce was hit and flew into the air, Lin Hai appeared above Ounce's head again and shouted loudly, "Take another kick from me." Boom boom! The forest was smashed into a mess by Ounce's huge body. Ounce suddenly jumped out of the huge pit and said angrily, "It's useless." Swoosh! Ounce suddenly disappeared and appeared above where Lin Hai landed. Guess, mechanism. Before Ounce finished shouting, Lin Hai had already appeared at Ounce's abdomen. "Today I'll show you what power is." Space fist. Crack! Suddenly, Lin Hai punched in front of Ounce's abdomen, and it was like a mirror shattered. Moria couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed, "Trembling fruit? That's not Whitebeard." Before he finished speaking, Ounce was blown away by Lin Hai's punch and smashed into the castle building. This move is actually the move that Lin Fan used to smash himself into the sea in the Water City, but after some improvements, the effect is remarkable, isn't it? In fact, the principle is very simple. Lin Hai uses his spatial ability and the properties of spatial characteristics to transmit the force of the attack to the front and apply it to the target. The place where Ounce was hit was exactly where Zoro defeated Ryoma. After Ounce came out of the castle building, he said expressionlessly, "He was really hit so far away. Where is this place?" Ahem. Mariah in the cab was choked by dust for a while, and he couldn't help saying, "Ounce, you are useless. Show me your true ability. You are my most precious subordinate in all these years." "I'm sorry, master," Ounce said, "I was a little careless just now." Mariah, big monster. Usopp, who defeated Perona, was about to find everyone, especially to show off in front of Lin Hai. Who knew that when he saw Ounce coming out and Mariah in the cab, Usopp exclaimed. Zoro, who was lying down to rest, stood up and stared at the giant and the 7 warlords in front of him. Frankie asked, "Isn't Luffy looking for Moria? Why are they here?" Moria tidied himself up, then sat up again and looked at Zoro and the others, saying, "You are the Straw Hat Gang, welcome to Thriller Bark. As the owner here, I will let you have the most terrifying nightmare, everyone be careful, At this time, Zoro tied his headscarf again, and when he was about to step forward, Usopp hurriedly said, "Zoro, I think we should buy time first and wait for Luffy and the others." Zoro has his own pride, so he is naturally not afraid of the behemoth in front of him, and he will not listen to Usopp's words without pride. After biting the knife in his mouth, Zoro said as he walked, "I finally got the black knife Kyushui. There is no reason not to use this big guy in front of me to test the knife, right?" Ounce seeing Ounce looking down, Zoro said, "Come on, I will be your opponent." Ounce replied expressionlessly, "I got it." After saying that, Ounce punched Zoro directly, and Zoro quickly jumped away and chopped the stone with a knife. Usopp on the side hurriedly said, "Zoro, no matter what, you are too reluctant to do it alone, right?" Frankie said, "Come here, let's deal with it together." Zoro ignored it, but waved the black knife Kyushui in his right hand, and said to himself, "Compared again, I found that this is much heavier than the previous Suezu." Usopp exclaimed, "Zoro, get out of the way." It turned out that Ounce punched again. Zoro directly held the double swords and chopped on the arm that Ounce hit, and directly bounced Ounce's arm away. "Awesome, just use strength to bounce that fist away," Brook on the side exclaimed. However, he reacted and immediately ran to the kitchen to collect a large amount of salt grains to purify Ounce. If Lin Hai was here, he would definitely be speechless. Ounce is Moria's most proud masterpiece. How could he not know how to deal with this weakness? Lin Hai fed Ounce salt grains just now, which has been proved. At this time, Ounce's arm was bounced away, and Zoro directly counterattacked. 3 swords flow. Aiming at Ounce's face, Zoro charged the 3 swords to form a triangle posture, and then slashed over, 108 treble wind. "Damn!" Usopp said in surprise, "Didn't it hit?" Frankie said, "It was dodged, it seems that this is not just a big size." Sanji, who had kicked the invisible man into an idiot again, also came here and observed with Usopp and the others. Looking at the big hole in the building behind Ounce, Zoro said, AI Shui's slash actually absorbed the power of the other two swords into one blow, but there was too much extra damage at the cut. Is it evidence that I can't fully control this sword? It seems that this is a restless sword. At this time, Ounce, who avoided Zoro's slash, looked at Zoro head on and said, "You are quite powerful, if you are hit by this move, you will definitely be chopped badly, right? You bastard, look at me stepping on you."